everyone? It is day number 2 of the second AWC Cup for Season 3. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Supatiz. Lithi will be joining us just a little bit later. We are here in the North American region, and there's a lot of possibilities, Supatiz, of like things being shaken up. I mean, I know EU is kind of flipped up on his head, but there's a story in NA as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the lower bracket right now, it's basically 3 teams that are vying for a position in the gauntlet in order to then qualify to the Mid-Season Clash, which is going to be that big prize money. And this is the last opportunity that they're going to get, as this is the final cup in order to advance. Those teams are CML, Fusion, and POMP in the lower side of the bracket. DRACO CLEAVE is almost certainly guaranteed a gauntlet spot, although they would like to be, towards the top end of that gauntlet to avoid as many series as possible. But the 3 other contenders need some good performances here in this lower side if they still want a chance at that big money.
They certainly do. We can look at the schedule that we've got here. As you can see, top 3 will be going to that mid-season clash. The bottom 5 teams will be going into that gauntlet, and that's definitely not somewhere that you'd want to be, especially here in the North American region, Ben. It's kind of already shaping up to be extremely scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. You even have teams in the lower bracket like POMP that are coming in, bringing some very unique compositions with the Retribution Paladin, the Fistweaver Monk, you have Dippy. It's a lot of flexibility there. So every single team is dangerous, and all of these teams have to be prepared. See now the point standings on your team, the move with a nice little lead, but Liquid and Void and Power Frogs not too far behind.
Man.
And all of those teams still in the upper bracket, so nothing is certain here this week.
Poor F tier.
Certainly not. There's what's that?
Poor F tier. Look at them at 8th right now. Like, if POMP loses, I need to look at the bracket again. Is there some situation where F tier can actually qualify? I'm still wondering, because I feel like they're like still a crowd favorite with their Paladin Enhanced Shaman.
That's a lot of math to do while we're live. Maybe production can figure that out for it. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, F tier, they were kind of the favorite, the crowd favorite, and honestly, one of my favorite teams last season. Super fun to watch. They did drop to Team Liquid. You can see over there in round
possible,
number 1. It is?
I think if CML wins and DRACO CLEAVE wins, it's a tiebreaker, which means they'll have to play a series for that 8th spot between POMP, because POMP has 32 right now, and if they lose, they'll have 32, and F tier has 32, and then Fusion.
What if CML makes
a
deep run though? Like in order for Fusion to lose, CML has to win, which means CML could make a deep run too.
But I think CML is already ahead of them.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Yeah, CML is already ahead of them. It's Fusion. If Fusion wins, then F tier is out. Or they'd
if
still.
If POMP or Fusion wins,
yes,
like advance.
Those teams have to both lose. So if you're an F tier fan, you got to be rooting against those teams.
Chat can't see it right now, but there's like math equations floating around everyone's head. I'm trying to figure this out. But one thing, thank you for laughing, Zico. Yes, dear. All right, CML versus Fusion. That is up for the first series of the day. But we can already see, the move Liquid, VOIDGG. They're our current top 3, but like we've already mentioned, definitely have a potential to shake things up. But this one's really important, Zico, for these first 2 teams, CML and Fusion. I believe it's Fusion that doesn't have any points, and CML is at 20 points. So both of these teams definitely going to be fighting their all here.
They're both hurting for points. CML Fusion, obviously not only qualifying to the gauntlet, but also the standings in the gauntlet, and that's something that is going to be very important here, and also for the other teams that are, like F tier that we were just talking about. Can they make it in if the other teams perform poorly? But also, if we look at the complete opposite side of those point standings, the top 3, sure, we still have Void in the tournament, we still have the Move in the tournament, we still have Liquid in the tournament, but they are really close to each other. There's only 20 points separating most of those teams. And, if one of them have a bad showing, their spot's going to be up for grabs. If one team can just outperform just by a little bit, then they might also take that spot. They might force a tiebreaker. So today is really a day where we're going to start to see where the chips are going to start to fall. We're going to see the puzzle kind of get built. We're going to see everything fall into place. So definitely going to be interesting to see what today has to offer. But CML and Fusion here, of course, mainly trying to get into that gauntlet and get as good of a placing that they can for the season.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely want to get, if you are going to get into the gauntlet, want to get as high as possible. Otherwise, it could end up being a bit of a long day for you. And as we mentioned yesterday, no one from that bottom level, basically in the gauntlet, has yet to make it to the end. So maybe somebody will break the curse this season. Soon, time will tell. But one thing is for sure, CML Fusion, both of these teams are up for elimination as well, being the first series of the day. We are here in the lower bracket. They have already lost a game for this week's tournament. So not only are they're honing for points, of course, they could just lose all of their chances right here, because this is the last cup before getting into those qualifying tournaments. So pressure is certainly on here. But one thing also we should probably mention is CML. Danny Carey from CML, Unitas didn't even make it, and Danny Carey was on Unitas, and it was actually Chaz that ended up replacing him. So something interesting to note as well. Of course, CML is Danny Carey, Claudio, Gum, and Roscoe. And then Fusion, Dopamine, Naj, and Renner and Nazem. So kind of some unknown names, Ven, here in AWC.
Yeah, I mean, kind of Danny Carey, Claudio, Gum, they've been playing that Windwalker Death Knight together for a really, really long time. Roscoe coming in on that Warlock. Not the most, maybe the most known in the AWC, but these players have been around at the top of the ladder for a very long time. In North America. And then, of course, with Fusion, you have Naj, who, of course, is one of the household names in North America for playing Rogue, Raynor on that Druid, Dopamine on Mage, and Nazem, who has also been one of those players that's always at the top of the ladder consistently in 3v3 and solo shuffle, who's done a great job. So all of these players are super capable. You know, they're at the top of their game. It's just going to be about who does show up. And I'm curious to see who can pull out a win here. I think CML bringing on a Warlock gives them a lot more flexibility in terms of their roster. It's still going to be like one of those situations where they're all playing main, right? Like, I don't think Gum plays anything besides Windwalker Monk. Claudio, I think he's probably only going to be playing Death Knight. I know he plays a little Rat Paladin, but I feel like maybe we won't see that. And then, of course, Roscoe on that Warlock. So kind of just mains versus mains. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Curious as well what all of us predicted here for the North American region. I gave them to production, I think, on Thursday night, so I don't even remember what I predicted here for NA. But Supatis, what team are you looking out for this weekend here in NA?
I mean, the move just seemed to be on fire. I feel like the meta is working out for them. They look unstoppable. They look insane. I mean, okay, we all pretty much agree with that except for Zico. Zico is going to be the one that is different here in terms of our predictions. He's rooting for the kind of like the newly formed rosters, because I think I can understand this, but maybe you want to speak to it, Zico.
I'm rooting for the viewers. I'm rooting for chaos. This is what we need, okay? What we don't need is Team Liquid in the move, getting their points, getting their first and second, auto-qualified. There's no ties. There's no funny business. No
drama.
It's just, there's no drama. We need the drama. We need it. And VOIDGG, they need the win. They need this win. So what I'm thinking is, wouldn't it be funny if VOIDGG gets first place, then PowerFox gets second place, because that is really going to shake up the entire top four. That's going to make everything super spicy. And I think it could happen because there's a lot of experience and individual skills on those two teams. But we will look to that discussion a little bit later. Right now, we have game number one about to launch here, Fusion versus CML. And let's see what we got. We got Windwalker, Warlock, Resto Druid versus, well, Rogue, Warlock, Resto Druid. So only the melee is different here, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. I've kind of rekindled my love for Windwalker Monk recently, so I'm curious to see what Gum's going to be able to get done in this one against Naj on Outlaw. Looks like they are going to be opening up on Roscoe a lot more. The main difference in this matchup is I think Naj is going to bring a lot more control overall on that Outlaw Rogue, but Gum has that one-shot capability, super explosive damage on that Windwalker Monk. Yeah,
and we can already see some of that damage coming in here with the Serenity already being popped, but
7 portals on the ground.
Yeah, the rifts really doing a lot of work right now, and we have the Observer in the sky just blasting away. Naj coming in with a kidney shot here onto Danny Carey, but Danny Carey with a nice Iron Bark going after Gum here on the Windwalker, but Gum is going to be completely fine here, going for his own damage, trying to reach Naj here. So looks like the Rogue wants to go on the Windwalker, and the Windwalker wants to go on the Rogue, and in between they hit the Warlocks.
Yeah, it's looking like that. Just try to slow down the Warlock damage as much as possible. It's just caught into Cyclones. And that's one of the dangerous things. If you're pushing on the Restoration Druid, a good Resto Druid can really punish you. Like, if they fake you on an Interrupt, you're going to be going into Cyclone. If they have Bash available, you're going to be going into Cyclone. But Naj creating a little bit of pressure on the Druid, and this is what you want to do. You're going to burn through the most amount of mana and create a lot of pressure if you're forcing a Druid to heal more than 2 targets. So going after the Druid is a great way to do that. In the meantime, Nazem can go after Gum, he can go after Roscoe, and you can see this triple threat here from Fusion on CML. Danikari camping it out in bear form right now, looking like he should be able to stabilize the team, eating 1 Chaos Bolt. Naj moves over. If he gets caught in caster form, it could be a nightmare. Just going to be using the gateway to reposition it there to Roscoe and get some heals up. Looks like he should be able to do it as another stun lands here on Danikari.
Ooh, Naj actually trinketing out offensively there for that chain, but it doesn't look like they're going to be really getting anything with that. Full blind security here onto Danny, and Renar actually sitting through a full fear right now, so I'm more worried actually about Naj and Nozom. Where they're going to go after? They're going after Nozom. Nozom already in big trouble here. Does get the unending resolve there out of the book of defensives. Also Naj having to use his evasion there in that situation, so already getting, you know, those defensives that are onto the DPS before dampening really starts to ramp up is definitely good news here for CML. So if they can get more setups like that, they can secure more fears. That could be an opening. But right now, Naj might just go down right now. And he will. What in the world was that? It was just Windwalker coming in and saying good night in the leg sweep.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see the death log for that one. That was a surprising amount of burst coming in. But that's what the Windwalker Monk brings, right? If they can actually connect in a stun, you can do a crazy amount of damage. This is an unexpected result for me a little bit. CML pulling off a game number 1 win. Very impressive here with their Windwalker, Destro, Resto Druid, and this is what I was talking about. Bringing in Roscoe gives this roster so much more flexibility. So we'll see exactly what happens here. This is the Serenity from Gum. He's able to get a little bit of burst out here onto Nazem. They get the unending resolve. Raynor, of course, has no Iron Bark, so there's no Iron Bark, which is going to be that massive save for the Resto Druid. Like, Resto Druids have a lot of heal over time effects, but they can struggle sometimes to heal through that one-shot burst if they don't have the Iron Bark available. So let's see what happens here to Naj. He's playing aggressive on Danikari, and when you do that, you can get baited. So here it is. Leg sweep lands. Roscoe, is he able to get anything up? Renner's just sitting in the back, and they just don't have... Is he playing Cheat Death? Oh, they just kill him through Cheat Death. That's definitely unfortunate there, because, I mean, if that Cheat Death kind of procced at a better time, and he managed to survive, he could have Hellstone, he could have Cloak of Shadows, and he would have certainly lived. So really good swap there by Gum, Roscoe, and Danikari, but I feel like, I don't want to say they got lucky to take him down, but definitely a little bit of misfortune there for Naj to not survive that one.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't expect it to end there, because the Resto Druid wasn't in any crowd control, but maybe just didn't have any instant heals there towards the end. He tried to trank... I guess just to reset his cooldowns, maybe try to get like a Sandward or NS or something back there at the end. But yeah, Windwalker on Rogue, definitely scary. And we can see exactly how scary it was right here. So you can see here, now he's getting some heals from his Soothing Darkness. Gets, see here, there, 200k Rising Sun Kick. Yeah, Whirling Dragon, 77. Strike of the Windlord, 50. Thunder Fist as well, 50. Strike of the Windlord, 84. Yeah, I mean, basically just a Strike of the Windlord, Rising Sun, Whirling Dragon Punch killed him. And I actually thought maybe he got Touch of Death, but it doesn't look like he got Touch of Death. It looks like he got a really unlucky Cheat Death, like you said. Look at that Cheat Death. 1% HP, Cheat Death procs, and then the next like millisecond, Shadow Bolt from the Rift just kills him.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, definitely unfortunate there, but I think we're going to be seeing these same compositions just locked in. Tiger's Peak going to be the next battlefield here. CML confidently locks in their Windwalker, Destro, Warlock, Resto Druid once again. And Fusion, I don't think they're going to make a change. I think there's no shot. We can see Claudio and Naj on the screen right now. Coach Claudio right now sitting on the bench, relaying intel. Naj trying to recover from just dying through Cheat Death. Definitely a tough spot to be in, but that's the danger, right? That's the danger of playing the strategy where your Warlock's trying to pull the whole game. Like, you as a rogue is trying to push, and you're crossing the map. You got no trinket, but at the same time, you have Nazem and Raynor playing like very defensively, pulling away. They're across the entire map. I think CML just had a really good read, and maybe Fusion just got a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see... Was Naj outlaw the last game? I don't think he was, right? I'm pretty sure he was sub.
Who's outlaw?
Oh, okay. Well, he's going to stick with that outlaw. And we are going to see, yeah, exactly the same thing. Tiger's Peak coming in here. And we're just going to see who comes out ahead. I really feel like that was kind of a... I don't want to say like a lucky kill, but it was like yeah, they had a little bit of good fortune there. With the cheat def, the way it worked there. So I'm curious to see how like an actual like long game will look. So we'll see if they can kind of ride that momentum into the late game and actually play it out like a bit more standard here. Because up until that point, I didn't really feel like there was like a big opening on either side. But Naj didn't have his trinket. The Druid didn't on his team didn't have his trinket either. So if you have 2 trinkets down that early, you can definitely capitalize on it. I mean, they didn't have the CC there, but in theory, they definitely can. So this might just be one of those matchups that are a little bit faster than what we're used to.
Maybe. I feel like that was just like... That was kind of an unexpected kill. I think it's one of those games. It seems like most games are like that, where it's like, if players drop the ball and fumble defensively or make a little mistake, they can lose. But if everyone's playing perfect, then the games can go on for quite some time with like the restoration druids and the melee that are very durable. It can be tough. But both these teams are capable of just blowing someone out of the water really, really quickly. So don't blink. You don't want to miss it. This is an elimination series here between CML and Fusion. Tiger's Peak going to be the battlefield between these two teams. We'll see if Gum and Roscoe can continue to try to punish Naj for going after the Druid. So if Danny Carey can bait Naj really far away, and if Naj is going to trinket out of Cyclones really aggressively, I think it was the Cyclone that he trinketed in the last game, they can definitely go after him. So look out for those swaps, and we'll see what these teams can get done.
All right, let's see. Game number 2, CML versus Fusion, lower bracket match. Both of these teams desperate 4 points to try to qualify into the gauntlet. The road from either one of these teams into the mid-season clash, definitely going to be a long road, but they cannot afford to drop any more games here. Danny Carey already into a kidney shot. Naj actually disarmed there, so he couldn't follow up the kidney shot with anything out of it, but he goes with the blind. And Danny Carey actually doesn't drop combat there, and I do think it's because of that little tree ant that's standing right next to him right now, spamming out the heals. So typically you get kidney shot, then you get blinded. Blind doesn't put you in combat, and then you can get sapped, but I do think it's because of that tree there. It did keep him in combat. And therefore, they lose a lot of that CC chain. I have to go with the gouge instead of sap. Right now, Gum, though, in a kidney shot. Roscoe also getting a little bit of damage here from Naj, doing a decent push there. But so far, no one is really trading out any defensives. And it's just both healers looking good on cooldowns, looking good on mana. I think it's still anybody's game at this point.
Definitely. Gum continuing to make a push. Roscoe playing very aggressively here. Gets a full fear. Does get interrupted. Nazem looking for a Chaos Bolt of his own. Manages to find one, but doesn't look like it's going to accomplish too much. There's a Cyclone on Danny Carey right now. Here's potential damage. Double Mortal Coil coming in. Cheap shot here onto Gum. And keep in mind, Gum not playing Orc, so very susceptible to taking damage in those stuns. Something they might be able to pull off a little bit later, but a full Cyclone on Gum. Roscoe is on the run. Naj is just all over him right now. Full kidney shot lands. Danny Carey gets interrupted. But it looks like there's enough healing out that he's completely fine. That was a good offensive push there, but by Fusion, but just didn't have the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, and now Nazem doing a good job here, just trying to kite, trying to move around. He gets a precog there, good fake cast coming out there. Nazem now going to get some control onto Roscoe, getting some fears out, looking to maybe get something onto the Windwalker. No, instead they are going to Cyclone Gum. They're swapping to Danny, and then they blind him. And Naj is going to continue the damage here, goes for the killing spree. Danny Carey trades out the Barkskin without being stunned here. A bit of a peculiar situation there, but he doesn't want to, mess up his defensives there. And it will be Naj actually trading out his trinket this time around for the stun and his evasion. So Naj right now, the only defense he has is a cheat def. This was the Serenity though. Gum is going to have a leg sweep in 5 seconds. So Gum could potentially try to set up before the kill onto Naj if they can get some good crowd control. There's a paralyze onto Renar. And Naj still just bullying Danny Carey here, trying to get as much CC and uptime as possible. But now finally, Nazem Catching a couple of heals, still needs to be careful here. He has the unending resolve. He fake has yet another kick. There's the precog Nosm using the health stone there, and it should be enough here to keep him alive. He's going to kill off that observer as well in the sky. Summon his own observer, which Roscoe actually didn't take down there. He got feared, so Nosm actually protecting his observer there a little bit. They forced out the Touch of Karma out of Gum, and I'm really scared for Naj because Gum is still holding on to a lot of that damage, and Naj still doesn't have a trinket. So judging by game number 1, I think Naj definitely needs to be very, very careful with how he positions.
Yep, I think that's true. We'll see what they can get done. There's a bash, and Gum is rolling over. Not really accomplishing too much. Didn't look like he actually wanted to go after Naj there. He's putting a disable slow on him. Going to be throwing a strike of the Windlord Rising Sun kick here on to Nazem with the leg sweep. Nazem just trinkets out of that one, so he's susceptible to a big blast of damage here on Gum. He's not going to trade his trinket, though. He's got the dampen harm if he needs it. He's got his portal if he needs it, so he can get out of the fight really, really quickly. If he is near that. Naj continuing to make a push here on Danny Carey, just trying to split the damage. Mana relatively even for both these healers, but CML, I would say, comes out slightly ahead. Danny Carey has access to that Innervate for free heals. We'll see. The name of the game still is just stopping the drinks from the Druid. If either one of these Druids can use Shadow Meld and recover a bunch of their mana, it's going to be really scary. Reyna right now sitting in stealth. Is he drinking? He does manage to recover about 20-30% mana there. Big Chaos Bolt coming in from Nazem. In the meantime, Gum gets feared up. Not able to really connect here. Gets Chaos Bolted into a fear. Beautifully done there by Nazem. The Observer's down as well. Roscoe getting absolutely blasted by that Observer. Portal's coming in. More potential Chaos Bolts here from Nazem. I'm trying to make a push. Lands a double leg sweep. Nicely done, Roscoe. He needs to connect. Couple portals coming in. Those Chaos Rifts going to be dealing devastating amounts of damage on Nazem as he gets interrupted. Naj struggling to connect to his target right now, but you have a full fear on Danny Care. Who are they going after? One Chaos Bolt lands on Gum, but now followed up by a Cyclone, a sap on Danny Care. There's a lot of control coming in here by Fusion.
Yeah, definitely. Another sap coming in here onto Danny Carey into a kidney shot. They're actually going to go after Danny Carey right now. Danny Carey taking a lot of damage. There's going to be the Trinket and the Iron Bar coming out. Also activating the Incarnation here. He's got a lot of healing to do here. Roscoe very, very low on mana. About 1 trillion portals here from Nazem just blasting Roscoe. And with Renar actually getting that drink earlier on, you can see the mana differential is that one drink here. And that could potentially be what can carry them throughout the game. And another sap coming out here onto Danny Carey. They're going after Roscoe once again. Naj looking for the follow-up into the kidney shot here this time around onto Danny Carey, and they're going to continue the pressure here onto Roscoe. Beautiful Ursul's Vortex there as well, just to sort of pin Roscoe, and Roscoe's not out of the woods just yet. Danny Carey in the back line somewhere trying to spam out those heals, and looks like he will be able to do just that. Danny Carey repositions here, trying to kite Naj while also keeping his team alive, but Naj is being very annoying here with these plays, blinding the Monk here on his Serenity, slowing down the damage. They know damage and mana is really what's going to decide the game. Roscoe right now dropping dangerously low there, and he does get a big heal there with his health stone, but still Roscoe's not out of the woods yet. He just got his Unending Resolve back off cooldown, and he might have to use it, but he does catch a big heal and manages to stay alive this time around. But still, Danny Carey needs to try to find that drink. Renar sitting through a full fear right now. They need pressure onto Naj so Danny Carey actually can get those drinks. Stun into fear onto Danny Carey. They're going after Gum. Gum could be in trouble. Gum trinket. He's going to use the dampen harm. I don't know if it's going to be enough here, though. The diffuse magic as well there for Gum, and it will be enough, but still holding on at 50% HP. Things are really spiraling out of control here at 30% dampening.
Yeah, definitely. Things are going to be spicy, and it's only going to get more difficult for both of these healers. Danny Carey tries to go for a drink, but not shuts it down. Full kitty shot lands. Gum is in trouble as well. All three members of CML are just rotting down. Full pressure here for CML. Roscoe eats a Chaos Bolt. Nazem trying to close it out, but a counter. Mortal Coil comes in. Roscoe doing what he can, looking for a fear, gets interrupted into an interrupt. Really struggling here to get off any kind of pressure. Danny Carey somehow pulls off a miracle and tops everyone off in the same time. Gum is getting aggressive. This is when Nazem might just outright die through his Iron Bark. A beautiful fear here. Just controlling up Gum. He needs to spam fear and try to slow down Gum during these cooldowns, but Serenity's available, and Gum is on fear DR. He can get insanely aggressive here. Cheap Shot comes in from Nas to try to slow it down, but if Gum connects, it could be lights out. Double stun. Now a swap here. No, it's not a swap. It's a double Mortal Coil. Just so much control from Nazem. He's doing a really good job with these fears, with these coils, with these ports, and it's going to be Roscoe that ultimately falls. Nicely done there. I feel like Nazem really just had such a beautiful showing there. The last 30 seconds of that match, getting a beautiful control, creating space when he needed to, finding the double Mortal Coils at the right time, and getting off the damage. And that's just a great performance there by Fusion as they slowly pulled ahead in the late game.
Yeah, you could tell Nazem has just so much experience here on the Warlock, the way he was playing that game. Also, the damage differential, it was also quite substantial. If you look at the details right now at the bottom left, you can see 27 mil versus 21 mil. Definitely having that extra bit of pressure really can do a lot. But this was a moment where Danny Carey tried to get a drink. He gets sapped. Gum gets cheap shot here on the Serenity. Now, that was a huge moment there, because if the cheap shot doesn't cover there on the Serenity, Gum actually will connect there onto Nazem. He has no unending resolve, and he might go down this late into the game. It's really hard to out heal a Serenity, but Naj is there, backing up, saving the day, and then also setting up the kill here with that CC chain, getting the blind there, and setting up for the win. So I would say Naj had a really, really excellent play throughout the match. Got a lot of stops on the drinks, just in general was really bullying Danny Carey on that Druid. Landed a lot of crowd control, and also the previous Serenity was blinded, and then this one here, when Gum pops it and gets aggressive, like right here on this Fist of Fury, if he doesn't instantly react to that and actually shut that down, this game could have been completely different. It could have been CML that's up 2-0. So Naj definitely reading the situation and using that crowd control that the Rogue has to its absolute peak potential here.
Yeah, the double Mortal Coil on the leg sweep was probably the most important thing there. Like, you have Serenity up, you get the double stun, but as the double stun lands, you and your Warlock are in a coil, and you can't connect any damage, which is really, really rough. But yeah, beautifully done by Nazem, Naj, and Raynor. But that was a close game. Danny Carey actually had a mana lead, so if somehow that situation didn't go so poorly for their team, I feel like that might have been another potential win there for Roscoe and Gum. They had about a 20% mana lead at that point of the game. And I do think it's going to be just the same comps over and over, like, for the entirety of the series. I don't think CML can really afford to play Windwalker Death Knight in this particular matchup. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they switch it up. But I think that the fact that they're going to Ashdomain's Fall, kind of a bigger map, they want to play out the same matchup again.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be doing anything crazy just yet. It's 1-1, it's still anybody's series here, so we'll see what CML decides to do here. I mean, it didn't look too bad at the end there. I feel like Danny Carey, I think he just needs to accept that he's very unlikely to find these drinks, because I almost think it's worse getting, like, you don't get the drink and you're getting full sapped, Because think about it, like, his team was actually in the lead, but he was so far away, and then he got sapped, and then his Windwalker got CC'd on his Serenity, and then he wasn't in position to dispel the coil, and it just makes it like a whole thing, right? I feel like if Danny Carey can just have a little bit more trust there, I think that could definitely be big for them, because I think he had Innervate coming back up there as well. So sometimes you just gotta send everything you have and just whatever happens. Sometimes you just have to kind of accept, okay, I'm not going to get this drink, and if I go for it, I'm going to get sapped, and my team is going to, be in big trouble. So it's better for me to just stay here, keep my team offensive, and maybe my team can get some pressure and, win the game, or, open an opportunity for me to go and sneak away for the drink. So, I think that was big. The fact that Renar was able to drink also, I think if they just shut down the drinks, to be honest, and they don't let Renar drink, I think Danny Carey actually out-mana us. So I think that's also something that they need to clean up here on the side of CML. But we have game number 3 here between CML and Fusion in a lower bracket match here. The last chance to get points here, the last chance to try to qualify for the Gauntlet, to try to qualify for the Mid-Season Invitational. And let's see who takes it here.
Yeah, we're all tied up 1-1. Ashdomain's Fall. Both Warlocks relay their port. It's going to be Naj who moves forward. He gets a sap here on Gum, and Roscoe's cheap shot in the open. Nazem's going to be throwing out a little bit of damage, looking for a fear, trying to fake cast the interrupt. He gets interrupted on Immolate, so Roscoe doing a good job slowing down that initial damage. He's going to be throwing 3 portals immediately, just putting out as much pressure as he can. I don't know if they're really going to be able to accomplish too much with that. I don't really know if I like throwing out all that damage at the beginning of the game and trying to just push through Dark Pact, and the Druid's not in any crowd control. I feel like they could have a little bit more control of that burst damage.
No, I kind of agree with you because I did play some Druid here, and wait a second here, Danny Carey right now taking a little bit of a beating, gets gouged out of it, and just building up the pressure. A lot of damage here onto Roscoe. There's a blind onto Danny Carey. Danny Carey will trinket it, and Roscoe, I think, should stay alive with that. Catches a big overgrowth there as well. Danny Carey still trying to keep his team afloat. But what I was going to say to your point there about throwing out all of your offense super early, when you play Druid, your first global essentially almost every game is Incarnation and Innervate. You want to pop those as early as possible because those are cooldowns that you're going to have rotating back up. So
oh my God.
Roscoe right now just getting absolutely destroyed behind the pillar. There's the Tranquility Bubble coming out there for Danny Carey. And Roscoe will stay alive, but they are really running low on cooldowns here. Roscoe actually still has unresolved. Gum though, taking a big chaos ball to the face. Oh my goodness, the touch of Karma coming out in time, and he cloaks the Karma, but he still has the diffuse magic active right now. Gum at 50% HP, Fist of Fury, trying to stay alive, trying to be a little bit defensive there. Expel harm, and he will be able to get himself back up to 100% HP. Now getting offensive, paralyzed onto Renard. They're going after the Nazem. Can they force the big cooldowns here? That's what they need. Roscoe porting away here to safety. Both of these, look at his greed. Both of them not using the Unending Resolve, and looks like both of them didn't have to. They're swapping to Naj though. Chaos Bolt's coming in. 1, 2 is going to connect. He has no Cloak of Shadows. Remember, he cloaked the touch of Karma, and Naj does get punished there a little bit for it. Does have to trade out the evasion, and Renar also has to cross all of that space on the map just to connect with that Iron Bark. So good punish there from CML. More plays like that when Naj is behind the enemy lines, they can definitely turn this game around in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. Naj moving forward. He gets a kidney shot here onto Roscoe. Vanishing as well. Just trying to avoid some damage. Lands a sap here onto Gum. And Naj, at the beginning of the game, I just want to call out what he's doing. His job is basically just be annoying to Danny Carey as possible. So he goes after Danny Carey. Big damage actually here on Nazem. We'll talk about this a little bit later on. Nazem's going to portal away. I think he's going to survive. Kick here onto Roscoe. Naj is going to continue this push here onto Danny Carey, getting crowd control out with the kidney shot. Does he have a follow-up gouge? Fear out of the kidney shot. Cheap shot on Roscoe. Cheap shot on Gum. Beautiful control here from Naj, but Roscoe shuts it down with the Mortal Coil. Subserver's just blasting him as he snipes it off, portals away, getting out of the fight. But what Naj is doing is you basically go after the Druid and just threaten damage on him the whole game, so he falls behind on healing. And then if your Warlock makes any pressure, you just kidney Danny Carey, you gouge Danny Carey, you blind him, and force his trinket, basically defensive, to keep his team alive. So it's just a constant threat on this Druid, and a good outlaw rogue like Naj can really be an annoyance.
Yeah, it's really nice to see what Naj is doing. He's also stopping the drinks, and look at that, Naj already back on track here. Goes over to Danny Carey, throws out the gouge, trying to get back here onto the Warlock. Can they try to take him down? Roscoe is taking a lot of damage, but so is Nazem. Nazem is kiting those portals. There's a touch of Karma coming out here once again from Gum. Double Quadra Mortal Coil coming out here. The whole map is coiled, and one guy is feared. Danny Carey sitting out for a drink. Did he actually get any mana there? No, he's going to refresh the drink here, but look at that. His team has a lot of pressure. There's the Serenity. Huge damage there onto Naj, who had no trinket there, but he does manage to stay alive. Does trade out the evasion as he comes out of that stun lock right there, and it looks like his team will recover, but still mana hugely in favor of Danny Carey because he was able to get a decent amount there. Renar actually getting paralyzed around the corner there, and now they are trying to get the offensive pressure going here onto Nazem. Nazem is kicked. He can't use Unending Resolve. Naj in a full Cyclone, and they are going to swap to Naj here actually, and Naj is going to take a little bit of that exchange as well. And I want to say CML is doing a lot better in this game. They found an early drink, and they have been able to kind of weather the storms and get good pressure on. They need to stop Renar from drinking and maintain their momentum. Right now Danny Carey is taking a lot of damage there, but he does manage to stay alive without having to use his Iron Bark there. So good pressure onto these Warlocks now, and I think that if you are Danny Carey at this point, this is when you can start getting a little bit more offensive as well. Maybe look for a Cyclone, at least onto Naj, and really try to set your team up.
Well, let's see. Kidney shot here onto Danny Carey. Good pressure as Naj comes back and lands multiple stuns on Roscoe and Gum. Fear out of the stun on Gum, getting a lot of control. Roscoe getting blasted here in the midfield. Danny Carey looking for a Cyclone, manages to find it. Raynor has to trinket out immediately. He doesn't want to fall behind. Naza might have to use his wall. This is big damage here from Gum and Roscoe. A bit of a scary, tense moment. Danny Carey gets interrupted on the Cyclone, but now in Trent form, or sorry, the Incarnation Tree of Life should be able to easily heal up his team, but it's still a good amount of damage, and Naj shuts down the healing with the cheap shot. Touch of Karma trades for Gum as he's continuing to make a push here onto Nazem, just trying to get as much damage as possible. TML really needs offense at this point of the game. Gum's kind of struggled. This is Serenity, but what is he really going to be able to get done? He gets rooted into a Cyclone. Nazem gets interrupt, but just blasting Chaos Bolts. Roscoe's going to portal away and avoid that attack at all costs. Swap here onto Naj, and these constant swaps are really good for the side of CML. It forces Raynor to heal multiple targets, but still, it seems like Roscoe is taking the worst of this exchange as Naj pushes forward, gets the kidney shot on Danny Carey. Are we going to see a gouge? It doesn't look like it just yet, so not enough crowd control to really force too much, but Roscoe still just taking so much damage. Might have to push back, but they want to get aggressive. Double leg sweep lands. Full fear on Raynor. Beautiful setup by CML. They smell blood in the water, and they want to close this game out. Nazem has that unending resolve, but he's just going to be sitting onto it, not using it. A little bit greedy. There's still crowd control on Raynor. Nazem portals away, holds on to his major cooldown. For Roscoe, luckily his unending resolve is rotated back up. He's going to have to immediately make the trade as Nazem is just blasting him right now with those Chaos Rifts.
Yeah, big damage coming out here onto Nazem as well, though. Nazem finally has to trade out the unending resolve, but will he get actually crushed through it? Gum's in a fear, but he does manage to come out, looking for the paralyze onto Renna. Renna trinkets out immediately. They do get connect with the Iron Bark here onto Nazem. I think Nazem's going to be fine. Roscoe is going to be the one in trouble. Naj coming in with the kidney shot, the adrenaline rush. Nice grapple weapon there onto Naj, trying to slow him down. Gum summoning Zwen the Tiger. Here's the Fist of Fury. Can he get enough uptime here onto Nazem? They get a full cyclone onto Danny Carey. Danny Carey trinkets out, gets the bash, and that is going to be it. Renna in a full cyclone, but Roscoe not out of the woods just yet. They do manage to connect there with the Mortal Coil, and I think Roscoe is going to be staying alive here, and CML have done it. Beautiful play there, and this is exactly what we want to see from Danny Carey here. Danny Carey kind of living up to his name here, putting the team on his back in those final moments, manages to get the trinket on the Cyclone, manages to get the counter bash into the Cyclone, and this time around, he wasn't looking for any drinks there towards the end. He was trying to get some drinks earlier on throughout the match, and then in the end, he had literally 0 mana left. He spent all of it. He stayed in, and his team got the win. So really nice stuff here. But we could take a look at what actually led to this moment, Ben.
Yeah, we definitely can. So it's at this point, I mean, both Druids are running on fumes for mana, dampening, stacking up. Gum moves over, gets a paralyze onto Raynor. Raynor's going to immediately trinket that, and that's a Danny Carey's cue. Like, hey, this guy's got no trinket. We land Cyclone, we can close it out. Serenity's coming up in just a few short seconds here for Gum. He's still got that Zwen pushed up. Danny Carey, let's see what he does here. He gets bashed into a Cyclone, and that's going to sit. Nazem getting completely blasted. Danny Carey just trinkets out, gets the bash onto Raynor, gets the full Cyclone onto Raynor, and there's a bit of a aggressive play there for Raynor, knowing that Danny Carey has his trinket, knowing that he has his bash available. You kind of know you're going to get caught in that situation. Don't really blame them for trying to go offensive there, but yeah, Raynor definitely, I mean, at that point you have no mana either. Like, the game kind of have to take some risks at this point of the game, but it's surprising. Like, it feels like watching these games play out, it feels like Naj on the Rogue and all his disruption is slowly putting their team ahead. But eventually you get to the point where dampening is so high and the Druids have no mana that all this Windwalker Monk damage, the Windwalker Monk damage just starts really sticking, right? It's like, this burst just sticks and Nazem ultimately falls.
That's kind of how I feel it as well. I feel like unless Naj is always there, making sure that Gum can never do what he just did here, which is really hard for Naj to do, right? Because they're swapping to Naj as well. So it's not like Naj can just run in there with no cooldowns and be like, all right, I'm going to stop the Serenity. You're just going to get double swept and sent as well, you know? It is really tough. But if they ever connect with a full Serenity like that, it's nothing you can do about that. 30-40% dampening. The Druids are completely tapped. You don't have cooldowns. Like, this Windwalker burst is here to stay, and you can see it here in the logs. I mean, it's all Windwalker damage. Actually, there is some conflagrate and a shadow burn from Roscoe. Everything else is just Gum. It's just Rising Sun Kicks and Fist of Fury and Whirling Dragon Punch and RSKs just doing all of the work here. And this deep into dampening, it's tough. So I feel like Fusion, with the control that they have with the Outlaw Rogue, they need to find drinks before we get to this point, and we'll see if they can kind of put themselves in a great spot when you actually do get to dampening, and also trying to make sure that you're shutting down the Windwalker more than the Windwalker is shutting down the Rogue. Because that's what we saw on that kill replay as well. You know, Gum was very aware of what Naj was trying to do. He's like, oh, here's a kidney shot. Naj is popping Killing Spree. Naj is popping Adrenaline Rush. Naj is trying to get offensive. Naj is trying to do big damage. Oh, here, grapple weapon. Enjoy, you know? It's those kind of plays that really, like, avoiding damage or like stopping damage is just infinitely the best thing you can do when you're in deep dampening. Just land damage and avoid damage, and that's Gum did a good job with that in that last game at the end.
Yep, definitely. It's just it definitely feels like Fusion has the control advantage in the early stages of the game. Like Naj, if he's pushed in, he can defend himself against Cyclones and Fears a lot more. Like on that Rogue, got a lot of tools with Gouge, Cheap Shot, Kidney Shot that are up more frequently than the Leg Sweep of the Windwalker Monk. But it's like I said, at a certain point, the Windwalker Monk can just bulldoze you. Like if you get deep in dampening and you don't got mana, like the Windwalker Monk will just kill you through everything. So that's kind of how this game plays out. CML, I think they have to kind of bring it to the late game. Although they can win early, like we saw in a Grand, right? Like they just took down Naj through cheat death, so they constantly have to be worrying about that one. But I do agree, we can see Raynor somehow pull off drinks a little bit earlier on in the match, and I do get the feeling that they can do it. It's definitely going to put the team in a much better spot for that late game.
Yeah, absolutely, and let's see if they can. Right now, Nazem is being tested. Renar sitting through some crowd control, but he's going to trade out the early Ironbark. And here's the Rifts once again being triple summoned here for Nazem onto Roscoe, actually doing a decent amount of damage. But both druids right now, this is what every druid does. You know, they jump into Tree of Life, and as soon as the game starts, and just deals with like the opening pressure. So they're not really getting the most amount of value here. And I feel like actually it's a bit weird seeing them not pop the Innervate. Usually I would expect them to actually go for the Innervate right away, but Renar is going to activate his Innervate. Danny Carey still going to hold on to it. I feel like you want to pop it kind of early so you have a chance to actually get that back, especially with the length of these games. You want to try to get as many of those as you can, but Renar right now sitting through a paralyzed Danny Carey, sitting through a Kidney Shot into a full fear onto Danny Carey, so could be trouble here onto Roscoe. Roscoe does drop quite low. Naj looking for more follow-up there, but not able to find it. I think Naj actually wanted to sap Danny Carey there, but wasn't able to find it because he got disarmed. A good read there from Gum, and he's going to connect with a Gouge a little bit late, but I don't think anybody on the side of CML is going to be taking too much damage here because there was that gap in the CC chain thanks to that disarm from Gum.
Yep, Bash here on Roscoe. Danny in a little bit of trouble, though. Getting cheap shot up and soloed here by Naj, but look at how many Trents he has. 4 were down. They all actually just got dismissed at that very moment, so there's a lot of healing to help Danny Carey during that stun. Nature Swiftness is just going to trade as he's trying to top off Roscoe, and this might be an opportunity potentially for Danny to sit down for a drink if he can. Doesn't look like he's going to. He just wants to make sure Gum and Roscoe are really healthy during this offensive push. We have a full fear out of the leg sweep here on Raynor. Nazem's going to use the gateway to escape and get away from Gum, but Gum's just all over him, not allowing him to breathe. Pops the Serenity and just portals on Nazem. Actually, he gets dispelled there too. Nice dispel there by Danny here, and Gum's going to get a decent amount of value out of the Serenity. Not really. Unfortunately, he just gets feared into a cheap shot, into a Gouge, fully controlled, into a Mortal Coil, and that could be the frustration on that Windwalker Monk. When things are stable, that's another thing. When things are stable, it's a lot easier to get that control on the Monk. In the late game, when things are a little bit more chaotic, that's where the Windwalker Monk thrives. Nazem, though, taking quite a bit of damage once again. Gum and Roscoe are all over him. We got a fear on Raynor. They might just close it out right here, right now. Reflect comes in from Nazem, and Raynor finally getting out of that crowd control, landing a bunch of healing here on Nazem. Interrupt on Danny Carey. It doesn't look like there's any kind of pressure here for the side of Fusion for the time being. A little bit of damage here on Danny, but he's in bear form. Got the Heart of the Wild. I think he's easily going to keep himself nice and stable as Naz is just trying to get crowd control, trying to create some pressure here on that Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, but it could be more pressure here onto Nazem. Nazem needs to be careful. Nice cheap shot into coil there onto Gum, making sure that Gum does not connect there. And now it's going to be Danny Carey here, potentially in trouble. Danny Carey is taking a beating there with that Kidney Shot. Doesn't have Bark Skin, but does have the Incarnation Tree of Life, and he is going to be able to spam out those heals. Doesn't have his Innervate, though, whereas Renar has his Innervate in 20 seconds because he used it much earlier. Actually, only 30 seconds between those two, so it's not a huge deal. They should both be able to get it back, but Gum, double leg sweep connects. They're going after Nazem, and it looks like Nazem will be completely fine here. Naj also not going to be using any cooldowns there. Actually finds a sap onto Danny Carey there. It looks like Danny Carey was trying to drink, and look at that. Roscoe now getting blasted. That's going to be Roscoe's unending resolve here. They might have more crowd control, and this is what I mean. When Danny Carey sneaks away for those drinks, it can be so punishing. Like Roscoe just had to trade out his unending resolve, and now they're tied in the Warlock race when they were ahead, and it's just like a free cooldown basically that they have to give away. So it's really tough here for Danny Carey, because on one hand he needs to go and get those drinks, but on the other hand, if he does and he gets sapped, then it's going to cost his team a lot of precious cooldowns. So Danny Carey, and not going to be able to find that one, but still, mana is not looking too bad for Danny. Almost tied with Renar. Renar is slightly ahead. Danny's sitting through a blind here, and they try to sap, actually, but not able to find it. They do get the gouge there, though. Gum still not out of the woods just yet. Roscoe is trying to back up his team here, getting some defensive fears onto Naj, and Gum is going to be able to stay alive. But look at Renar sitting down for a drink. Was he able to get any mana? I think he might have gotten a tick or two there behind that pillar. So once again, Fusion securing that late game mana lead.
Yeah, Gum rolling over here onto Nazem, getting the damage rolling, but he's met with a full Cyclone. Zwen's out as well, so a good amount of damage here available for Gum if he can get out of this crowd control. He is playing that Night Elf, and I think the Night Elf is mostly there to defend himself from Fears and Cyclones when he wants to get aggressive. So it's obviously a little bit less defensive than the Orc, but getting yourself out of a Cyclone can just outright win you the game. So an interesting choice there. We have a gouge on Danny as Nazem's looking to light up Roscoe here. Double Mortal Coil comes in. It gets dispelled immediately. Renar dispelling out Naj. The double leg sweep lands, though. Fortunately, not going to equate to too much. Danikir looking like he wants to sit down for a drink, and Naj is not going to allow that. There's no chance he's going to be dropping out of combat. Great job there by Naj.
Yeah, Naj just been on point here. It's been like a like a dog sniffing up Danny Carey anytime he tries to escape here. Naj is like a little guarding dog here, but he's gonna sit it through one fear right there. And they are actually setting up for a drink right now. Can they stop Naj, though? They need to stop Naj. Where did he shadow step? He did shadow step back over to Danny, but look at Danny's mana. Danny actually was able to finally get a massive drink, but Renar, I don't see him. He's behind the pillar as well. But managed to get a little bit, and both druids actually this time around are going to be able to get a decent amount of mana back there. So we're at 30% dampening. Usually both druids are tapped at this point, but here comes the double leg sweep. Here comes the damage. Naj with the grappling hook back to the safety of the pillar, uses his health stone there as well, and he is going to be completely fine with that attack here. Naj right now doesn't have any cooldowns defensively. He doesn't have his trinket as well, so he definitely could fall victim in that next leg sweep, but Nazem might not even make it to that next leg sweep. Huge damage coming out. There's the Chaos Bolt. They're trying to turn the pressure around onto Roscoe. Chaos Bolt's coming in. The portals are blasting both of these Warlocks. The Infernos are being called in as well. Naj landing a kick. There is the CC chain onto Danny Carey. They get the gouge there out of the blind, so they're not able to find it. And Danny Carey also finds the Iron Bark here. Roscoe should be completely fine. He's got those little tree minions spamming heals onto him as well as the Iron Bark. So I really don't think Roscoe is going to be going down anytime soon here. But at the same time, Danny Carey is being annoyed here by Naj. Naj sitting to a fear. They have the leg sweep. He tried to evasion it. And here comes the damage. Huge Chaos Bolt, huge Serenity, disarm onto Naj, and Renar is going to burn through a lot of mana, but he is going to be able to keep Naj alive for now. But you can see things are really spiraling out of control right now, Van.
Yeah, I really like that play there, but kitty shot on Danny Carey, double coil coming in. Gum immediately trinkets out of that. Does not want Nazem to build up any kind of pressure during the situation. Renar in the back line just throwing in heal after heal. Roscoe in the middle with Nazem just exchanging Chaos Bolts. Observers down as well. Nazem's just going to portal away to safety across the entire map. Danny Carey about 30% mana, maybe slightly less. Renar at about 15% mana, so very close between these two druids. We're at 40% dampening. This is when things start getting absolutely insane. Cheap shot here on Gum. He's got no trinket. It might just get wiped off the face of the earth. Ironbark lands. That's going to be a touch of karma as well as they redirect the damage here on Naj. He's got the Cloak of Shadows immediately making the trade, and now both of these melee, Naj and Gum, are very vulnerable moving forward.
Yeah, this is anybody's game, and look at Renar's mana, nothing left. Danny Carey has just a little bit left in the tank. He's sitting through a full blind, though. Can they get anything more onto Danny Carey? Naj getting coiled into a fear, making sure that they shut down any potential follow-up. Danny Carey looking for the Cyclones here, but this time around, Renar has his trinket. Renar actually sitting down in open field, trying to go for a drink. Cheap shot onto Danny Carey. Can they find any more follow-up? They get the gouge there onto Danny Carey. Can they find the Cyclone as well? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it just yet. Danny Carey there, I think he outranged outrange the Cyclone there. I didn't actually see what he did there. I think he popped like a dash or something in cat form and outranged it. But either way, Danny Carey is not going to be sitting in crowd control is the bottom line. Heart of the Wild is activated. There's the Paralyze onto Renar. Roscoe in so much trouble right now. How is Danny Carey going to keep him alive? The Unending Resolve comes out. They get the disarm there onto Naj. Naj using his last evasion right there. And I would really love to see that leg sweep. Actually, he just used the leg sweep, unfortunately, onto Nazem. I would have loved to see him use that onto Naj, but still a lot of pressure onto Nazem. Huge damage. Roscoe trying to take him down right now. The Reflect coming out there, trying to reflect an instant incinerate right there, but Nazem still teleporting back onto Gum. Touch of Death. And Gum will chew up Nazem. And CML will take the series 3-1.
Really impressive. I mean, CML bringing in kind of an unorthodox composition. Not a lot of people playing the Windwalker Monk, Destro Warlock, Restoration Druid, but they're making it work, and it looked good. I mean, as the game went later and later, that Windwalker Monk damage started really adding up. I think Danny Carey and Roscoe did a great job of defense, and I don't. The thing is, like, I don't even feel like Naj, Nazem, and Raynor played bad. Like, I think it was a well-fought series by them, but slowly as the game went on, it felt like CML was pulling further and further ahead. That was a really close call there by Gum, surviving with the Shadow Meld, the Iron Bark, and the Touch of Karma, just barely escaping death. But it's at this point of the game where Raynor has no mana, right? Like, he connects the Iron Bark, but there's no opportunities for him to drink. He's completely tapped on mana. There's really nothing he can do. Naj gets disarmed. That shut down his damage, and Nazem basically has nowhere he can run and hide. He tries to portal away here, but Windwalker Monk going to be able to just portal on top of him or just get to him right away with one little Tiger Palm into the fist, into the Touch of Death, and that's going to be all it is. So just slow little things throughout the game put Danny Carey in a position where he actually has mana going into the late game, and unfortunately Raynor there's just completely tapped out for the last like 30 seconds, unable to really recover.
Yeah, absolutely. And that moment there onto Gum really was that was such a close moment. You know, it's like you have like. I can't
believe he didn't die.
Yeah, you have like your Swifty macro. Everybody knows what that is. But then you have your like anti-Swifty macro as well, which is like, this is what you spam your fist on when you're 10% HP in a stun and you're trying to, survive out of the stun. But yeah, it was a well-fought series from both sides, CML and Fusion. Starting off the day here with some really close games.
Yeah, starting off with some extremely close games, but CML going to be walking away with that one alive and well, and they're going to be moving on here in the lower bracket. But I mean, what an MVP I feel like Danny Carey was for that entire series then.
Danny Carey, yeah. I mean, he's very strong. Like, he's always the top of the ladder in solo shuffle. He's been a consistent player for a really long time. I mean, I remember I played with him and Sea-Doo in Warlords of Draenor to get rank 1. So this guy has been around for a very long time, always at the top of the ladder. He's kind of like uniquely aggressive, and just overall his playstyle works really, really well. And obviously with Gum, Roscoe, and Claudio, they've been able to build up a lot of synergy over the years. And it's cool to see a team that normally you would just expect to see on the ladder sign up for the AWC and actually really put on a showing here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They started off this weekend with 20 points as well, so they're just going to keep mounting that up. They're going to be having a minimum now of 40, so that's going to look very good for them, and they are going to be staying alive. Well, they'll play the loser of match 3, so that's going to be either Liquid or VOIDGG. Zico, do you feel like this team could take either of those teams?
I feel like you can't count anybody out at this point. I do think that VOIDGG and Liquid are, 2 of the 3 teams to beat right now in North America, but you definitely cannot count anybody out. And I think if I was Liquid, or especially if I was VOIDGG, I just want to win this quarterfinal here and just keep moving up in that upper bracket. I do not even want to think about what is going on down there in that lower bracket. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. We're staying here in the upper bracket, boys, and we're going to the finals. That's what I would be telling my team if I was on Void.
Yeah, just out of sight, out of mind. I think that's totally a very good strategy. But you can see the standings are right now, updated standings, 60 points. Excuse me, I misspoke. But yeah, the CML right now with 60 points at the minimum here, and they are currently tied with DRACO CLEAVE right now. So speaking of upper bracket, we are still in the lower bracket, but we will get to that upper series, Liquid versus VOIDGG. Definitely excited for that one. But DRACO CLEAVE versus La Pump is going to be up next, Ben.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I mean, both these teams bringing in super unique compositions. Not going to be something you normally expect. So Draco Cleave, they play a lot of Mistweaver Monk, Frost Death Knight, Devastation Evoker, sometimes tagging in the Windwalker Monk, but it's all about that dragon, which is really, really fun to watch. It's people will call it a gimmicky setup, but they're so consistent with that gimmick that, you know, that one shot can be devastating. It can be really hard to deal with. On the flip side of things, with the team of the Pomp, they've been playing a lot of Warrior, Fistweaver, Retribution Paladin. So we might see the Warrior with the Fistweaver Monk, but also they've been playing Existence on the Demon Hunter, with Dippy playing mostly Destruction Warlock and Zhang Bahai on the Resto Shaman. So a really versatile team, and I do feel like this is one of those series that could go either way, but I'm going to give a slight edge to La Pomp.
Okay. All right. And, you know, that's good also. If La Pomp win this next series, they are guaranteed to be placed in the gauntlet. If they lose, they're going to have to head to a tiebreaker versus F tier. So that means that F tier, they basically need La Pomp to lose this if they want to have a chance at all. So I'm sure they're a little bit nervous watching this series from home. So find out after this break who will be continuing on with the hope of making it into the gauntlet and whose dreams are going to be out for the count on that one. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the second series of the day. This is going to be an elimination round as well. Draco Cleave versus La Pump. Subtees and Ven was kind of favoring La Pump into this. What about you?
I mean, Draco Cleave, their composition, it's kind of on the cheesier end of available strategies. It's a very focused, all-in type of gameplay, whereas La Pompe has a more well-rounded type of gameplay. You're going to win more with more standard plays. So I would say if La Pompe are on their A game in terms of defense, Draco Cleave is likely disadvantaged. But if they make any mistakes whatsoever in this type of matchup, they can just disappear.
Yep. Okay. All right. Lithy?
Just going off of last week, I gotta say, Draco Cleave didn't look that weak. I mean, yes, I do agree the comp is a little bit more gimmicky, either bringing in the DK and the Evoker or the Walking Dead, right? But I still think there is a very realistic chance that these guys are just gonna roll over La Pompe, because they didn't have the biggest of first weeks, and coming into the second, they look a little bit better. But do they look good enough to compete with Draco Cleave? I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and for La Pompe also, like, there is the motivating factor of if they win this, they are guaranteed Gauntlet, which is certainly, I mean, that would motivate me at least. So we'll have to see if that is enough. Definitely a lot of the line for both of these teams. They need those points here. Time is running out for both of them. It's game number 1, Draco Cleave versus La Pompe.
We're already in here, and Buddha is laying down some burst with that double deep breath. Meatmop setting up the Paralyze now into the Song of Chi-Ji as KZ Fox is isolated and taking tremendous pressure right now. If they get Divine Shield from him in the open, it'll be devastating. They do get his lay on hands at least. Now they're turning it around onto Buddha. I wonder if they were expecting this. A Demon Hunter and Ret. It is an odd combination of specializations. You don't often see it, but Draco Cleave, if they're ready for it, they should be able to beat a melee cleave. Generally, Devastation Evoker really prefers to fight 2 melee DPS at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The Red Demon Hunter kind of for me in the same line as the Red Arms Warrior we saw yesterday from Punch Club, for example. But overall, you really just got to stick to this Evoker. Maybe cleave the DK whenever you have the chance. Meatmonk, of course, he is known for not wanting to play the Fistweaver, the only ethical monk in the tournament, so to say. And, well, we'll see how well he can do against this Death Ball rolling at his team. And for the moment, Buddha is the one taking an insane amount of damage. But, of course, the Evoker utility and just general mobility coming in really clutch here. Deep Breath with the Volcanic Walls does loads of work here, forcing the bubble from KZ Fox, and still, Buddha popping in. The second Obsidian Scale still dropping low, forcing the Cocoon out. 30 seconds on the revival here for Meatmonk, and he's already sitting on 50% mana. This is not looking great for the Draco Cleave squad here at the start, Super.
Well, there are some positives. They got a Trinket from Existence and a Bubble from KZ Fox, which are the primary defensive cooldowns for each player. So Zhang has a really difficult decision to make on the next Deep Breath setup from Buddha as to where his Life Cocoon is going to go. He'll likely need to use Revival during this next trade and really be on point and ready for it. They are just continuing to train down the Devastation Evoker, trying to maintain their uptime, but we are getting closer and closer to that Dragon Rage, about 6 seconds away, and this is likely where if they make a mistake, they're going to lose this game. They need to be ready, and it's really on the hands of Zhang to be able to make the correct trade here. Zeke is going all in with his Icebound Fortitude on the leg sweep, looking to set up the team. He gets a Death Grip, but nobody is really stacked up at the moment. The Death Grip not getting a huge amount of value, and now Buddha's in trouble. Meep trades the Restoral, but he's still dying. Here comes the setup, double blind. They need to make an efficient trade. Trinket into Restoral, immuning the damage, but there's still more in follow-up, and it looks like they will survive, so Zhang makes the exchange, and now Buddha might just explode as Meep is into the Imprison. He trinkets immediately into another Paralyze, and Buddha at 1% health. Life Cocoon 1 second away. Life Cocoon comes through for Meatmonk, but that mana bar is not looking good for him.
It is a drastic over here. Meatmonk down to half as well. Pops the entire Christmas tree of defensives in there. And for now, is going to be tapped on literally everything. It's looking desperate for Draco Cleaver right now. And especially with Buddha melting like a butter in a hot summer day, it is a desperate scenario here. He has a rescue. He has the Shroud available for a little bit of CC immunity. And the Deep Breath coming up in 10 seconds. Maybe they can make something work. They need to make something work. But if you're looking at the defensives, Zhang has another Cocoon ready, and with the Wings and the Sanctuary available for KZ Fox, there's not too much hope. Buddha now down to 20%. Meatmonk in across CC, doesn't have the Trinket, but pops drops in the Yulong, will make anything happen here to keep his team alive, but how much can he actually do on the offensive? Looking for CC on the enemy healer as Meatmonk pushes forward, the deep breath comes in, big damage on existence, but the turnaround is already there, and even with the Shroud, Super, this is looking like Draco Cleave is about to be taken down as Buddha drops to 20, and the Restorer, the last line of defense, comes in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Buddha's going to be able to slip away here. He's got basically nothing and will be dropped as LePomp make really effective and efficient trades in this matchup. No overlaps, able to extend the game. They maintained their uptime, and they may have actually crafted a composition that can completely destroy Draco Cleave's options.
Rough times, dude. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I want to put this a little bit more on the just consistent throughput of the Red Demon Hunter, or if I want to put this a little bit more on the just mana availability for Meatmonk compared to Zhang. Because the Fistweaver just looking so much better in this scenario.
Yeah, the Fistweaver Monk. I mean, Meatmonk, he might need to compromise his morals here in this series. Maybe he possibly needs to bring in a Fistweaver himself, because Zhang added a lot of extra damage, a lot of extra pressure, and was able to sustain longer because Fistweaver is just not using that much mana compared to the casted Mistweaver, and it looked so difficult for them in this scenario. I'm wondering if even, like, I don't think you can bring a Death Knight in a matchup like this into a Demon Hunter in a ret. I'm thinking like maybe they could cleave head to head. This might be a case where Meatmonk, he's going to be challenged on whether or not he's going to be either having Fistweaver available or willing to play it in this type of scenario, because I don't see him winning on mana not Fistweaving in these situations.
Yeah. Yeah, the other thing I'm kind of wondering about, right, we saw the Walking Dead, the DK Windwalker out of this team last week, and you're already bringing up the Death Knight not being ideal into this scenario. So, does the Draco Cleave even have any other options outside of adjusting on the healer department and just playing better?
I mean, they were getting consistent setups. They're getting the double grips, the double blinds. They were getting paralyzes on the healer during the setups. It's just LePomp organized their defensives. We're going to use the Rep Paladin's Trinket first. We're lay on hands first because dampening isn't high, and this is going to be an effective heal early on, and it's a long cooldown, so you're probably not going to see it later. Then the next time, if we need to, we use Divine Shield. If they manage to get Divine Shield on that setup, the next time we'll use our Mistweaver's Trinket and Restoral. This will buy time for the Rep Paladin to get off of Forbearance and then be able to use Blessing and Protection, and then they just kept rotating. Demon Hunter can use Trinket and Darkness. There was one setup where they needed to make a really sick premature play where it was like you had to Life Cocoon before the crowd control hit, and Zhang actually did that. He got Life Cocoon up preemptively on the target that had no Trinket, and if he didn't get that, that target was likely going to die. So it does seem like Draco Cleave have a setup where LePomp have to make a prediction and commit a defensive before the damage has arrived, and if they don't make that prediction and that premeditated play, then Draco Cleave can close out the game in that window. But it's like it's one moment after like a really long game where that needs to hit.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. The other thing for me, of course, is or rather, Zico, Ven, and Aya talked about it before the break. It's kind of the scenario that LePomp, they need to win this series if they want to qualify for the Gauntlet. And we get, on the other side, we get the same comp locked in for Draco Cleave once again, so we're just running it back on a new map. The big thing for LePomp is, for me, that they got nothing to lose, right? Their backs are against the wall. If they're losing this series, they're out of the tournament, they're out of the contention for the Gauntlet and the Mid-Season Clash, so these guys will play their hearts out, and for me, that makes them one of the most dangerous teams in this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they win right here, they're guaranteed in the Gauntlet. If they lose, they'll be tied, and there will be a tiebreaker between F tier. If you're an F tier fan, you're probably rooting against LePomp right now. But based on that game one, I was a bit worried about what healer LePomp had available, because I think Zhang is known for Resto Shaman a lot, at least on the ladder, to my understanding. So the fact that he's bringing a Mistweaver, and he's bringing it against Meep, who is like exclusively playing Mistweaver with this much confidence, is pretty impressive, because I think a Resto Shaman would be just absolutely destroyed in this type of matchup. You just don't deal with high burst damage very well, and he did an excellent job on the Fistweaver, not overlapping any cooldowns, committing them and keeping them organized in a way so that there wasn't really a lot of openings for Draco Cleave. So long as he can keep that and maintain that through multiple games, their team should be in a good position. Draco Cleave, they're setting up a large map, looking to kite and get away from the melee attackers a little more frequently, maybe give options as well for Meep if he needs to drink.
We shall see how that plays out. The young Mistweaver prodigy on Draco Cleave. Let's see what he can do in game 2, because at the moment it's not looking like too much momentum for Draco Cleave. Is it the DK's Chains of Ice or the Red Paladin's Freedom that's gonna bring the win here? Well, the Deep Breath is gonna start it out, and the big dam is coming in immediately. Beautiful restoral from Zhang to just counteract the insane opening burst here, Super.
Yeah, it was a really efficient trade, but now the opening is to kill Zhang. If they can crowd control KZ Fox and deny his Sanctuary on the next setup, they may be able to potentially 100-0 Zhang, and if they save Ring of Peace to bounce them out of darkness. So I'm really waiting to see if they see that opening and they make that swap. With him being a Fistweaver, it shouldn't actually be too difficult to actually triple stack them, but they need to survive to that next window, and here comes the hunt. Massive damage incoming, and Meep is forced to use his Trinket and Restoral on that Hammer of Justice. And we see Buddha looking to try and get a Sleepwalk, but he's interrupted. If he can get a Sleepwalk on the Fistweaver, it can be decent crowd control, but you don't really want to like misalign it with your go. So seeing the healer when you don't have damage is not going to accomplish too much, and Frost DK Devastation are looking to line up that window as Buddha is just kiting laps on the outskirts of the map. Zeke is trying not to stack up on the Demon Hunter to avoid getting stunned by multiple stuns here with Chaos Novas and the leg sweeps. He gets a grip double blind with an in cap onto the healer. This is an excellent setup, but they're still sending it onto the DPS, which immediately they will respect. KZ Fox uses Divine Shield. Existence just uses Nether Walk. They're not going to be greedy. They say, okay, you've committed those cooldowns. We're going to commit ours, and now that we've survived, we're going to turn it around and almost immediately kill Buddha. Insane pressure, and I don't think this composition is going to work for Draco Cleave whatsoever at this point.
That was an insane go on Buddha. I'm not sure if Meep was in a CC at that moment. He had the cocoon ready, but I guess just no opportunity to toss that in there. Le Pomp just overwhelmingly powerful in this matchup at the moment. And yeah, I'm totally with you, Super. This is not working. They need to change something up, and we're not just talking about micro mid-match adjustments. You gotta do something about the comp here.
Yep, Le Pomp. Now I know why they're named that. It's because they pump damage. Look at the damage meter at the bottom left, you know, closing and like doubling the opposing team in those moments. And I mean, Draco Cleave are getting clean setups. It's just that Le Pomp will almost always have an answer, and it seems like they are just under so much pressure in the downtime between those goes. It's just crazy. Look at this damage that's coming in, and then when Zhang gets into the mix as well, paralyzes the healer. All three players are there. Touch of Death range. Like, there is no chance you are going to be surviving in that scenario, and it just seems so non-threatening to KZ Fox, Existence, and Zhang, and they seem to have appeared to have crafted the perfect option to deal with this comp.
It's kind of something we've talked in EU yesterday with Punch Squad already about, right? These this Red Paladin comps, especially these melee cleaves, they rotate defensive so incredibly well. You can go from Bob into Sanctuary, into Bubble, into Lay on Hands, into Sanctuary again, etc., etc., etc. And that is something that you mentioned, right? You are so reliant on these setups, on these deep breath chain burst windows on the side of Draco Cleave, and it just feels like the Red Paladin is the perfect counter, and it doesn't look like Draco Cleave have any other answer. They're just straight up locking in the next big map with the same comp, trying the same thing again and again. Isn't that the definition of insanity or something at some point?
I mean, possibly here, or they just don't have anything that's much better. I mean, I don't know if a Windwalker Monk would do really any better than the Devastation Evoker in this type of position. So I'm wondering if maybe they should stop doing crowd control on the Fistweaver and just send triple goes. Just stack them up and try and kill all three of them, as opposed to isolating the Mistweaver and keep pressure on 3 targets. Maybe that would create more chaos and create more opportunities for Le Pomp to make mistakes that they could capitalize on later on, because they keep doing the same thing every time, and it becomes predictable. It's, okay, you're going to paralyze and sleep our healer, and you're going to double blind and sleep the melee, and you're going to do that every time. We're tracking it. We know when you have it. We know what's going to happen, and we already have a plan for it, so it's not going to do anything, and then we're going to run you over. So if they can stack them maybe and get triple goes, and just focus on just trying to like blow up the whole team basically, maybe that could be an adaptation for them to make here. But either way, it's looking rough. It's going to be a rough reverse sweep if there is a possibility.
Indeed, it's backs against the wall for Draco Cleave right now. They are looking pretty good in terms of the standings for the Gauntlet at the very least, but today, well, it might get really tough. Buddha starting it out with a nice disintegrate. They're looking for the group up for the big one-shot. Nice in-cap on Zhang. They might get the triple setup here. The Fire Breath is in. The Deep Breath follow-up is good, but the damage not really coming through. And once again, Zhang just perfectly restores the entire situation. Now the follow-up, though, on KZ Fox. They get these the Sanctuary here in the opener as well, and that's a little bit of an improvement compared to Game 2.
Yep, definitely getting more cooldowns than last time. And now there's no Sanctuary and there's no Trinket for the Monk. So attacking the Monk would make the most sense to me here on the next time that they have damage. Oh, but they break the Sleepwalk there onto Meep. They're going to lose a little bit of pressure. Now they go for the Imprison instead, and they force the Renewing Blaze as well as the Obsidian Scales, and he's still kind of just dying through it. It's not typical to see this level of damage. I've never seen a Devastation Evoker die through Renewing Blaze there. He manages to survive, but it costs him his rescue as he's trying to reposition. If they just can't create pressure in between their goes without crowd control, the Fistweaver healing is just so high, it's basically just frivolous for them to even attempt to attack outside of their cooldown window here if they have no crowd control for the Fistweaver. Here come the double stuns. LePomp are looking to pump, and Buddha is on the run once again.
Yeah, Wake of the Ashes coming through. Buddha has a little bit of health left to work with. Can't be interrupted for the moment. It's going to be nice to just free cast for a second, but Zeke is looking to follow up. Nice blind on KZ Fox, but the setup not quite where they wanted to be. The Deep Breath coming in anyway. They tip the scales. Dragon Rage, full burst opener coming through here. And Zhang just presses the Dampen Harm, is kicking some people in the face, and is absolutely keeping his team alive. Not even worried for a second. Don't mind the 20% drop of HP on both DPS there. There's nothing to worry about. In the meantime, Buddha, once again, the big target. The Ring of Peace is absolutely beautiful, catching him in the arms of both DPS. He might not be able to get away. Meat Monk still has Trinket Cocoon. Does he need to invest this here? Not quite bringing in the Sleepwalk, but Buddha is still kiting the Obsidian Scales on 15 seconds cooldown. If he can survive this long, Super, I think he has a way out of this situation.
Yeah, right. Here comes the crowd control. Meep is into the in-cap. Leg sweep connects. Buddha Trinket rescues Zeke, trying to get back to Meep and kite on the outskirts of the map, but it's just a losing battle. They're just falling behind more and more on mana, and Buddha actually walked into the Shadow Side Eye. They're just going to swap anyways to Meep. He's going to port away and then port back into the fight to try and get line of sight, but look at this pressure right now. It's insane. They're trying to send the go. They need a one-shot wonder. They need a miracle right now, but Zhang is there to deny it again with Restoral. Is it going to be enough? He's strangulated. They're trying to find follow-up pressure. Shield of Vengeance comes out, and KZ Fox is back at full health, and now Buddha must be shaking in his boots as Meep goes into the Paralyze. More defensives come out, but Buddha's almost dying through them. He's trying to off-heal, I think, with the Living Flames onto himself defensively. Verdant Embrace as well. He's just kiting on the outskirts of the map, really trying to abuse being immune to snares with that hover and just avoid damage at all costs. He's got no Trinket for the next incoming stun. There's still not a guaranteed opening for them to win the game. They need way more time than this, but Meep's into an Imprison. They may not get that time. Into a Fear is Zeke. Does he have anything? He's just Chains of Ice spamming and staying on the outskirts of the fight and trying to reduce as much damage taken as possible. Meep is going to trade Life Cocoon. That buys them more time on the clock, and now they're getting ready to set up. Zeke is getting close to the Demon Hunter, getting close to the Paladin, and with that Blinding Sleet is available, they're likely going to send it, but they need to go soon. Meep is in trouble. He rolls away with that Chi Torpedo. Zeke is still getting cleaved down. The entire team is dying. Meep is costing so much mana to heal through this. He pre-restorals the in-cap. He trinkets out of it. They're going for the setup, and I think they are finally maybe going to swap to the healer. KZ Fox Existence in a double sleep. Beautiful setup by Meep. They isolate Zhang, but KZ Fox Divine Shields gets there, but Existence is exploding, and he almost has to use Netherwalk to trade Life Cocoon. I love that they isolated the Mistweaver away from the team and made that type of swap, but it might be too little too late as Meep goes into a full stun and is getting crunched.
Beautiful. Jukes on the port, but Buddha down to 20%. Once again, pops in the rescue. 10 seconds on the Trinket. No AMZ for Zeke. He has the Trinket to help out in any way, but it's not really something he can turn a go with all on his own. KZ Fox looking good on the defensive. Zhang still has the Trinket and Existence sitting on that Netherwalk. The Pomp looking more hydrated and better than ever. For the moment, Buddha getting those disintegrates in. The damage is good on Existence, but he is just sitting and taking it to the chin right there. It looks almost like he is DC'd, which would be a heartbreaker here for the Pomp. But even that might win 2v3 even be the end of this series. If they can kill the Demon Hunter here, of course, that would be massive, but it's still not looking great. There's the next setup. There is the Restorer. Zhang counters it beautifully, and even with the Fire Breath, it's not looking that great. They're just keeping him alive all the way through. It's looking hopeless, even in a 2v3 here at the moment for DRACO CLEAVE.
I swear it does look like they're still losing, even though he was DC, and now he's back, so it's going to only get worse here. It's match point. point for Draco Cleave, facing elimination. Meep trinkets out, trades Life Cocoon, but this is the last of his mana. He has basically nothing left at this point. They're going to swap to Zeke. He is getting absolutely destroyed, and there's nothing really for him. Maybe a Restoral, but they don't really want to trade it here. They're trying to extend damage back, but they've got nothing, and Zeke will fall. And even despite the disconnect, LePomp take it 3-0.
Man, what a sweep. LePomp looking absolutely impressive. And with that victory, they'll also lock in their slot in the gauntlet. We'll decide what seeding they end up in over the rest of the weekend, of course. But for the moment, these guys can surely celebrate. Of course, for Draco Cleave, they're in the gauntlet as well, so they get some time until that date in about 3 weeks actually already to adjust their comps and maybe find out something that works better for them, because after this series I feel like Super, you gotta go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, this composition is kind of just their staple, you know? Some teams have that kind of like one-trick type of strategy, but as soon as teams figure out your shenanigans or your cheese and they know how to counter it, it becomes really difficult in order to find victories. Now, I think their possibilities came when they started swapping targets. This game in particular, when they swapped to Zhang the one time, they got more defensives in one setup than they did in any of the setups prior to this point. So there's definitely possibilities for them. They just need to be more flexible in terms of their strategies and targetings and pay attention to like what is the fastest line to victory. If we got Sanctuary from Ret and Trinket from Monk, then Monk needs to be our next target. This was an extremely close call also at one point against KZ Fox. It could also just be the case that they don't have much experience against Fistweaver, Ret, Demon Hunter. It's not obviously the most standard comp, so maybe if we get to the Gauntlet and they get more games against it, they will actually be able to come up with a strategy to deal with it. And maybe Meep will have to compromise his morals and play Fistweaver as well. I feel like if he was Fistweaver, it would be pretty good in this matchup. But yeah, if they don't find anything, then the Gauntlet is likely going to be very challenging for them.
Yeah, especially if we can just look at the quality of teams we have in NA in general. It's actually insane how high the level of play is, even in the Gauntlet there. But overall, well, Red Paladin, Demon Hunter, Fistweaver, another puzzle piece on the big table of comps we've seen so far this season in the AWC, and overall, man, it's not looking too shabby, not gonna lie. So I'm curious how far LePomp can go this whole weekend. Do you think they can match up against teams like the Power Frogs, the Move, Void, and Liquid?
I really want to see what like if they're running any Boomkin Demon Hunter. I don't know if that's their main plan or if they're planning to use Dippy's Destro Demon Hunter. But we saw Destro Demon Hunter in EU doing really well for Mercy. They got that 3-0 against Lava Lava, which was who came in second place in the first week with that composition. So the fact that they have Fistweaver as well as like a flex pick, they're definitely a wild card competitor. They could have a really good shot.
You love to see that. Well. Death recap. Well, looks a little bit unfortunate, but of course you got to consider Meep Monk completely out of mana, and well, I guess his mana bar was as dried up as their chances for the Gauntlet, huh? Maybe that was a little bit too mean. I'm so sorry.
No, it was a good one. It was a good one. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna chime in and just say, like, I'm happy that Demon Hunter is so prevalent right now. I feel like it's like been a long time since Demon Hunter. I don't even know the last time that Demon Hunter was played this often in AWC or just in Arena in general. But it's cool to see. It's cool to see what people are, you know, putting them together with other specs. So LePomp gonna take that victory 3-0, and like these guys have already mentioned, that is securing their spot in the Gauntlet. So I can only hope for their sake that maybe they can get just a little bit higher in terms of seeding, because that Gauntlet is going to be very, very rough if you're starting from the bottom in North America. So that is the end of lower bracket for now, and that means we're heading into the upper bracket. We can take a look right here. Team Liquid versus VOIDGG is where we're going to be heading to next. This is going to be a pretty banger of a series here. VOIDGG, this is a team that's showing a lot of promise, and I don't really feel like we've seen their full potential yet. Zico believes in them, though, so we'll see if they can take them down here as we head into this next series. Before we see that, though, we will be heading to a quick break. It is Team Liquid versus VOIDGG up next in the upper bracket. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is a big series here, and it is Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. Zico. This is the team that you were hoping to win today.
This is the team you were hoping to win last week.
I know, they let me down. So
hopefully they don't let me down this week. VOIDGG, I mean, they have what it takes, right? They have the skill, they have the experience. Now it's just time to show up, see what they have prepared. And Team Liquid is currently, one of the top 2 teams in North America. Last year, also the the winner. So it is a big name team. If VOIDGG can prove themselves here against Team Liquid, it's going to be fantastic because they're going to lock in their top 3 because they're going to secure another top 3 here. So I'm pretty sure that locks them in for the mid-season clash, but also showing that, hey, we can go toe-to-toe with these teams. Last week, they did bring the move to game number 5, and then they lost that. So VOIDGG, they were close against the move, which ended up winning the entire cup. Now they need to do it against Team Liquid. Let's see what they decide to do here. We got the Shaman Rogue Warlock coming out from Void, and we got the Shaman Munkin Rogue coming out from Team Liquid. So just a different caster. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, it's been really interesting in North America. A lot of the top teams, or the top 3 teams from last week, and some of the top teams from this week as well, they're all running the Outlaw, Restoration Shaman, and then some casters. So the move obviously bringing in VOIDGG on the Shadow Priest, Liquid playing Samayam on the Moonkin, but actually Samayam's been practicing a lot of Destruction Warlock as well, so has that if he does need it. And then Nick, also one of those players that can flex on all the different casters, but has been opting for the Destruction Warlock. So obviously feels like that is potentially, the best one in this matchup. Curious to see how it does play out. Cheap shot on Samayam early on. Trill trying to shut down that damage. Slowing down Calvish with a stun. Now swapping over onto Nick with a full kidney shot into a blind on Kearney. Great start here by Trill. Getting triple crowd control out and putting out a lot of damage, but not able to net too many cooldowns here. Just getting the Dark Pact. Nick portals away, and it looks like Kearney's going to be able to easily top him off.
Yeah, Nick right now just moving back into midfield here, but Trill is still doing a lot of damage here. Comes another cheap shot here onto Nick. Samayam also caught in a cheap shot on the other side with Calvish, but there is a Earthen Wall Totem down there, so Samayam shouldn't be taking too much damage. Now Earthen Wall Totem onto Nick. Solar Beam actually getting fake casted there by Nick. I think he actually wanted to fake cast maybe a kick, but he's going to have no interrupts that he needs to worry about right now unless Sea-Doo can sneak in with maybe an interrupt. There's the portals coming out. We got 2 red ones and a green one. A lot of damage coming out here onto Samayam behind that pillar. Sea-Doo responding here with the Healing Tide Totem. Calvish is taking a little bit of a beating there behind the pillar as well, but still holding on to his Cloak of Shadows. Still has a lot of defensives to work with, so Calvish shouldn't be too worried. Samayam pushing in here. And Kearney actually gets caught up in a kidney shot. Samayam in a Mortal Coil. Can they find the follow-up? They're looking for the Cyclone, but the coil shuts it down, and then that buys Kearney enough time to stop that CC chain. Nice static field totem coming out here as well. So far, both teams, no openings. Calvish did have to use his trinket there, though. So maybe the next time around they have big damage, they could try to go after Calvish on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Calvish is going to vanish the Cyclone and move back to try to punish Trill here just a little bit. A full kidney shot lands. He's got no cloak, no vanish. What can they do? Cheap shot doesn't look like they have the damage to really follow it up. CD's able to easily heal through it, and good pressure here for the side of Liquid, but at the same time, Samayam, no Barskin, no Trinket. Might be a bit of an opening. Both Shamans playing very far back. There's no crowd control on Sea-Doo whatsoever right now. Easily just sitting back and healing through this damage, and this could be another one of those battles that does come down to a bit of a mana war. We'll have to wait and see. A full blind on Kearney. At the same time, gouge on Sea-Doo. Crowd control for both teams, but it's Calvish who's behind. A beautiful lightning lasso, and Calvish is on the run. Not using his Hellstone, playing it very greedy. Most players would just be spamming Hellstone in that situation, but just full faith in Kearney to keep him alive. Now, saving that Hellstone for this particular moment. That is going to save his life and avoid Kearney from having to use that Spirit Link Totem.
Yeah, Kearney did have to use his Trinket, though, so he's not going to be able to Trinket Spirit Link. He's going to have to preemptively place those links here. Oh, nice kidney shot here onto Kearney. Nick porting back to safety. Can Trill follow it up, though, is the question. Nice Thunderstorm coming out there. Cyclone coming out as well. You get the Solar Beam there to deny the Wind Shear. Samayam realizing that there's going to be a gap, and he does find this Recyclone as well here. So good pressure coming out here onto Calvish. Calvish actually getting disarmed there as well from the Moonkin. Samayam taking a kidney shot to the face here. Still taking a lot of damage. The portal's coming in. Sea-Doo, how's he going to save him? Sea-Doo does make the trade there with the Trinket and the Ascendance, but Samayam having a disgustingly close call right there. Barely manages to hold on. So VOIDGG, they had to use Kearney's cooldowns, but now they do manage to force out Sea-Doo's cooldowns, and the game is all tied up.
Yeah, that was a really good push there by Void. Sam I Am definitely feeling the pain. Kidney shot now on Sea-Doo. Sam I Am still having to play very defensive, and this is exactly what you want. If you can just keep a balanced druid in bear form, avoid the cyclones. Inevitably, a cyclone will slip through there by Sam, landing it onto Calvage as they make a push here onto Nick. A full kidney shot lands. Trill looking for crowd control of his own, though. Gets the gouge here onto Kearney. Into a lightning lasso, into a cyclone. Great setup here by Liquid. Where's the damage to follow it up? Nick is getting low. Might have to trade out the unending resolve, but he's interrupted. Kearney's going to use the Nature Swiftness himself to keep Nick alive, and finally the heals are incoming, but now triple crowd control initiated here by Calvish. Fear on Sea-Doo, stun on Trill with a lightning lasso. Is Trill gonna go down? He does. Very punishing setup. Void came to play. This is a really back and forth game number one, and both these shamans just playing at such a high level. Those lightning lasso setups onto the rogue when they get a bit aggressive are just so lethal, Zico.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the reasons why in North America they are opting more for the shamans compared to in Europe, where we've seen basically the same compositions here, but with a lot of resto druids backing them up. But yeah, Void making a fantastic push here, and this is the first push, right, where you can see Sea-Doo actually forced to use everything here to save Sam I Am. So Sam I Am takes a kidney shot, Cheap Shot comes out onto Sea-Doo, the portals are blasting Sam I Am, and then Calvish, they get the fear onto Sea-Doo, but Calvish not able to find that gouge on the trinket without Sea-Doo getting a global off first. So Sea-Doo does manage to save Sam in that situation, and here we can see the kill. So Trill's getting very aggressive onto Nick. They get a full cyclone onto Kearney. Solar beam coming out. It looks like Nick is going to be in a lot of trouble, but Nick gets a fear onto Trill. Then he sets up, gets some immolates, and then they gouge Sea-Doo. They get a full cyclone onto Sam I Am. Then they fear Sea-Doo out of the gouge, and there's the lightning lasso onto Trill, and Calvish is just spamming damage here with his killing spree, and they're able to take him down there with a perfect setup. Sea-Doo could not connect there with the Spirit Link in time. And VOIDGG, I mean, these are the same comps that we saw for the most part coming out from Void, and we saw this come out from Liquid as well. But this week, VOIDGG seems to be a little bit better. They seem to have gotten more games in, more practice, and just more experience in these matchups.
I think it's Kearney on the Shaman. Like, I think last week Kearney said he just had a few days, if I remember correctly, just a few days on Wrestle Shaman. So I think they put a lot of work into it this week, because it seems like it's going to be really important for these top teams in these outlaw healer mirror matchups. It seems like Shaman, they bring a lot to the table, especially when it comes to mana longevity. Like the series we watched 2 series back, when we were watching Danny carry versus Raynor, obviously both druids, a lot of the games came down to just which druid was able to maintain mana long enough. And in dampening with no mana, you just can't heal. Shaman is a little bit better in that regard. Still has, you know, some of those issues. Every healer eventually in dampening with no mana is not going to be able to heal, but it seems like Shaman can go, they have a little bit more juice in the tank, right? Like they can last a little bit longer in these games, and it's a nice advantage to have, as well as like the grounding totems and the wind shears. Nick had a really nice offensive nether ward, so he used his nether ward just to avoid Sea-Doo's wind shear there, and that's how he was able to just get off that fear, and Sea-Doo really couldn't do anything about it because he didn't have grounding totem. So that was a nice push there by Nick, getting that game-winning CC.
Yeah, and I really feel like this weekend is Void's big test here. They've been picked up by a big sponsor, and these guys have the experience. Of course, having Kearney with not that much shaman experience going up against Sea-Doo, who is essentially like Thrall in the PvP scene, definitely going to be tough. But Kearney did look amazing in that last game, so if they can keep that up, VOIDGG, they might have found themselves a winning formula. But Team Liquid, they are taking their time this time around here with the composition. There are options on the roster, but I don't feel like I don't think Team Liquid are gonna swap comp. I feel like right now they're discussing strategy, why the game went the way that it did, what they should have used instead. Who should have traded instead, where the mistake was, and then I think they're gonna lock in the same thing. But I think if Team Liquid loses, then we might see maybe Mez come in from the bench, or Trilly plays a lot of different things. We might see him swap, or watch even Sam swap. So there is a lot of different options here on Team Liquid, and they're just going to take their time here to make sure that they make the right decision.
A little bit more time. I think the main thing is, okay, they're not going to try to beat them at their own game. Liquid's going to lock in the Boomkin once again, and like the Boomkin looked really, really good at the start of the Cups last week, but it seems to not be doing as well. I mean, the series has just kind of started, but a lot of these teams, like Nick, for example, is a really good balancer himself, so they could easily run a mirror match up here if they wanted to. They obviously feel like the Destruction Warlock has a little bit of an edge. On the flip side, Liquid could also do the same thing, right? Like Sam could play the Destruction Warlock. They've been putting a lot of time into it this week, so both teams just thinking that their composition probably has the advantage in this one, and we'll see who does come out ahead, because there was a lot of close calls. I mean, Void had some scary situations where Nick was low, where Calvish almost died. So I'm curious. Ashermane's Fall is going to be the battleground, a nice large map for both these teams. And I think Liquid mostly was probably just discussing strategy. What went wrong? What little tweaks could they make? Actually, give them an edge here.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like both pushes were just super well set up by VOIDGG, but of course they could have stayed back and played a bit more passive, waited for maybe Sea-Doo to get his cooldowns back, but yeah, we'll see. Ashermane's Fall is indeed going to be the battleground. Team Liquid versus VOIDGG. This is a upper bracket game, so whoever loses here will be knocked down to the lower bracket. Whoever wins here will guarantee themselves a top 3 finish in this tournament because they will have the best seats in the house. They will already be in those semis, so a lot to play for here for both of these squads, and we're gonna see now that the gates are open. Last time around it was Trill who fell, but Sam was also a juicy target here for Void. Nick gonna probably be the main target here for Liquid. Both casters right now just, both rogues almost ran into each other there, found each other, but both rogues are just sitting in stealth patiently. Either side doesn't want to open unless they have like, a lot of procs or like a big opener. You know, to see something that they can capitalize on. I don't think either one of these rogues wants to open and just tank the other rogue's opener, but Calvish actually looking for the opener here potentially. Does have an adrenaline rush running, so looks like he wants to open, but so does Trill, so maybe both rogues just being a little patient. Trill actually, no, he did not come out there. Both both teams being very patient right now, and the Earth Elemental is actually out here for Kearney as well, so it's going to keep him in combat. And a nice thing about the Earth Elemental is that if the Extinction Blast coming in there from Samayam's staff, actually trying to take down that Elemental. But the nice thing about that Earth Elemental is that it actually keeps you in combat if you get blinded, so you can't get like kidneyed, blind, sapped, for example, if you have that out. But for Kearney, his Elemental is dead, so it's not going to help him this time around.
And if you're wondering why these rogues are waiting, whoever opens first gets cheap shot. So basically, they start the game in crowd control, so you have a, this additional motivation to kind of wait. I feel like there's always one rogue who just kind of just says, okay, whatever, I'm going to open, we're going to start the game. But we'll see. We're about 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game, and both rogues are still just sitting in stealth. I don't think in this particular 2 versus 2 match, if neither team is going to really commit, and we don't have more dampening, like Sam and Nick are just going to be kind of tickling each other here in the middle of the map. I think Kearney and Cedar are going to be able to easily heal through the damage with just like a single Riptide and Earth Shield, a Healing Stream Totem. But finally, looks like Trill will be caught out of stealth into a cheap shot, into a follow-up cheap shot. Now Trill's going to be moving forward. That full Cyclone lands from Sam, shutting down Calvish, but the beautiful Static Field Totem by Kearney keeps Trill in place. Now they're forced to make a swap here on Calvish. Can they take him down? It is a big setup, and Calvish is forced to make a trade the Trinket Hellstone, so holding on to his Cloak of Shadows, but that was a great push there by Liquid.
Yeah, really, really strong opener right there. Both rogues buying their time here to get a perfect opener, and it is going to be Trill who finds it. Sam right now could be in trouble. Infernal Stun coming out there. Sea-Doo in a DR Fear out of that blind. Can they find any more stuns here? Let's see the Sam dropping quite low here, but Sam shouldn't die in this situation. Does manage to stay alive there. Sea-Doo pumping out the heals now that he's finally out of crowd control. Calvish in a cheap shot, and Calvish did use his trinket there, so sure, he still has his cloak, but we saw actually Trill go down in the last game 100 in a stun lock, so that definitely can happen for either side. Trill going for the gouge here onto Kearney. Sea-Doo is in a kidney shot, Calvish in a cyclone. They get a kidney shot here onto Kearney. Can they find the follow-up? Trill actually getting disarmed right there, goes for the blind. Can they find anything more? It doesn't look like it. Kearney is going to leave CC, and good defense here from VOIDGG will allow them to stay alive without actually using any cooldowns in that scary situation.
Lightning Lasso on Calvish, still a decent amount of damage here. Sea-Doo positioned very far away behind the pillar right now, just trying to avoid Kearney at all costs. Does not want to be put in crowd control. Nice Cyclone there. Is Samayam going to be able to find another one? Kidney shot. Samayam looking to follow it up. Nick portals away preemptively, but has left Calvish. He's got no trinket. Can they do anything to Calvish? He's just going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows and go for crowd control here on Sea-Doo. He gets knocked away. A full fear lands out of the kidney shot. Nicely done. Samayam in a static field totem taking a bunch of damage. Lightning Lasso in a static field. Great offensive play there by Kearney. Sea-Doo now out of the fear. Should be able to top off Sam, but these pushes, really nice. I mean, both these teams are creating consistent setups. Just need a little bit more damage, a little bit more dampening, and that's going to really be lethal. Full Lightning Lasso on Calvish once again. He's caught behind the pillar, and this is what happens. If you're a rogue and you get caught, you might just die. Calvish is so incredibly low. Pops the evasion. Cheat Death still available. Dancing with Death just vanishes out. Wants to hold on to that Cheat Death, but an insane play there by Liquid, almost taking down Calvish. Very similar to how Trill went down. Full blind on Trill. On his trinket. Calvish still might just die. Spirit Link Totem trades. Liquid with such a good push there. They had a momentum for a good 45 seconds, keeping Calvish on the back foot.
Yeah, Calvish had to use his entire spellbook, trying to hold on to Kearney's spellbook, but in the end, Kearney had to use his trinket and also his Spirit Link Totem. The only thing that they can do on the side of Void right now is get pressure. They need to find offensive damage right now. Offense is your best defense because guess what? There's no defense left on your team. Nick right now finally manages to convene here with the rest of his comrades behind the pillar, catches a couple of heals from Kearney, and everybody on VOIDGG is completely fine. Calvish is going to have his trinket now as well for that next potential setup, but they're going to go after Nick, realizing that situation. Cyclone onto Calvish, Extinction Blast coming in. Nick, what are you going to do here? Nick trinkets out, Unending Resolve comes in. There's a full Cyclone onto Kearney. Calvish is all over Trill, trying to peel him into the cheap shot kidney shots here, and they get a full fear onto Sea-Doo. Nick still holding on here, and this is exactly the offense that they need to try to stay alive, but Kearney is still in crowd control. Dampening is ramping up, 25% HP right now. Double Mortal Coil coming out. There's the Chaos Bolt snuck in, and Trill is just going to tank it to the face. Cheap shot coming out onto Nick. There's the killing spree. Full Cyclone onto Calvish, and Nick will fall, and it is going to be Liquid tying this up 1-1 apiece. Beautiful push both times here coming out from Team Liquid. VOIDGG tried to respond, but they're just so far behind from that previous setup that Liquid are able to kind of ride that momentum all the way to the finish line.
I want to watch the last two. I feel like Nick line-of-sighted. I don't know if it was a knock or what, but I feel like Nick line-of-sighted Kearney really badly there. I'm curious to see. I got to watch it again just to make sure, but yeah, great push there by Liquid. The last like minute and a half, 2 minutes of that game, it was all Liquid. Started with this push here onto Calvish. You see Trill getting a cheap shot on Kearney, and then Calvish is just in a Lightning Lasso. Kearney's forced to make the trade, trades out his trinket, but it's just such an overwhelming amount of damage that Trill and Sam have. Calvish tries to greet it with just the Hellstone, ends up having to use his evasion and his vanish. Still just line-of-sighting, and Kearney just does not have the healing to keep him up. He gets caught into another Cyclone and inevitably has to drop that Spirit Link Totem. But here's the final moments of the game. Kearney in a Cyclone. You can see at this point, VOIDGG, they are just pure defense. Nick trying to set something up with the double coil, double Chaos Bolt, but here it is. Cheap shot on Nick, and I'm wondering what happens to Kearney here. So Kearney, I think he's going for a casted healing surge, and look, Nick just walks out of his line of sight.
Oh, that's so brutal.
I don't know if Sea-Doo would have just shut that heal down anyways with the Lightning Lasso, but the line of sight definitely hurt Kearney. So that was a little bit of a misplay defensively for VOIDGG.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like you're 10% HP, you know you don't have cooldowns, and you're just trying to position to avoid damage, and all of a sudden you take one step too far, and now you lined your healer. So definitely, I mean, maybe Sea-Doo would have static field totem that heal, or shut it down with like a Lightning Lasso or something. But you never know. He didn't need to do any of that because of the positioning, but still, I think this game was very convincing for Team Liquid. They had great offense. They had, I mean, if you look at the left side of the screen, they have, pretty much everything. Sea-Doo has every cooldown available. He's got good mana. They got good pressure. They have used some of their trinkets, but for the most part, offensively to actually get pressure. So, and there was that Lightning Lasso at the end there. So I think Sea-Doo would have just lassoed that heal, or maybe it was one of those situations where it just came back, but. Yeah, either way, things were not looking too good for Void, but potentially another same matchup. I would assume Liquid instantly locking in the Munkin Rogue and Shaman, and whatever they were discussing in the pregame, it seems like whatever it is that they discussed, it seems to be working, because that game compared to game number one, game 2 compared to game number 1 was like night and day. Game 1 was all VOIDGG, and game 2 was all Team Liquid. So let's see what's in store here for game 3. Will the VOIDGG swap comp, or will they keep Nick on that Warlock?
Good question. We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, Nick is well known for his Balanced Druid gameplay, so they could play it if they wanted to. But I think this is one of those situations where both teams knew exactly what the other was going to be playing in the blind pick. So I think both teams just are confident in their composition, and it's one of those matchups where may the best team win, right? Like whoever's making better setups, whoever's playing better is going to be able to win. It seems like both the Balanced Druid and the Warlock are able to win, just like the Shadow Priest that we've seen in NA. So really interesting to see how this relative balance amongst these different caster classes, and whatever team can kind of just rise to the occasion and, you know, pick up on their unique win conditions. They'll end up winning the match and probably end up winning the series. So Empyrean Domain for game number 3. We're all tied up between Liquid and VOIDGG. Upper bracket game. Loser of this is going to be going down to the lower bracket. I think Sidu tweeted out, you know, if they do end up winning this, it's like a guaranteed top 3 for them. So yeah, that's what you want, right? If you can guarantee yourself a cup in the cross-region tournament, it's going to be massive for them and kind of takes a lot of the weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, that's 100% what the goal is here, right? Make sure that you qualify, and then you can start worrying about the seeding and who you're going to potentially be facing. But getting first, getting second is definitely ideal here for both Europe and NA teams. Because then, you know, the cross-region tournament is going to be seeded based on where you finish, right? So if you're the 4th team, you will be facing the team that finished the season first. So you get to kind of dodge those like super difficult teams. I mean, all the teams are going to be difficult, but you know what I mean. You're going to dodge the team that were the most consistent throughout the season for a little bit longer in that tournament, but that's still a while ahead. I feel like Liquid, in general, they're looking pretty solid. Even if they lose this, I don't like Liquid is just such a consistent team. They already had you know, a little bit more points than Void as well. So I feel like for Liquid qualification, I wouldn't be too worried. It's more about VOIDGG actually, because I feel like VOIDGG is one of those teams right now that is trying to break in to that like S tier of teams in North America. And so far, I think last week they had a great kind of first week, but this week I want to see them make a really deep run, try to make it to the finals, really try to get that top 3 finish, and we'll see if they can actually do it here. They do have a Wealthy Man as well, waiting on the bench. Very strong player, but I don't think he will be utilized in this matchup here against Team Liquid. So we'll see what they decide to do, who decide to go after, what they decide to, what strategy they decide to use here in this upcoming game number 3.
Yeah, I think the most important things is just both rogues are looking to set up their caster for crowd control, right? So Calvish, he wants to get a cheap shot on Sidu, so Nick can fear out of it. At the same time, Drill, he wants to land a cheap shot or a gouge on Kearney, so Samayam can find those cyclones. And then also just create opportunities. Like if either one of the rogues is overextending, pushing too much, that's when we're seeing these big lightning lassos, right? Like Sidu saying, okay, I have a lightning lasso, we can go on Calvish, and that's Trill's sign. Okay, well, I'm just going to throw a blind on Kearney, I'll just grapple back. He's got the stuns. I don't even need to worry about it. And Samayam can preemptively kind of do damage in that situation. So the rogue setups with Lightning Lasso were very lethal. They're kind of telegraphed, and the rogues have to be really deep in enemy territory for it to work out. But if you can pull that off, it's like one of the quickest ways to win the game.
Absolutely, and I really want to highlight what you were just talking about there with the rogues not being the one initiating the stun, right? Having the shaman lock down the target for you it just allows the rogue actually to be 100% offensive, and that's what led to the kill in game number 1, right? The rogue didn't have to sit there and save his energy and make sure that he can perfectly chain a stun lock and do damage. He could just send a killing spree and just go full out damage and actually try to take the other rogue down. So really good stuff here. With these lightning lassos, they have been absolutely deciding for this series, but we'll see here what they decide to do in the opener. Last opener was a little bit slow between these two teams, so I'm not expecting anything too crazy here out of these rogues, but it looks like Cavish is kind of zooming in towards his target here. Looks like Cavish just had enough. He's going to open. Trill is instantly going to gouge him and open onto Nyx. And that is the opener that you want to avoid, right? While your target that you're trying to kill is in cheap shot, you're in a gouge if you're Cavish here because he opened first. So that's why they have been so patient, but Cavish just turning around, is going to pull the trigger. So far, both teams are pretty much even here. Both healers just dropping on Earth and Wall Totem and trying to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, good lightning lasso there on Trill by Kearney. Kearney's trying to reposition and just stay away from Trill, but a full blind is going to land. Who are they going after? It's going to be Nick. Nick just gates away immediately. He's using that instant gateway drop to get behind the pillar and avoid Samayam and Trill connecting on him at the same time. Looking for an immolate now into a full fear potentially. Cheap shot on Kearney. Do they have anything to follow it up? It's a root solar beam. Kearney breaks out of it. Trill, though, in trouble. Big damage landing here from Nick. One portal is summoned. It's fire, and Trill's getting absolutely blasted, but with no crowd control on Sea-Doo, he's able to easily defuse the situation. Big heals incoming. Now you're on to Trill as Nick's trying to get control of the game. Sam, I am in a kidney shot as VOIDGG is looking to get aggressive. What can they do here to Sam? Need crowd control on Sea-Doo. Can Nick land a fear? He's fishing for it, but Sea-Doo ducks out of line of sight and avoids that setup. But here's the gouge. Double mortal coil on Sam. I am. Calvish, can he set him up a little bit more? They need more crowd control. The full fear lands. Sea-Doo might have to trade out his trinket. Sam is going to be going into bear form with the bark skin, frenzied regeneration, renewal. Big trades there by Sam to avoid Sea-Doo using that precious medallion.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Holding on to their cooldowns for just a little bit longer, but still good pressure coming out from VOIDGG right now. And dampening still at 10% here. It's going to start ramping up in about a minute, which will reduce the effectiveness of those heals. But until then, you want to just get as many cooldowns as humanly possible here from either side. So we'll see if they can do just that. Close call there to get Sea-Doo's trinket, but no dice there. But Samayam looking to get a little bit aggressive towards Calvish. Calvish looking to potentially push back here. Trill is a little bit behind enemy lines, and they want to line of sight Samayam while Kearney is sitting through that CC chain. Nice double mortal coil to chain the stun there onto Trill into the lightning lasso. And while this is going on, you can see here Sea-Doo's getting harassed here into a full blind. Not going to be using his trinket just yet. Samayam, though, quite low here. The portals are blasting him from the Warlock, but no follow-up out of that blind means Sea-Doo is going to be able to sit through it, save his trinket, and potentially save that for maybe a Spirit Link later on to try to save the day. Trill right now sitting in a cheap shot, and they're just going to keep going after Samayam, but I kind of like what's going on with Kearney and Nick right now. I feel like Kearney and Nick are just in the backline, able to do whatever they want so far, and it's much harder for both Trill and Sam because they have to push in behind the enemy pillar to actually get offensive. So I really like the positioning here and the map selection from Void.
Yeah, I like it too. It seems like both teams kind of want similar maps, so we'll see how that ends up working out. And if this series goes to a position where they have to go to a more, smaller map, it's a little bit more unstable. But we have another setup here by Void. Gets diffused a little bit. Sam, getting a counter bash here onto Nick, looking for a Cyclone, faking out an interrupt, so can get that precog Cyclone. Looks like it will get grounded there by Kearney. Good denial here from all of these Cyclones. And now Sam gets interrupted, so really good job there by Void. And now Sam's on the back foot. Infernal Stun into a fear on Sea-Doo. Sam's in a lot of trouble. They both trinket. That's trinket from Sea-Doo, trinket from Sam, Barskin from Sam. And all of a sudden, VOIDGG, they get basically everything from Sea-Doo and Sam.
Yeah, that was the push that they needed. They got the double trinket. The overlap has happened. Now they have a 2-minute window on the side of VOIDGG where they can actually try to take Samayam or Sea-Doo down. Don't expect it to see that swap on Sea-Doo, but right now Calvish is taking a decent amount of damage. Full gouge onto Kearney. Double coil coming out there. Samayam wants to follow up that gouge with a full Cyclone, and Nick knows it, so he shuts it down with the double coil, but the lightning lasso coming in. Sea-Doo's in a full blind. They're going for the kill right now. Can they do it? No Spirit Link available. Actually, they do have Spirit Link available. Sea-Doo is just greeting it right now. Beautiful Spirit Walking
instantly.
Grace, knocking Sea-Doo far away right there, and Samayam still not out of the woods yet.
Tide's dead.
Wait, what? Wait, did they kill a Spirit Link there again? I didn't even see the Spirit Link get dropped. Did it even heal anybody? I don't know what's going on here, but we're definitely going to need a replay on that part because I did not see what just happened there. But Sea-Doo has traded out his Spirit Link, and Sam I Am has recovered. So that's where we're at right now. But a full fear connects onto Sea-Doo once again. Nick looking for the Chaos Bolt. If he finds it, Sam could be toast. Sea-Doo still in more crowd control. Calvish looking for the follow-up, not able to find it. And it looks like Sam I Am will be staying alive this time around. 14 seconds left on Sea-Doo's trinket. 42 seconds left on Sam I Am's trinket. So that window of taking down Sam I Am is getting shorter and shorter. And now it's going to be Calvish on the back foot. Full kidney onto Kearney. And Calvish is going to be able to stay in that Earthen Wall totem and just kind of hang out there and get full HP back again.
And Nick had a really nice snipe with his Shadow Fury on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo tried to set up a Lightning Lasso go on Calvish, but Nick was there with the Shadow Fury to deny it, stunning Sea-Doo and interrupting the cast. Right now, Liquid is having to play very defensive. At the same time, though, they are getting aggressive here onto Nick, getting some damage rolling. Kearney's going to roll back with the Lightning Lasso here onto Trill. Looks like he does get interrupted. Trill, though, in a counter kidney shot. Nick portals away, just trying to avoid Sam I Am and some of the damage. Calvish is unafraid, though. He's pushing forward, but now in a full kidney shot, could be in a little trouble. A blind now on Kearney. Trill looking to set up his team for a win. They might be able to do it. Cheap shot on the trinket of the blind, but at the same time, Sam I Am's getting low. Nick is just able to free cast and set up his team for a potential win. Incinerate's coming in. A second Fell Hunter to get another interrupt on Sam to just deny any kind of cyclones. Let's see if Sam I Am is going to be able to fake cast the clone. He gets spell locked. Beautifully done there by Nick. Really crucial spell lock, but a full blind on Sea-Doo. He can trade out his trinket, but there's nothing to follow it up. He gets sapped out of the blind. This is a nightmare, but Sea-Doo's going to continue to greet it. Sam I Am just tanking through the damage. Nick is not really able to connect. Kearney moves in with a beautiful knock on Sam I Am and Sea-Doo into the middle of the map, but another setup here on Trill with the Lightning Lasso. Ends up not being enough. Good peels there by Sam with the Cyclone on Calvish. Both these teams just playing at such a high level.
Absolutely back and forth right now, but Sea-Doo 30 seconds away here from the Spirit Link Totem, 33% dampening both Kearney and Sea-Doo with a little bit of job to do here in the healing department. Calvish getting disarmed here, dropping to about 50% HP, going for the gouge, but because of that disarm, he's not able to find a follow-up. He goes for the kidney shot onto Sam I Am. Sea-Doo, though, with the Lightning Lasso. Sam still taking a decent amount of damage. Calvish getting back onto target. DR Cheap Shot coming out, Infernal Stun coming out, kidney shot onto Kearney, cheap shot onto Sea-Doo, cheap shot onto Trill, but unfortunately, Trill cheap shotted Nick, so Nick is not able to get the fear out of that cheap shot onto Sea-Doo, but Sam I Am still dropping quite low here. Calvish looking for the kill. Can they find it? Gouge comes out here onto Sea-Doo. They just need anything here. Maybe the damage could just be enough. Sam I Am dropping solo, hanging out in bear form. Can he stay alive? The Barkskin comes back up, and he does catch a big heal. This time around, Sea-Doo's Spirit Link Totem actually seems to work, and Nick now is going to be running for his life. Unending Resolve coming out here for Nick. Healthstone coming out for Nick. Trill's all over him. Full fear onto Trill. Sea-Doo stealing in a cheap shot. Sam I Am at the same time taking so much damage. It could be a cross kill. The portals are out and blasting. Full Lightning Lasso onto Sam I Am. Full cheap shot onto Calvish into a Cyclone. Nick now 3 versus 2 situation here with Nick and Kearney against all of Team Liquid. They're trying to close it out. Team Liquid on the chase. Can they find anything? They force Kearney's trinket. Can they find the Cyclone? Sam I Am gets coiled on it. Unfortunately, not able to find it. Kearney with basically no mana left, but VOIDGG holds on.
Yeah, kidney shot on Sea-Doo. Sam I Am still getting blasted, looking for a Cyclone here onto Calvish. Fake casting the interrupt. Nicely done there. Is he going to be able to land one? Full Cyclone lands here on Calvish, and that is Liquid's opportunity to go. They're getting aggressive, but it is a risky play to make. Sam I has 0 defensive cooldowns, but they smell blood in the water. They want to close this game out. Lightning Lasso on Calvish. Cyclone on Kearney. Beautiful crowd control initiated by Liquid as they're looking to end this. Nick gets caught into a solar beam. Sam I is using it as an interrupt. Looking for another Cyclone here on Calvish, and Nick is just in a 1v3 situation, and ultimately will fall. Is he somehow going to survive? Beautiful Nether Ward on the Star Surge. More comes in. Nick survives at 1% health, but can he defy death once again? Trill is still there. Liquid is making a push. They have no defensives. This is a risky game to play. And Spirit Link drops from Kearney. That should break the gouge as well. No, they just kill off these Spirit Link totems immediately. But now it's Sam on the back foot. A full fear lands. I think Void's going to be able to do it. Nick is so low. Sam so low. Could be a cross kill. Are we going to a 2 versus 2? We are. Trill, what is going on? Trill and Sea-Doo versus Kearney and Calvish. 48% dampening. Who's going to win this?
I have no idea who's going to be taking this, but right now Kearney with no astral shift right now, dropping quite low here. Trill is all over him. Trill capitalizing on the situation. Kearney still trying to just stay alive. Sea-Doo with full HP. He's got the Ascendance. He's healing everybody on the side of Team Liquid, but a beautiful disarm coming out here. I don't know actually who's more experienced in this type of situation, but I do want to say I think Calvish has a good shot here, but at the same time, Sea-Doo on the Shaman. I don't know, man. This is going to be really close. Beautiful Lightning Lasso coming out from Kearney towards Trill. Trill, gouge onto Calvish. Calvish hunting down his targets here right now. Kearney is the target for Team Liquid, and I feel like Calvish is trying to peel Trill off of Kearney, try to get him a bit of a reset, give him some time to breathe, but at the same time, it's going to be a Shaman race. Sea-Doo actually being tested here. Beautiful roots coming out from Kearney onto Trill. Sea-Doo is there to dispel it, though, and it's going to come down to mana. Kearney is ahead on mana. Look at the damage. The lava is coming in here for Kearney towards Sea-Doo. Full blind onto Calvish. They're going for the... Ooh, what a nice thunderstorm there from Kearney right before he gets stunned there, shutting down the go there with the blind. Kearney really making some big moves here in this 2v2, man.
Yeah, he was doing a great job so far. He was able to recover. He was behind at the beginning of the game. Full kidney shot here on Sea-Doo. Trill is just stuck in a root. Kearney looking for a hex. Does he manage to find it? No. Trill with a shadow step kick into a kidney shot. Defensive blind here from Calvish. Sea-Doo's low. It doesn't look like Trill is going to trade out the trinket, playing very, very passively here. Lightning lasso on Trill, and he's just not able to develop much momentum here on Kearney. Wants to save that trinket to be lethal a little bit later in the game. Healing Tide totem drops here for Kearney. Sea-Doo's falling a little bit further behind, but he's got trinket, Spirit Link, Healing Tide, lots of defensive cooldowns. Kearney comes in for a wind shear, and if either one of these shamans can get key purges, getting off the Riptide, the Earth Shield, and getting Lava Burst, it could be massive for both these teams' ability to actually secure a kill. Kidney shot into a hex with a cheap shot on Sea-Doo. Beautiful setup. Sea-Doo, is he going to be able to dispel it? Doesn't look like he is. Not going for that curse dispel there. Sea-Doo now getting a wind shear on Kearney, but I would say VOIDGG, they're slowly pulling ahead in this 2v2.
Yeah, VOIDGG, they started behind, but they are slowly finding their footing. Kearney with the mana lead. Sea-Doo finally, though, is going to be able to top himself here. Trill in a kidney shot. Calvish going for the cheap shot here onto Sea-Doo. I like that Calvish does this. He goes for the kidney shot into the hex and sets it up with double stun. And look at Sea-Doo's health right now. Calvish is doing such a great job here in this 2v2 right now. Trill, though, still a little bit ahead when it comes to the damage, but Sea-Doo still having to deal with all of these lava bursts, the extra purges coming in from Kearney. It does add in a lot of pressure. And look at Trill is getting CC'd once again, just rooted behind the pillar. Sea-Doo now finally responding with his own earth grab, but now Sea-Doo is getting grabbed behind the pillar by the totems. Just a lot of action here, a lot of micro CCs coming out. Beautiful static field knock right there. And they're going to swap to Trill here. There's a lightning lasso and a killing spree, but Sea-Doo is there with the wind shear to shut that down. Trill getting disarmed, and so far 66% dampening. I mean, one of these teams is going to flop soon. I think it's going to be one of the shamans. I feel like Kearney's mana just keeps going up somehow.
Yeah, it's a water shield, right? When you're attacking into a shaman, he's getting the water shield benefit, so he's able to recover. There's like a certain threshold where the shaman has to cast to burn through mana, but Trill is in some trouble. Sea-Doo gets rooted away. Beautiful setup there by Kearney going for a knock. Trill gouges Calvish just to slow down the damage, but Sea-Doo just cannot recover. Looks like the Healing Tide totem will drop here for Kearney preemptively to keep Calvish nice and aggressive in the fight. Earthenwall drops down. This is very back and forth, still anyone's game. Both Trill and Sea-Doo have trinket, but Calvish does not. So Calvish is a big opening here that they might be able to go after, but Kearney landing a nice lightning lasso once again. Trill gets out of the lightning lasso. He trinkets out of it and gets a counter kidney shot. And this is the point of the game where dampening is so high, all of this damage starts really sticking. So you have to make those trades to avoid big bursts of damage, because the likelihood your shaman's going to be able to fully top you off is really low moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, the heals at this point are just super nerfed. Like, your heals are not going to be doing much. Right now, it's about landing as many stun locks as possible and just landing as much damage as possible. And even for Kearney, adding in as much damage as possible is going to be key for him. Anything that he can get done in the damage department is going to be huge. And is a nice dismantle coming in here onto Trill in the middle of his go. There's a kidney shot onto Calvish and a nice lightning lasso by Sea-Doo. Kearney's going to trinket that instantaneously. The only thing that actually does real healing and dampening here is going to be that Spirit Link totem. So you're going to have that to work with, but if you don't have that, it might not be enough here. Trill in big trouble. Lightning lasso, beautiful thunderstorm coming out here. Once again from Kearney, there's the Spirit Link totem. The only thing that actually makes your HP go up, and it is already killed. Kearney still has his Spirit Link totem. Trill is so low. Kearney's in a full blind though, without a trinket. If they can deny the Spirit Link totem, they might be able to take him down. There's the link coming in from Kearney, and I think that is going to be it. This might even be a 1v1 between the shamans. Calvish going in for the killing spree. Sea-Doo's trying to deflect it here with the Ascendance heals, but this is really coming down to the wire here, Manruki. I think one of these rogues is going to go down, and I think it might be Trill. I don't know, actually. Calvish also still on the back foot.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Trill pushes confidently with evasion. Calvish just cannot get healed. 80% damaging. I think Calvish is going to fall. Trill gets dismantled. Do they have a stun to follow it up? Diminishing return. Very unfortunate for Calvish. He's going to preemptively vanish. We got a full kidney shot on Kearney. Trill's going for the win, but at the same time, Trill is so incredibly low. This could come down to a 1v1. Trill, can he hold on? Sea2 and Trill, they strike first blood. And I think they're going to be able to do it. Beautifully done there by Liquid, but looks like one lava burst will go. Kearney's not going to give this up easily. Going for a lightning lasso, but Trill's just going to trinket out of that one. Sea2 sits down for a drink. 83% dampening. I think Kearney is going to have to tap out here, but that was so bad. That was a unbelievably close 2 versus 2, but Liquid's going to be happy to pull out that win.
That was insane. Also, a brand new record here for 2024. 85% dampener game right there. And I mean, it's crazy, right? Because there's so many things before, like we're going to talk about the 2v2 as well, but I really hope they show us the cross kill before the 2v2 here in the replay. And that's it. I mean, come on. This is WoW esports production. Of course they're going to show us that part. So this was amazing. Was this the part where Nick, I really want to see his nether ward, because there was one point where he got Star Surge on like 5% HP and he reflects it with his nether ward and actually lives long enough for them to get the cross kill, and then he got the fear. I think this is actually the moment here where they get that play here. So Nick dropping super low here. And then here, I think this is actually right here. He gates. Yeah, there's another ward. Look. Boop.
That he coils.
That would have killed him.
Trill.
That would have killed him, and he coils to heal himself there as well. And Nick manages to get a full fear onto Sea2, and they manage to actually stay alive that situation, and here they get the full fear. And Nick knows, like, I'm probably dead here if Trill gets to me, so I'm going to do as much damage as possible. He drops his portals, he kites around, he trinkets out, and he manages to get enough damage to actually at least get the cross kill and put his team into this 2v2 situation. But once it comes down to this 2v2 situation, I mean, Sea2 and Trill, dude, like, these guys, it's so interesting to see how Sea2 manages this situation, because it looked throughout the whole 2v2. I don't know how well you feel, then, but for me, it felt like VOIDGG are owning in this 2v2. They're winning the whole game. And then in the end, Liquid are like, nah, we still have evasion. We still have our cooldowns. We're going to do this. We're going to trade our Spirit Link. We're going to avoid damage. We're going to do this Lightning Lasso Kidney Shot combo, and we're going to be taking this game. So Team Liquid in that 2v2 really, really delivered.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Yeah, I happen to agree. I feel like the defining moment in 2v2 was when Trill was not on stun DR, so he kind of waited till after stuns. He popped the evasion, and then he was just unhittable and was able to get out a lot of damage, you know, at around 80% dampening. Whereas when Calvish used his evasion at the end, he had no trinket, and he was off stun diminishing return, so Trill just cheap shot him, and then you're getting basically no value, and it just becomes so important, right? Like I called it out. In those kind of deep dampening games, it's all about just avoiding damage while doing damage, and I think Trill just had a slightly better usage of his evasion. Maybe it just came up at a better time, but I think that's what put them so far ahead to be able to pull off a win.
Absolutely. I mean, it's that's the thing, right? It's such small margins that decide who wins these games. Like, these teams are so close in terms of skill. And this matchup, it really can't go either way as well with the Warlock versus the Munkin. So we'll see here. I assume we're going to see Team Liquid lock in the Munkin Rogue Shaman again. I think this is also not only like after you come off of a win here, and it's like kind of a tilting loss for the other team. You know, like if I was on VOIDGG, I just lost that game. I want to get back into the game as soon as possible. So I think it's kind of smart for Team Liquid to let the loss like marinate a little bit, you know, let them enjoy it for a second, and then and then when they're not in the best headspace, and then you send the queue.
Yeah, it's a veteran play. I actually used to do that with Sea2. Like when we would be at tournaments, if we won a game, we'd take a maximum break and just go back and just it was funny. But it's definitely something you think about. But it also, I mean, you have the time, right? You can discuss strategies. It's not like, let's be honest. It's not like Liquid. They won that game. But it's not like they dominated it. They played well. Everyone played well, VOIDGG and Liquid. But that was a close game. That's as close as it can possibly get. So they can't be feeling too. They're not like, you feel good you won, but it's not like you feel like you're guaranteed to win the next game. So if they can clean up their strategy a little bit, like discussing the things that they could do better, I still think is really important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You always want to, try to think about what you can do better. But sometimes it's also nice to just, take a deep breath and just chill. You already know what you're going to do and just focus on executing it. But we are seeing the comps here. VOIDGG locking in the exact same thing. Liquid locking in the exact same thing. This is the upper bracket game. A lot of points are on the line here. If you lose this, you're obviously still going to be in the tournament. You can still even win the tournament from the lower bracket, but you don't want to be in that situation. You want to be in the situation where you're done. You've played your series today. You have no more games that you need to play today, and you can just kind of look forward to Sunday and polishing up your game for Sunday. But yeah, we're going to see here match point for Team Liquid. Can they 3-1 VOIDGG, or will VOIDGG bring us back to a game number 5 mod? Draxus will be the next battlefield. And let's see here. The last game was honestly probably the closest game of the season so far out of any matchup. Like, we had a cross kill. It almost even came down to a 1v1 between two healers in the end. So it doesn't get much closer than that. But VOIDGG, they need to keep their heads cool and forget about that game and just think about this next one. And we'll see what these rogues decide to do, because we did see Calvish kind of just give Trill the opener in that last game just because he didn't want to wait. But I don't know, if you're on match point, it might be worth waiting an extra minute just to make sure that you have the best possible chance of actually winning this series.
Let's see what goes down. Nick is just sitting back. Both rogues, like you said, just going to be sitting in stealth, looking to gain an advantage by being the second rogue that opens. So I think it's normally about the 1.5-minute mark where the rogues just kind of like, all right, well, let's just get this game started. We'll see what happens. I also kind of wonder if any team has like a distinct advantage in dampening. I kind of feel like no. Like I don't know if either side is going to have a big advantage in dampening.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Void?
I feel like Void has the advantage in dampening. I feel like so much of the Moonkin's defense is just them going into bear form and pressing Frenzied Regen.
Yeah.
And I feel like losing that in dampening is way bigger than losing like Dark Pact or something for Nick. So I think dampening does favor VOIDGG, but it favors whoever has momentum as well, right? So if Samayam gets Incarn and it's deep dampening, like, you might just not recover from that and you might just lose. So it's hard to say. It's definitely a very skill-based matchup. I think either one of these comps can win, and we have seen either one of these comps win, and we have seen extremely close games. So it really does come down to who plays better, who gets the setups, who can shut down better, and which rogue gets bored first and decides to open. And once again, it is going to be Calvish opening up. Cheap shot onto Samayam, gets gouged, gets cloned, gets grounded by Kearney, into a re-cheap shot, gets wind shear, into a lightning lasso, into a spell lock. Samayam really wants that clone, but good shutdown from VOIDGG, actually. Shutting down that cyclone attempt. They get a kidney shot onto Sidu, but I don't think they're going to have any follow-up. Root beam, actually a beam on the cast there of Kearney, but it doesn't look like it's going to do too much. And now, finally, the game seems to have started. Calvish is in a kidney shot, and Nick is already taking a decent beating.
Yep. And it looks like Samayam is going to land a Cyclone here onto Nick and pull. Look, they want to go after Calvish. Lightning Lasso potential setup here. Calvish shuts it down with a cheap shot onto Trill. Full kidney shot on Sam. He kind of read that situation well. He's just going to trade it as evasion as well, try to avoid as much damage, but Trill's just going to get the cheap shot and now focus his attention over onto Nick. Unfortunately, Samayam wasn't able to land the Cyclone. He fake cast the interrupt, but Calvish just ducks out of the line of sight with that precog, denying it once again. And Void has honestly done an incredible job avoiding these Cyclones, and it's really important. Like, a lot of this game does come down to how well can you avoid Cyclone, how much can you avoid Samayam? Because if Samayam can do what he wants in this game, you are going to lose, no doubt about it. So I think Void has done a great job so far. Blind into Gouge onto Sidu, into an Infernal. Great crowd control initiated, and that will net the Nature Swiftness and Barkskin. So a good little win there for Void, but at the same time, it wasn't for free. They are under pressure right now.
Yeah, big pressure coming out here, and they are trying to deal with it. Calvish is in a Cyclone, actually, on like 70% HP. Nick will be recovering here behind the pillar. Chaos Bolt's coming out here onto Samayam, and Nick doing a decent job here, getting out his damage. Samayam fake casting yet another kick. Precog is going to be available. Samayam ducking into bear form here. Earthen Wall Totem is down for Sam. Frenzied Region there doing a little bit of work as well. Here comes the Lightning Lasso. Samayam gets spell locked, not able to find a CC, but still good damage onto Calvish. Calvish, what are you going to do? They can't panic right now. Samayam also dropping quite low. Calvish cloned on half. Trill sitting through a sheep shot right right now. So that means Trill is actually going to be free. There's the full cheap shot. There's the full cyclone. They're going to go after Nick, actually, because CLEAVE is just line of sighting and avoiding the fight. Can they find the follow-up, though? They get the gouge here into potentially another cyclone. CLEAVE is now finally back into the fight, but Nick forced to teleport away here. And just this sequence of CC coming out here from Team Liquid between Sam-I-Am and Trill has really just turned the pressure back into Team Liquid's favor and kind of pushed Void just back to the pillar and forced them to be really defensive at this point. You know, it's nice for them at least that it's still kind of early in the game. They haven't had to commit any major cooldowns, but definitely some outplays coming out here on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, see if they can continue to make those plays. Big setup here on CLEAVE. He's forced to make his trinket. So he trinkets and Cloak of Shadows. That was a beautiful blind. Trill, the only thing he really committed offensively was the blind on Kearney. That was just a beautiful 2 versus 1 from Sam and Sea-Doo. And it seems like Sam is playing a lot more defensive in this game, playing always very close to Sea-Doo, doesn't want to overcommit, doesn't want to overextend, and they're just happy to create this pressure on CLEAVE consistently. If he's going to play so aggressive, Liquid's definitely looking like they want to take him down. He's got no Cloak of Shadows, and his force to just vanish.
What?
Oh my goodness, that Spirit Link totem just died immediately. These teams are killing Spirit Link before they even work. It's insane.
This time I saw the Spirit Link, but I didn't see his HP move. It didn't heal there, right? I didn't even know, you know, before WizK's Link kill, I didn't even know you could kill Link before it takes, but I'm going to just have to table that discussion here for a second. Nick right now in a lot of trouble holding on to his unending resolve. Trill is all over him. Full cycle onto Kearney. They're going after CLEAVE. CLEAVE is in the lightning last, so can they follow it up with another stun? Can he get anything onto Kearney here, honestly? Even a Typhoon might just be enough. CLEAVE is cheat death. He's not proccing. Cheat death is still available for CLEAVE. He's on 1% HP. He might just die through it. Cheat death still available. 1 second left, 10 seconds left actually on his advantage to get the double cheap shots out here onto the entirety of Team Liquid. CLEAVE can thank his lucky star for that one. Still has his cheat death in his pocket, and he's still alive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, cheap shot on Trill, cheap shot on Sam, cheap shot on Trill. Everyone's crowd-controlled, and I can't believe he was able to hold on to his cheat death. That's unbelievable. But a full Cyclone lands once again, but CLEAVE, another cheap shot here on Trill. Infernal Stun once again. CLEAVE is on the run, just playing so well defensively in this situation. He knows he's on the back foot, but they are making a setup here. Lightning Lasso on Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am's going to immediately just disarm CLEAVE, and he is still in trouble. He needs to hold on to that Cloak of Shadows. Got about 10 seconds left before he can activate that defensive cooldown. Sea-Doo now in the back line, just topping off his entire team and allowing them to continue this aggressive push here on CLEAVE. VOIDGG there on the back foot. They need to make something happen. Sea-Doo has his trinket. Sam-I-Am. This might be Sea-Doo's trade. If they have the damage, Sea-Doo's going to have to trinket Spirit Link, maybe. Do they have any follow-up? It's a gouge. Sea-Doo still opting not to use it. He's getting so far away, but Kearney gets swapped to and deleted.
Whoa.
Beautiful setup there by Liquid. That was actually VOIDGG getting aggressive. They had the crowd control on Sea-Doo. They were trying to go after Sam, but unafraid, Liquid just makes the setup on Kearney, and they send VOIDGG to the lower bracket. Beautifully played there by Liquid.
That was sick. I really liked how Team Liquid played this game because in that last game, I was commending VOIDGG for how they were playing. Oh, really nice. Kearney and Nick, they're staying back at the pillar. Anytime Trill pushes in, they're going after Trill. This time around, that's kind of how Team Liquid played. They were just sitting back. Anytime CLEAVE tried to get too aggressive, they would punish him. And then when he ran away, that's when they would snowball their pressure back onto Nick. They would get those big CC chains onto Kearney and really get a lot of pressure. CLEAVE would still be low. Nick would be low, and Kearney, well, he'd be having a heart attack basically from all the stress of healing these guys. So it worked out perfectly for them, and then in the end here they find that massive swap there to Kearney, who had no trinket. And I gotta commend Sam-I-Am as well, because I don't think I've seen anybody else play with that Mythic Plus staff that he's using, just blasting with those Extinction Blasts. I don't actually know how hard they hit. It is nerfed in PvP, but still, I think
80% nerfed.
I think it still did, though. I think it got them the kill here. I saw him cast it, and maybe I don't know. We'll see. So Kearney's kind of low right now, and then they just swap to him with a solar beam, and then cheap shot, beam, and there's the Star Surge. And oh, okay. So he didn't get his Extinction Blast off there. It was like still casting there when he died. So we're not going to see it on the combat log, but still, really clean setup here from Team Liquid, and this was the most convincing game in the entire series for me, Ben.
Yeah, me too. Just keep in mind, Void can play this composition, so I don't know if this is just something that Void needs to commit to more. It seems like Nick has been very confident on the Warlock, but it just hasn't worked out. This is the second week in a row where Liquid's able to pull ahead with Sam-I-Am on the Moonkin, and they're able to pull out these wins. So really, really nicely done. that setup on Kearney, it's just brutal, right? Like you're in a stun, you're in a solar beam, not too much you can do in that situation. But I just like that Liquid was willing to just remain offensive in this situation. You can see Samayam, does he even trade out his bark skin? I think he does. Yeah, he uses the bark skin and then just sends Kearney home. Nicely done there by Liquid. I mean, this series was crazy. It had everything, right? It came down to a 2v2, almost 90% dampening between these two teams. Really back and forth.
That's the highest dampening we've had in a while.
I think so, yeah.
Like BFA, maybe.
Probably. But to be fair, it was a 2v2, so, you know, we can...
Yeah.
It wasn't
still
that
counting
high
it.
when it done. Yeah, it still counts, obviously.
Okay, well, Team Liquid definitely going to be happy with that one. I mean, you guys kind of already covered it. I feel like the score doesn't really reflect just how close some of those games were, especially, of course, the cross-kill match. But VOIDGG, they are still in it, so going to be looking forward to their series early on. But I don't know. I feel like I didn't expect them to... When I first saw that first game, I'm a little disappointed they didn't at least take him to a Game 5, Zico.
I mean, you're telling me I would have loved to see, well, just more games between these two teams, but maybe we will get to see it later. There could be a rematch on the table, but for now, you know, Team Liquid, they are a team that has guaranteed themselves a spot in the mid-season clash, and VOIDGG, they are still in the tournament, but they are going to be battling now with their backs against the wall. And for them, there are some teams that want to take their potential third spot. So, and I'm thinking mostly about the Power Frogs here. So for Void, they need to try to get those wins here in the lower bracket. Power Frogs, this is their chance to seize the moment. If they can beat, I think they're against the move, right? If they beat the move,
yep.
Then things are going to look really good for them. We can see here on the bracket. So we got Power Frogs versus the move. And then later on, we're going to have VOIDGG, CML, and Le Pomp versus either Power Frogs or the move. And then Team Liquid, of course, in the best seats in the house. So we'll see who joins them there. But I think this could be, I don't know how much the Power Frogs have actually, you know, prepared for this matchup here. But if they can take down the move, and if they can take down Team Liquid as well, then the Power Frogs all of a sudden will get a really, really solid shot here at getting that top 3 position, because the team for them to beat is VOIDGG. VOIDGG is 20 points ahead of them. So if they want to tie with Void, they need to have 1 placing better than Void when this cup is over. Or if they can get 2 placings above Void, then they will just outright take their spot. So that's something that we definitely need to be considering.
Yeah, most certainly. And of course, we'll be updating those standings as we go. So definitely a lot on the line here as we head into this next series. Before we do that, though, we are going to do another segment here where we'll take a look at some arena maps, and you guys can guess with us which one it is. So we'll see out of the 3 of us who can guess correctly first. We should be keeping tally on this. I don't know if anyone has been.
Really should, but I'm curious. Let's see if they can fool us. We got Mugambala, Dalaran Sewers, Robodrome, and Tolvaron Arena. So
Tolvaron Arena, I've committed. Final answer.
You can't do that.
Oh, you can.
That's what I should do.
Okay, I'm also going to do Tolvaron. No, Mugambala. Mugambala.
It's not Mugambala, that's for sure. I'm thinking
Wow.
Dalaran.
You
I think it's
shut me
Dalaran
down
Sewers.
like that.
Well, they're moving through the middle, so this is.
No,
like,
you're right.
Then you don't want to wait a little bit longer until the boxes start forming on the side.
No.
You ready to guess Dalaran? You're gonna commit.
I'm ready to guess Dalaran Sewers. Yeah.
You don't want to wait a little bit longer.
Why?
It looks like a pillar is forming there on the right. No.
That's
sure
the
it's-
boxes.
Wait.
There's boxes on the left, boxes on the right.
Wait,
It's Dalaran Sewers. I'm not
Whatever,
going to
man,
get
you're so
stuck by
late.
Zico. Yeah, he knows.
like a perfect box is starting to form. I'm still in denial. It's definitely Mugambala.
100%.
100%.
Final answer.
Stop gaslighting me, you guys.
You can even see the exact moment where people are getting knocked off the side. They're getting thunderstormed.
As a matter of fact, didn't we cast this game yesterday?
We probably did. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Wow.
Add another point to the tally, whoever is keeping score.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Insta Commit Van Rookie.
Yeah, I committed. That was fast. I committed pretty fast. It's not my fault.
did.
You
That was
saw
good.
you saw like 2 lines and said Tolvaron.
I had to make up for yesterday. Yesterday I said I was going to insta commit, and I was the last one to commit. So I was like, you know what? This time we're sending it instantly.
You know what we should get? We should get like little buzzers. Can production make us little buzzers? That'd be fun.
Yeah, like, but it only registers who presses it first.
Yeah. What is Tolvaron? I don't know. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. That segment was brought to you by Warcraft Logs. When we come back, it's going to be Power Frogs versus The Move coming up next. everyone, and welcome back. We are hopping back into the action, another series, and I feel like I'm still recovering from that last one, but we got to move on. It is Power Frogs versus the Move right now. The Move, obviously, we know Lithy did incredibly well last weekend. Power Frogs, though, is kind of on the rise at the moment, and I feel like they definitely want to prove themselves as they head into this series.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, generally, as we saw last series, right, NA loves to get down and sweaty. It's getting a little bit damper here, and Frogs generally like this more tropical climate. So we'll see if the Power Frogs can do something here, because they are the team that needs to step up this weekend. The Move already won the entire thing last weekend. I mean, they're just that damn good. But the Power Frogs, they definitely have the potential to step up to the plate here, in my opinion.
Oh, I was thinking you were going to say hop up to the plate. There's an opportunity for some really terrible jokes in here. I know you missed.
So
I was
sorry.
waiting
Yeah.
for it, Lithy. You're the guy. But
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're
Sorry,
definitely
the frog
right.
kind of hopped out of the water there.
There you go. Okay, we'll work on it. But the Move, we've seen what they're capable of. Power Frogs, not so much this season, but individually, these are some incredible players. They've had tremendous success in the AWC historically, and now they just need to come together, Ven, put their heads together, find that synergy that the Move has had for so long, and take on that challenge.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I think going into these cups, a lot of people probably considered Power Frogs to be one of the strongest teams, and they are. But I think they've had, they have 100 points, so it's not like they've done poorly. But I think to their own standards and to what everybody expected, they're not doing as well as we thought with them in 4th place. So I think they have to have a really good showing this week. I know they've been putting in a lot of time, a lot of effort. These are some really big name players. I mean, you have Cubsy, who is known as like the best restoration druid. I don't know. I don't really like giving people the title of the absolute best, but Cubsy is definitely up there, if not one of the best resto druids to ever play the game. But he's on an arcane kick. He loves the arcane mage, and that's what he's kind of known for. And he's going to lock it in here for game number 1 with Dazed and Tuna playing their rogue, mage, druid, and the Move in their typical fashion playing that RPS here.
Yup, starting it out, first globals, of course, Tree into Innervate. We gotta pop off a lot on the Druid, get all the hots out, but immediately Pika is there with a big kidney. Whiskey starting the whole thing out with some stacks for his Void Torrent, gets interrupted and shut down on that pretty quickly, but we'll be looking for some damage, maybe for some Spirit Links to snipe next game. But then again, well, it's Tuna on the Druid, not many links against the Move here. Dazed gets disarmed and Static Field toted, rooted up, and Absturge just having a field day with the enemy rogue here. All in all, a very chill opener, Ven. We're starting off nice and smooth.
Yeah, Cubsy and Tuna taking a very defensive posture. Cubsy in the middle of the map now. Finally might start taking some damage. Whiskey going to be loading up everyone with those vampiric touches. The Shadowward Pains looking to get aggressive. Cubsy still just looking for spell steals. A menace on that arcane mage, just stealing everyone's heal over time effects consistently in the match, building up those clear casting procs so he can unload these missile barrages. But a big setup here by the Move. They're getting aggressive here onto Tuna. This is what I want. I want them to push on the Restoration Druid. He can remain aggressive on the Druid because he's going to be burning mana really, really quickly. And the Move, if they can deny drinks and they can keep up this pressure, they're definitely going to have that mana edge moving into the late game.
Yeah, it's already starting off. Tuna down to 20% mana. You could almost say Pika is kind of scaling up the aggression on the enemy healer here. Another Void Torrent coming through. Whiskey, obviously, as per usual, as it's the Whiskey style being the main focus target of the enemy team, but this man is so comfortable under pressure. He knows exactly how to play and how to handle these things. And in the meantime, well, you can see Cubsy dropping down to half HP. Tuna, of course, more than comfortable healing everyone up. Pika getting swapped to here for a second, down to half. The cheese shots are going off. Cross CC is pretty substantial. Absturge needs to get in with some bigger heals to stabilize his team, which he does, and for the moment everything is sorted out. Full kidney onto Daze. Pika, it moves on to Cubsy, and for the moment the Move under a little bit of pressure, but seemingly keeping their heads high. Whiskey down to 20. It really looks like the Power Frogs are pumping up their muscles a bit here.
Yeah, and during all that chaos, Tuna was able to sneak away and drink. So even up with Absurge, even ahead, but Tuna might just outright die. He's forced to trade out his trinket and the Tranquility. A really close call, but he could still die. They're just dogpiling Tuna right now. They're all over him. He's going to be repositioning, trying to cross the map once again, but a very close call. No trinket, no bark skin. The next setup from the move could be lethal if they can get there, but I do agree. Power Frogs, in terms of offense, they're looking good. They're keeping WizK nice and defensive, making it really difficult for the move to push across the map. And this could be the dispersion from WizK. Looks like he should be okay with just that desperate prayer.
Yeah, the wall totem right in the perfect place here from Absturge, keeping everyone steady and healthy. For the moment, things calming down a little bit, but Tuna wiggling on the hook there, that was not a great look and might come to kind of cost them a lot more later down the line. But first there's the Innovate coming in, free heals, and Cubsy is the big target. Pika with a quick swap gouge onto Tuna. He gets static fielded in. Under more pressure with the cheap shot follow-up. WizK sitting in a full kidney, no damage coming in from the Shadow Priest. There runs into the Ring of Frost to get that DR rolling on himself, and Tuna, for the moment, trading the Bark Skin, should be fine. Gets a Cyclone out onto WizK. That, well, isn't holding on for rather on Absturge. WizK under fire in the meantime. Gets the Silence out, but the pressure continues to grow. This might be dispersed with Absturge sitting in a kidney without Trinket. Nope, Vampiric Embrace should be all they need with the Earthen Wall down once again. It's fine. They're finally coming through the dispersion for WizK, stabilizing him. And the move looking for the next point to strike, as Pika is getting some CC out, but the target himself for the moment.
Yeah, it's really a momentum-based game. If Absurge is under too much pressure to heal WizK, he's forced to drink out the Spirit Link Totem. This is really dangerous. Cheap shots and clones and Ring of Frost. WizK might just outright die. He's got, oh goodness. His trinket in 1 second. The trinket void shift in 1 second. That was very clean by the Power Frogs. I mean, Tuna was under pressure multiple times during that game, but for the most part, it felt like the move, they were on the back foot. It was very difficult for WizK to get on target. And I think Power Frogs just did such a good job keeping space in this game and really just keeping WizK and Absurge defensive.
Yeah, impressive performance here, honestly, by the Power Frogs. We talked about that they need to step up, and they certainly did here on the blind pick. And quite honestly, the move, well, they had their moments, they had the pressure, especially the goes on Tuna were working really well. We're seeing the replay of that right now. Tuna almost died into the Trank and coming out of this Trank. Absturge getting CS there on that lasso that might have saved the day there in that moment. Tuna coming in with a big NS. But overall, it's just, where do you make the next step as the move to carry home the win here? Because after that, it was downhill the entire time with all the pressure on WizK and Pika.
I think they need a new battlefield. So the big thing I noticed in this map is, I was trying to mention it during the game, but for the move, if Absurge and WizK are forced into this defensive posture, it snowballs, because all of a sudden Peekaboo is sitting in polymorphs, he's sitting in roots, and he just can't do Peekaboo things, which is what he needs to do. So Absurge has to be in a position where WizK is healthy enough that he can push in. You know, he can be grounding Cyclones and wind shearing Cyclones and actually dispelling Peekaboo out of crowd control, and that's what allows them to kind of get that snowball momentum. But when they're creating so much space on these larger maps, it becomes really, really difficult. So unfortunate for the move. They lost this game number 1, which does mean if we go to a game 5, it is going to be a large map for the Power Frogs. But I think on the smaller maps, this matchup should go much more in favor of the move.
Yeah, we'll see. And then again, the move isn't a stranger to taking a series a little bit down the longer road, right? Against Liquid last week in the upper finals, they went to 4 games. VOIDGG actually took them to full 5 games with the move, ultimately being able to win a swing match and kind of take the series home through that. But all in all, you can see the damage income here. On the Deathlog, it's really just a clean setup from the Power Frogs taking out the move. The question is, running it back with the same comp for the Frogs on hook point, is that going to look a little bit better for the move, as the Frogs can't kite as much?
I'm thinking it will. I mean, it's just about it's about the space game too, right? Like Absurge has to stay in range of Peekaboo for the dispels. So I think on a map like Hook Point, it's going to be a lot easier for Absurge to be there to assist Peekaboo, because Peekaboo has a lot of control of the match. He's got a lot of damage, but if he's just polyed, there's really not that much you can do. So the move has to work together as a unit, and the Power Frogs, their whole game plan is deny that. They do not want them to work together as a unit. They want WizK and Absurge to be pinned down across the map while Peekaboo is sitting full Cyclones and Polys. So that's kind of the push and pull of this game. Tuna as well got a beautiful drink. There was a moment where Cubsy and Daze, they were able to get a lot of pressure out. And instead of trying to like continue that pressure with more crowd control from Tuna, he's just like, okay, this is we're probably not going to kill here, but we have a lot of pressure. This is a good moment for me to sneak away, to get a drink, recover mana. And they were actually head on mana in that game, which is something you don't really expect.
Yeah. The kind of question for me really is also the impact of the pressure the move has to put onto the healer, right? Because the Power Frogs, they can just blast the DPS and Upsurge is sweating in his boots at the same time, right? Meanwhile, Tuna, he's chilling if he isn't getting swapped to every now and then. So overall, that just puts more freedom in the hands of Cubsy, who can just run around and do Arcane Mage things, right? That's not really the easiest spot to be in for the move.
Yeah. Definitely not. Yeah, Arcane Mage things, the spell steals, the missile barrages. It's nice. Cubsy plays the Arcane Mage very uniquely, and it ends up working out for him. It's difficult to play against him. He's very slippery, difficult to take down. But on the smaller map, I think the move has more options. Like, they don't just have to go after Tuna. I think they're going to try to have pressure on all 3 members of the Power Frogs, which is how you kind of snowball against a Resto Druid. So we'll see what they do. Peekaboo just kind of waiting in stealth right now with Daze. They're getting very close to each other. Do you see each other for potential sap? Doesn't look like it just yet. Absurge moving forward. They're looking for early dispels here. Can they clean off Cubsy? Can they clean off Tuna? Daze gets caught into the cheap shot as the move is looking to get things started here.
Move looking to reel in the catch here on hook point as they find Cubsy behind the pillar. Nice cheap shot. That was on triple DR though, so not really anything happening out of that. Beautiful Cyclone here from Tuna, but the DRs are already quite stacked here this early into the game. It's 45 seconds in, and basically no one can get CC'd anymore. VOIDGG gets to the Dark Ascension out, looking for a good chunk of damage intake here with the PI running, but overall Dazed is just up on his case, and in the backline you can see the Arcane Barrages flying in. Cubsy having a field day with the free casting here, and it's not looking good for the mover right out of the gate. But Upsurge stabilizing everyone with a nicely placed Healing Tide, and for the moment, the move looking for opportunities with Pika sitting on half in a clone.
Yep, and it looks like Peekaboo might get pressured here. It's going to be a roar into a Cyclone. Peekaboo all alone could just fall. He does. A beautiful setup there by the Power Frogs, punishing Peekaboo for using some of those cooldowns aggressively. And I can't believe that this game ended so quickly. I mean, Cubsy and Daze really popped off. It was great crowd control there from Tuna as well, shutting down VOIDGG, and Peekaboo was just all alone. This is really good for the Power Frogs.
Man, yeah, bit of a difficult position here for the move. I'm not quite sure what the Power Frogs had for breakfast, but it definitely was more than the occasional fly or something. The damage going in on Peekaboo, absolutely insane. The fact that he stayed this aggressive without the cloak available after the opener, no vanish, only the evasion with Cubsy just free casting on him. Very risky play, and I don't think Upsurge was anywhere close to toss in a link or anything else that would have saved him. And you can just see Peekaboo out in the open, gets cheap shotted. VOIDGG tries to grip him, and the missiles just rushing on through. Nothing you can do there. It's that's a doozy.
They needed to, I mean, VOIDGG just had to read the situation a little bit differently. Tried to just grip him, but I think that was just a void shift. It was just too far. Peekaboo. Yeah. I guess there was no crowd control on Upsurge, so maybe, you know, Riptide comes in and it crits or something like that, but they did have an answer. Like, I don't feel like the game should have ended at that exact moment, but it was a very clean setup by the Power Frogs. Let's watch it one more time and see if there's anything they could have done. So they get the Cyclone on Peekaboo. VOIDGG gets interrupted. Tuna moves over. He gets a Disorient on VOIDGG into a full Cyclone. So everyone's taken out of the game except Upsurge. Peekaboo gets gripped and kind of just drops. He dies through cheat death so quick. So sometimes cheat death is one of those things, right? It's like sometimes it works out and you can really rely on it, and other times you just die through it immediately. So it could be frustrating.
Yeah. Maybe the warm-up games the move needs here, but overall, quite honestly, this is things you'd expect a team that is as seasoned as the move to just get it right from the get-go. And now, well, they're with the backs against the wall, at least in the upper bracket. They're down 2-0. This is match point for the Power Frogs, and they're just locking in the same comp once again. But hey, then we both know what it is with the move, right? It's never over until it's over, so this might still be a full series ahead of us.
Oh, I mean, the move has done it time after time. You can never count them out. This is a team that won last week, and this is a team that's no stranger to adversity in these competitions. The longest standing roster we have. Now, these 4 players have been together for a really long time. They've been through ups, they've been through downs. So, you know, coming back in a matchup like this is definitely something that they could pull off. You're 100% right.
Yeah. So, heading into Asher mains, Cubsy definitely being kind of the big dog in this matchup and basically contributing a majority of the damage on the side of Power Frogs. What is the angle here for the move to get into this game? I mean, map 1 looked pretty decent until it didn't. Map 3 needs to be a whole new ball game, basically.
I'm actually really surprised that the move decided to pick this map. You would think that Asher mains Fall is really good here for the side of Power Frogs, but maybe small map just didn't work out. Like, I don't know. It seems like a really bizarre pick here. I'm a little confused about it because I think if you're the Resto Druid Arcane Mage, we saw what happens. You want to be making space. Shadow Priest, one of their major downfalls in this game is their mobility is just not great, right? Like, they have a really difficult time crossing the map, chasing, whereas Arcane Mages and Resto Druids, they love it. They want to run away from you the entire game. They want to play at range. They want to avoid the interrupts from Absterge. So smaller maps seem to make more sense to me. So I'm wondering what the thought... Maybe the strategy...
Maybe it's a bit of an angle that Absterge just wants to stay away from Tuna and get cloned as little as possible, you know?
Yeah. But on the flip side, you can't, as the Shaman, you want to be there to ground and wind shear, right? Like, you have the tools to kind of defend yourself, so... I don't know. They had to pick it for a reason, so we'll see how it ends up playing. Maybe the strategy will reveal itself as this game goes on, but the move is 1 away from being sent down to the lower bracket, and this is really important for the Power Frogs.
Indeed, there is not just the gauntlet on the line here for the Power Frogs. There is a secure spot in the top 3 that they can still grab. If they win this series, they're that much closer in the direct competition against VOIDGG. And starting things out nice and slow, the Rogues are looking for an opener. Dazed is the first one out, and immediately Peekaboo is going to respond with a whole barrage of cheap shots onto literally everyone he can get his fingers on. Tuna sitting in a Hex. Dazed, the first target, gets disarmed off the back of the CC. Their great opener here from the move. The pressure is palpable, but can they carry this forward? Killing spree available here for Dazed, and Cubsy is just running around getting cheap shotted.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit of crowd control. They're running down the Arcane Mage, slowing down his burst. And I think sometimes you just have to bite the bullet. I mean, Arcane Mages aren't the most fun target to go after. He's going to be blinking out of your stuns. He's got a good amount of mobility, but Cubsy, if he's just unleashing missile barrage after missile barrage and you're not shutting him down at all, or at least keeping his damage in check, I think it's a mistake. So it seems like the move, their main adjustment of this game is to go after Cubsy a little bit more. And it is good. I like the pressure on him. Cubsy hasn't been able to get as much done.
Yeah, I'm totally with you here. That's what I've been hoping for. How feasible that is over the course of this entire match, we'll see play out over the next few minutes. But of course, for the moment, it's looking pretty decent. Shifting power coming in. Great static field toting here from Absterge. And that's what you mentioned, right? He wants to get up and personal with the enemy team. You want to bring in the Shaman utility. That is so absolutely massive. Dazed sitting in a full fear. The swap onto Tuna for the first time this map already coming in. Full silence onto the bear form. Iron Bark and Renewal traded out here is going to keep him alive. But Whiskey is the next target, and the swap out of the blind. Good start here for the Power Frogs, but Absterge in the midst of the encounter, just dealing with it with a Northern Wall. Once again, Tuna, the big target, gets kidneyed up on the bear form in half HP, and immediately they swap over onto Cubsy. You can really tell Peekaboo is up and awake right now, probably cracked a little can of Red Bull to just keep it going here, and once again getting blasted with some missiles.
Yeah, good pressure coming out. Dace had a nice counter kidney shot on Peekaboo there just to slow him down. And Tuna's actually sitting down for a drink, so really nicely done. Realized, he's free from a little bit of pressure. Basically recovers his whole entire mana bar during that drink, and that's the exact spot you want to be in. Full blind comes in from Peekaboo. Cheap shot from Daze shuts down Peekaboo and any attempts to get a blind out of that sap. So really nicely done here. I feel like Power Frogs are working together really well defensively as a unit, and making it difficult for Peekaboo to consistently get off these setups. Right now, it looks like Cubsy's looking to force some crowd control, but he's met into a full Hex, and now Daze could be in trouble. No Cloak of Shadows, no Evasion, no Vanish. really no defensive, but Peekaboo's just going to turn his attention to Cubsy and continue the pressure. Cubsy blinks out of the kidney shot. WizKid fears him up. They're looking to maybe go after Tuna, but he's just out of line of sight and completely avoiding the fight. And it's WizKid just getting absolutely blasted.
Yeah, Operational and the Trinket coming out from WizKid here. Doing a great job of getting these defensives, but of course they're rotating back of cooldown. Cloak already back and ready for days. Tuna has the Iron Bark back in 5 seconds, and Pika just getting chain cycloned by Tuna on the other side of the map here. So all in all, the pressure is there from the move, but we're still waiting on the rewards, and I think for that we'll need to get a little bit sweatier. We need to get a little bit deeper into dampening before things happen. But first, Dazed sitting in a full fear. Has that Trinket Cloak. Does he need to throw it in? The second sheep shot onto Tuna. The silence follow-up. WizKid under fire here, getting kidnapped up. Might be in a little bit of danger. Upsurge needs to get the heals in. Spirit Link is available, and he should be fine. Tuna popping in Iron Bark Tree and the Bark Skin. So a lot of cooldowns bled onto the floor just now by the Power Frogs. The move picking up momentum.
Yeah, definitely. WizKid pushing out into the middle of the map, though. If he gets stuck, it could be dangerous. Daze is all over him. Looking for some flash heals. Gets a fear here on today, slowing him down. Cubsy getting blasted. Still has the ice block if he needs it. With no crowd control on Tuna, I think he's going to be able to keep his team nice and stable. There's the polymorph. Absurge able to immediately dispel it. Peekaboo gets repolymorphed on the dispel. Tuna repositioning across the map once again, using Cubsy as kind of a grapple point on that Restoration Druid with that wild charge. And I think Tuna and Cubsy have done a really good job. That's a nice thing. Cubsy being such an expert at the Resto Druid kind of can position in a way that makes it really easy for Tuna to reposition because he has that presence of mind, but Cubsy almost gets one shot. What on earth was that? Ice Block gets mass dispelled. Tuna in a kidney shot, in a gouge. Cubsy might fall. This is an absolute nightmare. Tuna has to play catch up at this point, and looks like he will be able to. And Cubsy stays alive, but that was a great push by the move.
Welcome to Shadow Priest, baby. WizKid just knows how it goes. The Mind Spike, Shadow Word Pain follow-up combo just doing insane amounts of damage. And of course, after that, getting the block, dispelling it. So much pressure on the Power Frogs. Tuna bled a mana like crazy. Is down to 15-20% at the most. Now WizKid, though, the next target has a Trinket Disperse available, as well as the Void Shift, popping in that Desperate Prayer and Vampiric Embrace just to stay alive through his own damage and just keep on going. Absurge sitting in a gouge, should be able to get the heals in. Now Peekaboo, the big target. The man has a trinket, but nothing else. Might be dangerous. We've seen this in game 2. It's coming down to the wire here, but it should be fine. Absurge sitting in a kidney. Peekaboo still not out of danger. Trinket Link. Absurge saving it in the last possible moment here. And for the moment, yeah, the move still staying in the game. But after their go, well, it's the Power Frog's turn. Next up, the move maybe, but it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, Daze though. Lightning Lasso, kidney shot, one-shot combo. The move. They almost do it and get their win on Daze, but he's able to get the Cloak of Shadows off. Tuna's still not out of it yet. Gonna maybe have to commit the Iron Bark. Doesn't want to. Now it's gonna be WizKid potentially on the back foot. A full Cyclone lands. Is he gonna use the Dispersion? Peekaboo's still the most vulnerable target in this game, but looks like they want to go after the Shadow Priest. He's just using Flash Heal after Flash Heal. A full Cyclone lands. WizKid just trinkets out. Wants to play a really tempo-based game and get aggressive here on Cubsy. Tuna doesn't have much healing. Cheap shot on Tuna, but at the same time, all three members of the move are rotting down. They don't care. They're making a push. They want to take down Dazed. He grapples away to line of sight. Kidney shot on WizKid. Tuna working with basically nothing to keep him alive. Huge missile barrage on Peekaboo. He gets caught to a cheap shot. This is so back and forth. Who's going to fall? WizKid goes into the Dispersion. Gets out immediately. Needs to keep up the damage. But the Power Frogs, they have so much damage. Absurge has absolutely nothing. He's got the Healing Tide Totem. He needs to use it as soon as possible. And that might keep his team in the game.
Beautiful knockback to get away from that Healing Tide, but it's getting killed off. Dazed on the point there. The move just lost everything they had. Trinket, Shift, and of course the Dispersion and the Cloak. So there is nothing left in the tank. They need to go right now. Mana is getting desperate here for both teams, but Absurge has a little bit more of that available. So the next go might decide everything as Peekaboo gets kidnapped up, pops the evasion, getting the rogue damage out here, at least for the second. Full blind going in on Tuna. The Cross CC is there. Full fear onto Cubsy. Can they make something happen? Daze takes massive damage with it. Follow-up cheap shot. This is looking great. There's a tentacle on him. No cheap death. And the move takes it back in the series. And welcome to the weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
Great final push there by the move. Absurge somehow, some way, and defines all three members playing very defensive when they needed to. making the trades, the early dispersion. Absurd was able to recover with a few ticks of the Healing Tide Totem. And after the dust had settled during that really scary moment, Absurd found himself in a position where he was actually ahead on mana. So he's the only one that can really heal. Tuna, unfortunately, was just completely gassed. That was their final push. They tried to make a play. Tuna moved forward with basically 1% mana with a Disorient clone. But once that got shut down, it was all the move, and they battle it back here on Ashamains.
Man, and we had questions about the map choice. It certainly did play out. Yeah, I mean, this is the move. This is kind of what I was hoping for, but the first 2 games, not gonna lie, Ben, they had me in the first half.
Yeah. This is just this is so typical, the move, right? Like, they make their fans really sweat during these games. There's so many close calls in this match. Peekaboo barely holding on, but they were consistent with their setups, right? Like, even now, like, as a Resto Shaman, you have to make these decisions, right? Your entire team's at 40% health, but you still got to make the play. So you go for the Lightning Lasso, and that's what separates. That's what separates, like, you know, good healers from great healers. Like, the great healers are willing to, when their team is low, still make those risky plays because they know, like, if we do a good setup, we're not going to be taking any damage. You have to just be comfortable being uncomfortable with your teammates' HP.
Yeah, and then we had, of course, we had also plays from VOIDGG just before in this replay, right? Dazed is getting trucked. There's nothing left, and the CC setup, the move is just perfect on those. There's a full Gouge and Tuna to finish this off. Cupsy can't do anything. Dragon's Breath on cooldown. But just before that, VOIDGG coming in with a Trinket Void Shift into Dispersion a millisecond before Tuna got the in-cap roar off and just disrupts the entire team. If he hadn't gotten that little play in that millisecond, the move would have been dead. Pika on the floor and the series is done. So it really comes down to the wire between these teams, and that's what I love about the AWC, man. This is what we're getting every single time. Or rather, we can get every single time. Not necessarily if we go to like 10-minute dampening, but hey, that's what we're here for. I love these games.
Yeah. All right, so we got a series on our hand. The move is going to have to battle it back, backs against the wall. We kind of thought the big maps were good for the Power Frogs, but where are they going to go is my question. Oh, we know, Empyrean Domain. So we didn't have to wait very long. Both teams kind of lock in their draft. So we're going to be getting into the games really quickly out of this. And what is it?
I hope you brought your sunglasses.
Yeah, it's bright, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely is. I mean, this is just going back to Nagrand, and basically, would you compare Empyrean to Ashamains on a certain extent?
The big difference is just the pillar size, right? Like, Empyrean Domain has such little tiny pillars that can be really, really difficult to actually line a sight on. But in terms of open field, this is a massive map. Like, you have so much distance around like the edge of the map to kite. In terms of overall size, yeah, I'd say it's pretty similar to Ashamains, but I would say this one in particular is well suited for Wizards because the pillars are just so hard to actually get value on. But I think this is just another one where Power Frogs, they want the biggest map possible, so Tuna can always get away. Any hope, like, basically the Power Frogs are in a situation where if Tuna doesn't drink, they will lose the late game. Like, anyone can win in the early game, but you are certainly going to lose the late game as the Power Frogs if you don't drink. So Tuna has to find opportunities on this map, at least at one point. He's one good drink, unless they can close it out early, which is possible. But if they can get one good drink, then they can actually, put up a fight in that late game fight.
Well, that's exactly the beauty of this series, as you just mentioned, right? If they don't die before that, we've seen so many goes that have been so damn close over the course of all 3 games so far. Well, it's not going to get easier for the move. They need to stay alive if they want to keep going in that upper bracket and completely secure that top 3 on the standings and early qualifications to the mid-season clash. But first, well, Empyrean Domain, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, I hope you brought your sunglasses because we're going back to the Shadowlands, good old times. Yeah, probably getting fined for that sentence. But hey, let's see who is the rogue that opens first here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Dazed and Peekaboo just sitting in stealth, Tuna position far away as well. Cubsy just moving in, unafraid. But that does mean VOIDGG is going to get Mind Spikes out, right? He's going to be stealing some of that haste with the Mind Trauma. and that's going to be kind of loading up his initial damage here. Cubsy looking for a Ring of Frost, potential Arcane Surge, does manage to get it off, so Cubsy is locked and loaded, ready to go with his Arcane Surge, committing the Touch of the Magi, Missile Barrage coming in as well, Double Blast, Arcane Blast again, but it looks like WizK is going to be able to shrug off a lot of this initial damage, so Cubsy uses a lot of burst, but Absurge drops the Spirit Link Totem, or sorry, the Healing Tide Totem, and that's going to be more than enough to keep WizK in the fight.
Yeah, and you can hear the spell steals coming in immediately. Of course, they're not as effective against the Shaman as they are against the Druid, but still very annoying to deal with, and Absurge will bleed some extra mana. But first, WizK is the target. Desperate Prayer is out, Vampiric Embrace already on cooldown, and they're trying to make things work, but for the moment, the Power Frogs definitely looking like the stronger team in the opener. But you mentioned, it's going to come down to the mana, it's going to come down to Tuna being able to drink, and he is trying his best to kite away. You can see the Wild Charge back to Cubsy, making sure he is on the far end of the damage that the move can bring in. And, well, for the moment, WizK is the target. Everything as normal in the first 3 games. The Shadow Priest getting absolutely clobbered.
Oh my goodness, Cubsy just suppression fire on WizK, forcing him out of line of sight. But he does get recovered here. Full kidney shot lands. He goes for a Fear on Daze, but that's just going to get dispelled. Tuna's just going to eat that Vampiric Touch Dispel effect, and it looks like Tuna wants to sit down for a drink if he can. This is a good opportunity. WizK's trying to push in. Can Tuna get out of combat? Doesn't look like he's able to drink just yet, so they do shut that down. He's going to remain at about 60% mana here. He's now into a cheap shot. Cheap shot on Tuna. They're making a big setup here on Tuna. Can they take him down? Silence out of the cheap shot, but Cubsy, once again, just that point that Tuna can always just kind of grapple to. Huge Mind Spike lands. That was a dangerous situation for Tuna.
Yeah, nice Incap Raw gets out. Peekaboo blinds him on the follow-up, looking for the quick re-stealth. Maybe wants to get the sap here. Pika finds those, and, well, this is a dangerous situation for Cubsy. Can they get the block? That's the big question. There's the full blind in defense of Dazed, and Cubsy getting sheep shot. It should be fine for the moment. Big NS coming through, and Tuna stabilizes this situation. But these are the moments that you need to watch out for. The move is going to take your entire arm if you give them a fingertip. And that's what you just saw. WizK on the push is looking to put pressure on Tuna, and Dazed caught out of position. Even Absurge getting there in with the meatballs. And the move really doesn't care about who they can hit. The Power Frogs, in the meantime, you can tell they're playing to survive at the moment, not necessarily playing to win. And that's never the best strat to go into the arena with.
Yeah, kitty shot on Absurge right now. WizK is once again just going to duck out of line of sight, just allowing Absurge a moment to breathe. But I want to see more swaps on Peekaboo. He's just so far.
Yeah.
Like, so he's so far on the opposite side of the map. It would be nice if Dazed and Cubsy could actually make swaps on him. It looks like they might do that. Counter cheap shot coming in from Peekaboo, clotheslining Dazed as he continues to make a push here on Tuna. All 3 members of the move. They want to get on top of this Restoration Druid and take him down. They smell blood in the water. Absurge looking for a greater purge potentially here, but a double disorienting roar. Tuna once again just going to be looking across the map. Can he do it? WizK getting blasted. Beautifully done here by Cubsy, getting off that Arcane Surge, but Peekaboo just kind of healing Cubsy right now. He doesn't want him to free cast with that Arcane Surge, so he's going after him just a little bit, but now he's met with a full Cyclone. This is a beautiful opportunity for Tuna to drink. This is exactly what they need. Tuna is sitting in stealth. He's drinking. He's going straight to full mana, and Absurge is at 40%. This is what the Power Frogs needed to put them back in the game.
Yeah, beautiful. The counter on Daze, the move trying to put the pressure on the Rogue to force Tuna to cancel the drink, but he got a lot going for himself, and that's exactly what you mentioned, Van. This might be the tickets for the Power Frogs to move on in the upper bracket. They only need this one win to move on from the series, and WizK down to half is definitely a good start. Pika still has the Cloak and Trinket, as well as the Vanish, Absurge, Trinket Link. There's a lot of defensive lines still available for the move on the side of the Power Frogs. We're sitting somewhat comfortable as well with Ice Block, Cloak, Trinket, Ironbark, etc. all available. So we'll need to see some setups and some goals that burn these defensives before one team can fall. And WizK, the first target here, maybe, while the move is trying to catch up to Cubsy, who's not making it easy for them.
Definitely not. He really never does. Kidney shot now onto Peekaboo as Cubsy's just going to continue to blast him. WizK just waddling so slowly across the map, just trying to connect damage to anyone. They do get on top of Tuna, and they get his Trinket. Okay, that's a good push there by the move. They get the Trinket as well as the Tranquility, and all of a sudden Absurge is actually ahead on mana.
Cubsy.
The move, they have a lot of pressure. They get Cubsy a little bit low. He gets topped off there by Tuna, but Tuna's just stuck in the middle of the map. There's a great opportunity here for the move to go back on him. Arskin is rotated back up, but with no Trinket, They could potentially take him down. Let's see how much damage WizKid has available. Getting VT here. Big damage on Dazed. The two-pronged assault. Absurge and WizKid going after Dazed. Peekaboo on a solo mission on Tuna with just some of the dots there from WizKid, but at the same time, a huge amount of burst from Cubsy. He's going to be put into a blind. So defensive blind there by Peekaboo. Dazed rolls back, trying to get some damage on the Peekaboo as well, not allowing him to just sit on top of Tuna. But slowly but surely, the move pulling ahead in terms of mana. And that is a big lead. This is what it came down to in the last game. Let's see how long Tuna can hold on. Power Frogs, they got to try to close it out here shortly.
Tuna down to half again. No Ironbark, looking a little bit like fish out of water right now. Beautiful double in-cap roar. Absturge CC'd up with as well with a full kidney. WizKid under a little bit of pressure. He already lost his dispersion in that last go, so a little bit of dangerous moments here for the move. Void Shift, Trinket, Link, all still available. Cloak Trinket for Pika as well as the full blind comes in onto Absturge, and he is just gonna get out of that in no time. WizKid, the next target here. The damage is coming in. Cubsy doing a great job so far, but another Dark Ascension Void Torrent, gets cancelled immediately by the Ring of Frost, and Dazed staying on the offensive. Full kidney onto Absturge. This could be do or die time for the move, as the Power Frogs are flexing their muscles for a little bit here, but you can tell immediately Peekaboo on the offensive once again. Precog donated to Cubsy. This could get dangerous. Dazed down to half, needs to pull back, and you can see the push and pull on the caster and the melee DPS sides is insane in the back and forth sense as we're heading to 7 minutes and the dampening starts to move up.
Yeah, good push by WizKid, looking for a Void Torrent. He's got Power Infusion. There's a lot of damage available, 35% dampening. Big damage here onto Cubsy. He's silenced and just getting absolutely blasted. Same time, though, Dazed puts a kidney shot on WizKid. Earthen Wall Totem drops down. That's going to redirect and prevent a lot of that incoming damage that Cubsy has. Another full blind is going to land here by Peekaboo, just slowing down Cubsy. Just, if you can't kill the Arcane Mage, just try to crowd control him and just deny him bursting as much as possible. And that is exactly what Peekaboo is doing here. Master Spell potentially coming in from WizKid, freeing Absurge from a Polymorph and allowing him to back up his team. Full kidney shot here on a Daze of the Silence on Tuna. Can they do it? The move, they might be able to do it. They might just kill him through evasion. Another cheap shot sneaks in. Cubsy with a defensive Dragon's Breath saves the day. Daze stays alive, but they net a lot of cooldowns in that exchange.
That was Ironbark, that was Evasion, Dazed's Trinket, and of course, the last little bit of Tuna's mana. He's sitting on 5%, desperately looking to dispel any of WizKid's dots, but the move on the offensive. They got the advantage, they just need to hammer it home now. And can they do it? That's the big question. WizKid gets kidneyed up. That's a lot of damn coming in. Where's Absurge with the Link? Does he need to press it? Dispersion still available as well, and Absurge is just chilling, walking forward with the Earthen Wall, looking to be on the offensive. You mentioned the great healers. They know when to make plays, and Absurge definitely always on the lookout for one. Dazed going back in, finds the kick on to WizKid on the heals here, but Cubsy is the next target. Can we see the block? No, he dips out with the blink, shifting power to refresh his CDs, and Peekaboo being the next target.
Nice.
Still has the cloak. He's going on the offensive, and that is the block on the inline. Beautifully done, the gouge, keeping Cubsy safe for the moment. He's just gonna chill and give Tuna a moment to breathe, but he is caught in a full fear. Dazed in the cross CC with the kidney, and the offensive rolling steady for the move. The swap over onto Dazed will net his cloak, but might he even die through it? He is not in a good spot. Tuna has 0 mana to go, and the move is looking to close out the equalizer for this series. WizKid, the swap target until the dispersion, still has the shift available, and it's thus not able to press it. Absurge low on mana, has the Link available, but will power through with just the Ascendance. Now popping in the Link, and it's desperate times here on match point. The move is struggling, even though they looked so good just a few moments ago. And then WizKid in a full kidney. This might be over in just a moment here.
Yeah, Cubsy displaces away. He's going to be the main target here. WizKid wants to make the push. We have an interrupt here onto Tuna. Can they take down Cubsy? WizKid still just the pillar with Absurge, looking for Mind Spike Insanity. Mind Spike after Mind Spike. Cubsy, I don't know if he can take this exchange. Lightning Lasso on Dazed as well. It is such a close game. Cubsy to 10% health. Can the move tie it up? It looks like they're going to be able to do it. They drop Cubsy at 51% dampening. And this is insane. The move, like I said, they're one of these teams that can battle it back at the brink of despair. They're just such professionals here. And they tie it up against the Power Frogs in a really close game 4.
Man, When I signed up for a move series, I was hopeful that it would be good. That it would be this good, I had no idea. Both the move and the power frogs absolutely playing out of their mind. I'm loving everything I'm seeing. The defensive trades are on point. The plays are there from Daze, from Pika, from Cubsy, Tuna doing his best with the hearts. And all in all, just an incredible series. Game 5 up on the line. I have no idea at this point who's going to take it, man.
Me neither. And it makes me wonder what map we're going to be going to, because a lot of the big ones have been played out. There's still a few left. We can take a look at the final moments of the game. VOIDGG almost died there with no disperse, that would have been heartbreaking. Like, he literally went down to 5% health. At this point, it's just Absurge has a little bit of mana, and Tuna still has nothing. He's doing what he can. Innervate actually comes back up, but dampening is just so high. They're able to push through and continue this pressure here onto Cubsy. He's doing what he can with blinks, but Outlaw Rogue has a bunch of mobility to stay on target. And unfortunately, Cubsy just doesn't have anything to really get away. There's nothing that Tuna has to heal him up. And as we go later into the game, you can see VOIDGG's damage. Honestly, it's just so impressive what VOIDGG is able to do. I feel like it's such a nightmare on Shadow Priest. You got an Outlaw Rogue on you, shutting you down. The Mage and the Druid are playing at such a far range. Interrupting you and blast waving you away and keeping you locked down, but he still manages to keep up his damage, which is a big reason why they're able to win with this composition. It's not easy, but VOIDGG pulls it off. It's incredible, yeah. At the same time, doing 7.3 million healing on his own as well. That's not just a Vampiric Embrace, that's the Flash Heal spam he brings in every now and then. He's a master of kind of the defensive weaving over there to kind of bait some kicks, just stay healthy and take some pressure off Absturge. Generally, you can see over the course of this game, the graph definitely shows that both teams have their moments, have their points in time where they can really push, and over the course of the last 20 seconds, 2 million damage brought in here from Pika and VOIDGG. And overall, very, very impressive kind of feat of strength for both teams to stay up and healthy and keep it so competitive the entire map through. And now, well, I think the big question is, what is the map we're going to, right? You already mentioned, we've seen basically all the large maps. I guess we could go to something like Maldraxxus or, well, Tolveron. There we go. I guess there's Maldraxxus, there's Tolveron, there's Enigma Crucible. Like, there is some options.
No one plays Enigma, man.
I like that map. I feel like that map's underrated. I actually really enjoy that map. Oh, I know one ever picks it.
Okay. Well, do you prefer Enigma over Blade's Edge?
I feel like there's been a lot of slander towards Blade's Edge. A lot of players aren't liking it with some of the knocks that were added to this expansion. I like it. I think it's a unique map. No one ever picks it, though. It's so rare where a team will actually try to use that map to their advantage. I think it'd be really strong for mage teams.
I'm glad that you think so. It's also one of my favorites. But hey, Tolveron is where it's at. The move locking in RPS once again. And hey, it's just a comp that works. It's incredibly strong this season, especially with the Shadow Priest. Even though Shadow Priest in general is, I want to almost say, a little bit underrated. Maybe flying under the radar in general, not just in NA, but especially in Europe.
Yeah, I saw Raikou log on it. So after the move 1, I saw Raikou actually playing it a decent amount in solo shuffle. I think Waz has been playing it as well. So, I mean, some of these players are picking it up. Obviously, if you play it at a really high level, it's super good. I feel like it seems to me that Destra Warlock has been the most popular caster. And then under that, you have kind of the Balanced Druids, the Arcane Mages, the Shadow Priest, the Ellie Shamans, even seeing some Devastation Evokers. But most teams are utilizing that Destruction Warlock the most. But I think caster balance is actually pretty good right now. Like, a lot of the different casters are viable.
Yeah, I'm generally... I mean, for what my opinion is worth, right? I'm generally pretty happy with what we've seen in the AWC. Generally, it seems like a little bit of a chaos in terms of what is the actual meta. Lots of different people running lots of different comps. You already mentioned quite the decent variety in terms of the caster DPS. 2 or 3 healers that get played. That could be a little bit more, but overall, this is an incredibly entertaining season so far. And now, well, it's 5 games between the Power Frogs and the move. It's not quite the mirror, but it's a definite skill matchup between these two comps. And Cubsy doing an insane job on this Arcane Mage so far. I'm really curious if they can pull it out against the move here on Game 5.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy for them, but in this situation, when you're in a series that's going into Game 5, you want to be the team that just won 2, right? For the Power Frogs, it's like, okay, we're 1 away. We're 1 away. We're up 2-0. Things are looking good, and then you lose, and you're like, okay, well, still, this is going to be a 3-1. We're going to win this one, and then you lose again, and then you're like, okay, well, now it's a tie. It's 2-2. Are they going to reverse sweep us? That's what you're thinking, right? And that's not a good feeling. I've been in that situation before where it seems like you're going to easily win a series, and then all of a sudden you're on match point. You have no momentum. Although that was a really close game, I still feel like you'd rather be the move in this situation just in terms of the momentum you've picked up.
It's a question of the nerves, right? And there is no question that the move definitely has the sheer experience to have been in that situation again and again and again. And even though the Power Frogs, I think as a team, in terms of tournaments, only this season really starting to pop off, but the players themselves, right, they have so much experience. Tuna has been around for a while, even if he wasn't as successful as he probably would have liked to been. Cubsy is a legend of the AWC in his own right, and even Dazed and Shun Li have been around for a while and have been performing at the very top of their respective kind of ladders. So overall, the Power Frogs are basically, for me, a team made to be able to do this.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Like I said, kind of going into this AWC season, I feel like a lot of people would put Power Frogs as one of the teams to beat. And I mean, they still are. It's just, like you said, a team full of raw talent. They've got lots of different compositions that they can play, and they practice a lot. So they put a lot of effort into actually winning. They practice a ton together. I see them on basically every night when I'm watching streams. It's always them playing. They're at the top of the ladder right now. So obviously they have the capability of winning these games. They just got to put it all together. With the move in tournaments, they always seem to just rise to the occasion. And if they could come back in this series, we're going to see another upper bracket final between Liquid and the move, which would be, it's kind of what I predicted, but yeah, the Power Frogs, I thought they were going to win this one. I thought they were going to walk away 3-0 after how those first 2 games looked.
I didn't doubt the move last week, and I'm not going to start doubting them now. Liquid versus the move, it's kind of the El Clasico. You need to get that once a weekend in the NA AWC, otherwise it's not a good AWC weekend, you know? I was going to ask you what you think these teams are talking about in this little timeout they pulled to kind of refocus here for a minute, but we're already onto the arena, and the move is on the offensive, looking for some damage with a nice double fear from VOIDGG, bringing in the dots onto Tuna, and he already had to trade out Barkskin and the bear form, going down to half, and finally Region in that full blind from Pika.
Yeah, nicely done. Let's see what they can do. VOIDGG right now looking to just get his dots up, trying to get all 3 targets fully loaded with dots and get those Mind Spikes out onto Cubsy. Looks like Tuna's pushing forward, trying to get a Disorient full Cyclone on Absurge, initiating crowd control, but that might cost him. Cubsy's Ice Block, he's getting bursted down quite a bit. And they're topping him off in that tree form. He's getting out those big regrowths, and Cubsy is going to be more than okay during that moment. But that was a good push. And honestly, the move did a really good job kind of punishing that aggression. But if you look, Peekaboo, no Vanish, no Evasion, no Cloak. Really open target here, and he just crosses the entire map. He does not care whatsoever. Peekaboo gets stunned, and they get crowd control on Absurge. It's going to be a really scary situation here for the move.
Yeah, Game 2 sends its regards, and for the moment, they are fine. And it's something we talked about the last few maps already, right? Maybe the pressure on Peekaboo and punishing him for going as deep, as you mentioned on last map, might be the solution here for the Power Frogs, as Tuna is once again the target. In the meantime, VOIDGG getting absolutely clobbered on the other side of the map, bringing in the Mass Dispel on Pika, wanting to keep his Rogue on the offensive. VOIDGG trinketing that one as well. They really want to go on Tuna with the full silence here, but it's not really netting them anything. They don't even get a trinket or the the bark skin. So for the moment, the move just looking for more. There's the next cheap shot. The DRs have clung off, and Tuna not looking good. The Insanity Mind Spikes are insanely powerful, and Tuna finally trading out that Iron Bark. That's what the move was looking for.
Yep, getting that Iron Bark out of the way, or getting the Bark Skin out of the way. Still has a trinket as well. See what they can do. Full kidney shot on VOIDGG, looking for some counter pressure here, but no crowd control on Absurge. That's been a big difference. Just not as much crowd control on Absurge. He's been able to basically stay ahead of the damage and allow VOIDGG to make these pushes, you know, dropping the Earthen Wall Totem in the middle of map, really keeping him safe. Peekaboo gets an immediate dispel there by Absurge, and this is what you want. You want to go after Tuna. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You want the move to be able to work together as a unit. Absurge has to be there for Hexes on Cubsy, Wind Shears on Cubsy, Groundings on Cubsy. Cubsy now just going for Spell Stealing, getting off that Power Infusion, and going for a huge blast of damage onto Peekaboo.
The big thing, though, for me is, yes, Tuna is bleeding mana like crazy right now, but he has an Innovate in 40 seconds. The other thing is Absturge has to stay open field the entire time, running after his 2 DPS, and that's going to cost him so much mana because they're just so much susceptible to basically everything. So, in terms of the mana game, I'm not quite sure how well the move is going to do over the next few minutes, but Tuna definitely needs to get a drink after these first 3 opening minutes, because he's not looking great. A sub 50% mana already as VOIDGG brings in the Fade, trying to get out of this little tricky situation. He's caught in a little bit further in the corner in the map. Dazed, trading out the Cloak. That's a big immunity that they are losing here at the moment. Peekaboo still having his available. The move might be able to get something going with a setup and maybe say, go on Dazed.
Yeah, Cubsy getting big missile barrages here on VOIDGG, a little bit on Absurge, going back to VOIDGG. They're all over the map. Full Cyclone here from Tuna onto Absurge. VOIDGG's in trouble. He's greeting it out, just going for the flash heals. And it seems like that's going to be enough, throwing out a lot of healing on himself while Absurge is in that crowd control. Earthen Wall drops down. Absurge has VOIDGG's back, and let's see if they can keep Peekaboo alive as well. Right now, the Power Frogs are really keeping Absurge guessing, going after multiple targets here, multiple pressure points. Same time, though, the move is looking to get some damage of their own here onto Daze. He's got no cloak, no trinket. He trinkets out of that immediately, realizing he could be a target. Wants to just avoid that damage while Tuna's in crowd control and not force Tuna to heal. Big heal there onto Cubsy, though. Tops him off. That was a beautiful altar time. Cubsy, though, not out of it yet. He gets feared. Double fear here by VOIDGG. Are they going to make a swap on Tuna? It looks like they will. Peekaboo, VOIDGG, Absurge, all of them on top of this poor Restoration Druid. What is he going to have to trade? It looks like just the Bark Skin is going to be enough. Good peels here coming in from the Power Frogs.
But Full Sheep onto Absturge. If they land some CC onto the move's healer, then it's usually ending in a little bit of a defensive burn on the side of the move. Pika or VOIDGG having to burn something, but it seems like they're sitting through it nicely. Now VOIDGG, though, the big target. Cubsy has some good damage on the Shadow Priest here, and is just gonna hammer that in. PI coming through, VOIDGG looking to go on the offensive. Absturge still sitting in that Cyclone. He was greeting till the last moment, but finally VOIDGG pops in that Dispersion, is gonna be fine. But the swap onto Tuna once again sends damage his way. VOIDGG still not out of the thicket yet. Gets Cycloned low, or rather on half, which is pretty big. Scary moment for the move. VOIDGG has nothing except the Void Shift, not even a trinket, so if they catch him unaware, this could be over really quickly. But here's the Void Tor in Tuna, not looking good himself too much either. He's trying to get on the offensive, but gets silenced on the attempted Cyclone. VOIDGG still under fire, gets the flash shields in, and is gonna stabilize here for the moment, but Absturge has tossed the Link out of the window. The Ascendance is up and running, but not too much more in the tank after that, outside of the Ancestor Guardians. And, well, you can do a little bit with that, but how much really is that going to be worth? Daze the next target, maybe a swap could be devastating here. The move on the back foot, Power Frogs pumping it up.
Yeah, Power Frogs really keeping the move on the back foot, but Absurge still has that mana lead, and we've seen situations where everyone from the move is 40%, and they just flip a switch, go all offense. Tuna across the map right now with Peekaboo. Peekaboo's going to be moving back, trying to slow down Cubsy. He's going for an Arcane Surge. Daze catches him to Kidney Shot. There's the Arcane Surge. How much damage does Cubsy have? VOIDGG shuts him down with a Silence, but once that fades, Cubsy should be able to get off some big damage. Touch of the Magi here on VOIDGG. This is a huge amount of pressure. Absurge, what is he going to do? Dispersion in 2 seconds. He might be able to greet it, though. Looks like Absurge has the heals to keep him alive. That Ancestral Guidance with the Healing Tide Totem is more than enough, and even at 32% dampening, Absurge makes a full recovery, but look at Tuna. He's just sitting, drinking, recovering that mana. They don't know where he is. Tuna is completely lost. Peekaboo moves over and does manage to finally get him out of self, but he got about 40% mana there.
That is absolutely insane and completely flips the game on its head. The Power Frogs now fully in the driver's seat. Yes, some of the defensive CDs have rotated back here for the move. The Dispersion once again available, but Absturge still sitting without a Link, sitting without an Ascendance. Is caught in a full Sheep. VOIDGG under fire, gets Inlight on Shadow. That's not a good spot to be in. Might need to burn the Dispersion here as Power Frogs are making their move, and it's VOIDGG as the main target. He's going down to half. Desperate Prayer, Vampiric Embrace, big damage coming in with the well, generally just a massive Shadow Priest damage that he's trying to bring in, and Cupsy ran out of mana, which is not a great spot to be in as an Akarn mage, but VOIDGG under fire, continuing to drop low. Beautiful static field totem here by Upsturge to get them all clumped up in Peekaboo's arms. And with VOIDGG in a full kidney, Power Frogs might be able to turn this one around on the side. Cupsy looking for more damage. Fade comes in. Tuna on the offensive. The Recyclone onto Upsturge is good. VOIDGG still greeting that dispersion. Is looking to hold onto that defensive as long as he can. The Void Torrent coming through, and the Earthen Wall is down. Upsturge staying on target here. 20% mana left. Tuna bleeding blue. No Innovate available. And the move, they're dropping consistently. Then I'm not gonna lie to you. This is looking more and more dicey by the second killing spree coming out. VOIDGG struggling, and finally they get that all-important dispersion, and this could turn into a disaster in just a second with Peekaboo forced to pull Trinket Link.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. That was Peekaboo's Cloak of Shadows. We need to see the move start developing some momentum. I fear they're just so far on the back foot, they might not be able to recover. Healing Tide Totem is down here for Upsturge. There's all three members of the move. Peekaboo, VOIDGG on Upsturge are on the run. Dazed is pushing in, but needs to be careful. If he gets caught into a lasso, it could be the end of the game. Cubsy with Suppression Fire, just keeping them pinned at the pillar. Shifting Power comes in, resetting that Touch of the Magi. There's a lot of damage available here for Cubsy, and this is exactly what you want if you are Tuna, but he does get caught. Cheap Shot comes in. Can they take him down? The Cheap Shot nets the Trinket, the Bark Skin, and everything, and all of a sudden the move, they are back in the game. They got the Trinket Spirit Link. They might be able to take down Tuna. Looks like he has enough healing and damage reduction to survive this setup, but that was a great push by the move. Peekaboo just has to hold on a little bit longer.
Tuna entirely kitchen sinking that go at 9 minutes and 48% dampening. You are kind of at desperation hour. Full Ring of Frost on Upsturge here as well around the corner. Cupsy doing an insane job here on the defensive, or rather offensive CC plays. Dazed, caught in a gouge. VOIDGG, they're just tanking the aggro. Still has the Void Shift and the Dark Ascension available. Might be looking for a go. There's the Void Torrent, gets interrupted on it. The move really are just biding their time. They're looking for that wall important, that single go. Tuna has Bark Skin in 10 seconds on the other side of the map. He is looking for a drink. You just know he is. He needs that mana to sustain because he's dropped below Upsturge once again, and Pika fought on a full kidney in Cupsy's line of sight. There's the grip. Beautiful save by VOIDGG for the moment. Pika will be fine once again, is looking for some pokes around the corner and gets hit with a Ring of Fire in return. Dazed gets his trinket back in just this second. Tuna has his back in 15 seconds. The window for the move to kill this druid is closing ever so slowly, and Tuna, well, he's just sitting there and basically drinking empty the entire damn bar.
Now this is looking good for the Power Frogs, but the move, all they need is one good push. They could do it. Dazed is getting low. He gets dismantled. He's forced to trade out his Vanish. And I think the main pressure point of this game is going to be Dazed moving forward. Cubsy blinks back out of that kidney shot. Full cheap shot here on Tuna. This is where the move could start picking up pressure, could start picking up momentum. They have pressure on all three members. Tuna's getting low. Peekaboo's all over him. Can he fully recover? Goes into treat form. He's got Barkskin. Wants to hold on to that Iron Bark for Dazed, and the potential setup here onto Cubsy. At the same time, though, VOIDGG is getting low. There's a gouge, cheap shot onto Upsturge. The Power Frogs are looking to close this out. VOIDGG goes into the dispersion. He's got the Void Shift. They got the Spirit Link. The move has the cooldowns. Their health isn't full, but they can make trades, and they could win this game still.
It is so close, coming down to the wire. Pika trades the evasion. Double fear from VOIDGG. This might be another moment for the move to really turn the heat up. Pika going in with the full kidney onto Tuna. Where is Dazed? He's the target, probably. VOIDGG getting CC'd up himself for the moment. Dips around the corner. Cheap shots all over the place here from Peekaboo to keep his Shadow Priest safe. But Pika caught in a cheap shot himself. Now needs to Trinket Cloak to get out of there. Void Torn dipped in onto Cubsy for just a moment. The move starting to struggle desperately here. VOIDGG down to 20%. The Void Shift, he's in line on Shadow. Might need to do something here. The Link comes in from Upsturge with the Trinket thrown to the Wolves as well. Shadow Fiend is available. VOIDGG will need to make a push here. The fear is in, is good. But do they have the damage? VOIDGG dropping down to 5%. The move struggling to stay alive. The Power Frogs really want this upper final spot. VOIDGG down to 20%. Barrage execute, and the Power Frogs completely flexing on the competition here.
Yeah, I mean, this game was looking good. The last couple minutes of that game, the Power Frogs, they just had all the pressure. They kept the move forced at the pillar, and there's just not a lot that they could do. I think they played this one exceptionally well. Tuna made it so difficult for Peekaboo to actually connect to his target. And once they had that pressure, they were just unrelenting in their push. And unfortunately, the move just could not recover. They couldn't find their bearing during the last couple minutes of that match.
Yeah, finding their bearing, I think, is the big important sentence there. They looked like struggling and fish out of water a little bit there behind that pillar. The ideas were there, but they couldn't really get through the defensives that the Power Frogs had, and ultimately, I think the Power Frogs really stepping up to the plate this week.
Certainly are stepping up to the plate, and it's incredible to watch them do it as well. You know, we talked about they're sitting in that 4th position spot, so obviously not in the worst position to be in, but this is going to be incredibly good for them in terms of standings, and I'm a little worried about the move now.
I think, yeah, I'm not too worried about them, because that was a really close series. Like, that's one of those series that could have easily gone either way. So if we get a rematch, I wouldn't count the move out just yet. But this is what we kind of expected from the Power Frogs, right? Like, to me, this is a roster going into these cups. They looked insane. I mean, everyone's complaining about Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, the amount of spell steals he does, how slippery he is, how much burst damage he's able to put out. A lot of talk about Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, and I feel like this week they are really delivering on that. It looks like they're coming in cleaner than ever, and actually making it into that upper finals and playing against Liquid. If they beat Liquid, they might be the new team to beat if no one has an answer for this Arcane Mage.
Yeah, very true. I mean, there's a lot of teams to beat here. I just feel like the competition right now is at an all-time high here in the North American region. Power Frogs, we're going to see them head off against Liquid on Championship Sunday in the North American Finals tomorrow. So definitely looking forward to that series. Hopefully they are too. And then the move, they're going to be heading up against LePump at the end of the day here, Ben.
Yep. We'll see what they can do. LePump is one of those teams. I feel like I am expecting big things from them. I feel like KZ Fox, Zhang Bahai, Existence, and Dippy, they are one of those teams that maybe you haven't heard of them, but they can cause a lot of upsets, and they're bringing very unique compositions as well. The Retribution Paladin with the Fistweaver Monk can be really difficult to deal with if you're well coordinated. And then, of course, Existence as the Warrior and Demon Hunter that we've seen him perform at such a high level. And then you have Dippy, who's flexing on that caster. So lots of different options for them. And I feel like that comp that they bring with the Ret Warrior Fistweaver or the Demon Hunter Ret Fistweaver is something that just hard counters a lot of teams. Like the Shaman, like for example, like if you're playing against them as like a Shaman Destro Warlock, you're just going to get ran at. It's really difficult to play against them. They have a lot of answers, a lot of damage, a lot of durability. So yeah, I think LePump could be difficult for the move.
And the thing for LePump as well is, right, we spoke about this earlier in the matchup against DRACO CLEAVE, but these guys have nothing to lose. For them, yes, they've qualified for the Gauntlet now, but they want a better place in the seeding. If they go down against the move, they'll be in 8th place and have to make a full run to the Gauntlet to be able to get into that mid-season clash, and you really don't want to be the last line on the Gauntlet start. It's not a thankful position to be in, so getting a win and moving on through the lower bracket would be absolutely insane for them.
Yeah, it certainly would. And, you know, they did have a really solid series earlier, so maybe they're riding off of that momentum, off of that win from DRACO CLEAVE. So we'll certainly find out soon enough. But also something interesting to note based on that last series, actually 85% of you guys watching from home voted for the move to win that series. So certainly a bit of upset, at least in chat's mind. But we're going to head to another series in just a moment. It's going to be in the lower bracket as well. So we are going to see a team get knocked out of the tournament coming up after this break. It's VOIDGG versus CML in just a bit. back, we are going to do a map quiz courtesy of Warcraft log. So see if you can guess along with us. Also, we do have new rankings. Apparently Ven has the most correct guesses. So congrats, Ven.
More of this? I thought it was just for fun.
Someone on production went back and Sierra went back and counted everything. So it is no longer fun. We are fighting to the death.
Do we have like a point standings, like the teams?
Yeah,
or...
you are.
I'm last
actually. You're
whatever.
You got ranked 1 above Twitch chat.
Hey, I'm above Twitch chat. That's the cutoff.
Sorry.
That's the cutoff.
Is anybody below Twitch chat?
me and Sid are tied right above Zico for 3rd.
We're gonna need a graphic for this.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, we do. We need let's make it happen. Production. We need a graphic. But this is either Nagrand, Hook Point, Robodrome, or Ashamains.
I need to watch.
Yeah, I'm hard committing D. Hard commit D.
Wait, I said Ashamains. Okay,
Don't
we're
care.
both locked in on
Commit D.
Ashamains at the same time.
I feel like it's too small. It looks too small for Ashamains.
I need them to move to the top of the map. As soon as
Yeah,
they
they
move to
need
the
to
top
form
of
the
the map,
last pillar.
Why are they only
I
playing
think
on one pillar?
Bro, that
Turtle all
pillar-
Okay, I'm gonna
day.
troll. I think it's. Never mind. I was gonna say Hook Point, but
There are definitely
That's
two
too
pillars
troll.
here, so it's either Nagrand or Ashamains, and it really depends on if there's one pillar at the top or 2 at the top, and we don't know yet. Oh,
I'm going. I'm going.
looks like one.
I'm going.
Looks like one. That's
There it
Going to
is,
Grand,
there it is.
Grand.
Zico and I are right. There's no way we're wrong.
Wait, what?
Easy points.
You
Easy
and I
points.
already locked in Ashamains. There's no way it's not. It's 100%.
It's too small for Ashamains.
The shape is
Right?
Ashamains.
It's not too small for Ashamains. What?
You're right.
Massive.
You're right.
We're watching it from like the sky.
We're zoomed
No,
out.
yeah. Yeah, I can see it now. All right.
God. I was gonna laugh.
I feel like
if it ended
Sid-
up being Robodrome, like somehow, because Robodrome is 2 pillars in a ramp, but nobody ever picks Robodrome in the AWC, so it's like never actually going to be that.
Even when it looks like Robodrome, you just never pick Robodrome as your guess because, like, when was the last time you actually saw a team lock in? I think was it like Swapsy? I feel like this is Swapsy
Asu's
maps.
jungle, maybe at one point,
yeah.
or something they really liked. They were like the only team that would ever.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. That was their map. That was their map.
All right. Well, let us know in chat if you got it correct. But we're heading into this game. It's an elimination round as well. It is VOIDGG kicking it off against CML in game number 1.
Okay,
I'm
so
getting some
CML.
serious deja vu right now, bro.
Yeah.
This was my
It's a
first
repeat.
series. It's literally the exact same comps, and one of the teams is the same. But yeah, okay. So last time around, these 2 comps met. CML won, but that was against Naj's team. Now they're going up against VOIDGG here.
If they can beat VOIDGG, that might actually be a contender for the whole tournament. I feel like Destro Lock Outlaw Rogue is a pretty common composition, so is VOIDGG going to be a step above Naj's team from the first round, able to take victory here. Danny Carey into a fear, clone on Gum, isolating Roscoe, trying to take him down here, but not enough damage to do so as Danny Carey ducks in with his Iron Bark and begins to recover his team here slowly but surely. We see Incap on Kearney, trying to set up some damage onto Nick. As Gum is tearing in with that Serenity, Nick ports away, but Gum reconnects. He gets Incap roared by Kearney, so Kearney running that Incapacitate as opposed to the Bash. Obviously, with the Rogue, you're not really going to need stun DRs, so that may allow him to get clutch CC like Incap clones in the future. I will say that Nick has been getting a lot of fears on Danny. He's not letting Danny get away with kind of just running in the middle of the map and getting clones, which he's really notorious for doing.
Yeah, so Danny's game plan is being shut down, and similar to what Naj was doing as well, Calvish has been harassing Danny Carey as much as possible, but now they're making a swap here to the Windwalker. Windwalker taking a stun into a coil, still not out of the woods just yet. There's a DR Kidney, they might just take him down, and that will be the Trinket into the Touch of Karma, so they triple DR Kidney right there, actually forcing out the Trinket there, so really good lockdown there from Calvish and Nick, but now Nick is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Kearney's sitting through that fear. It will subside. Nick back in midfield going after Danny Carey here with Calvish. Danny Carey will just trade out his Bark Skin, and he's got the Treants here spamming out the heals. So Danny Carey going to be completely fine, and the rest of CML also looking decent here. They're making a push onto Nick, but Nick actually reflecting the Chaos Ball to Roscoe, dropping quite low and gets a kidney shot there. Looked like he trinketed it somehow, but Roscoe still in midfield. Oh, look at those portals. There's 4 portals right now. Both Warlocks blasting each other. Huge damage coming out. There's the leg sweep. Gum getting immediately stopped here on these leg sweeps. And that's something that was really important as well in the previous series that we saw these two comps. The Rogue has to shut down the Windwalker. Anytime he's getting aggressive with a leg sweep, anytime he's popping Serenity, you have to shut that down. Otherwise, the damage just becomes too much.
They got Danny's Trinket with a DR sap off of a Fear, so now Blind is pretty threatening as they put him into a kidney shot. Blind, is Roscoe going to go down? He lays down a Soulburn Gateway to evacuate that situation, relaying his port at the pillar, but Danny is still in crowd control, just about to leave a gouge, and finally can connect some heals. Really good positioning by Roscoe with that Soulburn Gateway. I feel like Warlocks aren't doing that enough. If you Soulburn, it makes your Demonic Gateway an instant cast, so suddenly if you're in a bad spot, you can turn it into a good spot. And he was able to line of sight all of Nick's damage while Danny Carey went through that crowd control chain. Now Danny is punishing Calvish, bashing him behind the pillar, entangling, rootsing him behind the pillar, coiling him on top of it. It's really Danny Carey's duty to try and control Calvish as much as possible, but now Calvish meets him with a kidney shot, still has no trinket. Roscoe immediately dark packs and drops his Observer down to redirect the attention of Nick towards the Observer, or he's just going to take a lot of damage, and he actually just takes a lot of damage instead, as he is now forced to portal back, but Gum is still right on top of him. He's got a lot of defensive cooldowns. He's going to play really aggressive. They're trying to force Kearney's hand, and they do get his Iron Bark, but I believe he may have been drinking in that throughout all of that chaos, because he's actually at full mana, which is significantly above Danny Carey at this present moment, as he goes into a kidney shot, likely a gouge out from Calvish, as he's got Adrenaline Rush rolling. He really wants to amp up the pressure. They could be swapping onto Gum. He's been rotted down. Calvish is really chunking his health bar. He's going to get Grapple Weapon into a double coil. Nice Fear double coil from Roscoe. He covers the whole team, and that forces Unending Resolve from Nick. They're blasting him. He might just go down. He's in touch of death range, and Gum connects, and CML are absolutely shredding this lower bracket.
That was insane. What an amazing turnaround there from CML. They just immediately flip a switch, get the counter pressure going, and they just snowball that into a win only 4 minutes in. I really thought this game was looking super solid here for VOIDGG. They had all their cooldowns. Kearney just got that massive drink. He had a huge mana lead. But then they managed to just get the damage, get the CC, and just grab that early win. So CML here, let's see how they actually were able to do it. So Nick's in a Fear right now. They get a stun here onto Danny Carey. And it looks like Roscoe is going to be in a little bit of trouble. They summon their portals, and Nick is going to respond here with his Infernals. And at this point, Gum is taking a lot of damage, but so is Nick. And Gum has that touch of Karma, so he can redirect a lot of damage here. They go after Nick in the coil. There's the leg sweep coming out here, and there is the Strike of the Windlord. That forces out the Unending Resolve, and that's Kearney's Trinket. And he trinketed towards the end of the Fear, and then Kearney, how come he doesn't use his Nature Swiftness here? He actually had globals there. I think he didn't have hots on the target, maybe, so he couldn't get like a big Soul of the Forest Anas there. But still, I feel like Nick could have lived there because Kearney wasn't in crowd control. But yeah, that was really, really, really solid punish, and that's what I was talking about throughout the game as well. If you let the Windwalker kind of get uptime, the damage is so high, especially on clothies like Warlocks.
Yeah, Gum is really showcasing some skill here. I mean, defeating the first team fusion, running this rogue lock druid. I think debatably a lot of people would have argued this to be like the #1 composition for the tournament, just based on theory crafting and the strength of the classes. So representing that Windwalker monk, trying to take it to the rogues and show them that there's other classes that can compete. If they manage to beat VOIDGG, like that would be really impressive. VOIDGG would honestly be in a terrible position as well in terms of point standings. I think that they likely would fall out, probably not even, they'd be in the gauntlet. And I think this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to be in the top 3, but now with the Power Frogs in the upper side and now VOIDGG down a point, it's getting pretty tough. They're actually going to go to a large map, try and abuse the fact of the Windwalker mobility, but honestly, Windwalker mobility is not that bad, especially if Gum ever gets in a position where he can put his port on the Lock's port, and he can start playing aggressive like that if they're leaving him open too much. It could actually not work out for them by selecting a big map. It's also a benefit to Danny because he can see the rogue coming at him. So maybe I almost would have preferred like a neutral map like Tiger's Peak.
Yeah, Tiger's Peak could work here, but we'll see. We'll see what they can do here. They did select it. I'm trying to remember here what happened actually in their previous years, because this map was selected in their previous years as well, and I think they won that, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, VOIDGG locking in the same comp, CML locking in the exact same comp, and I don't think we're going to see any, shenanigans here. I don't think we're going to see anything kind of switching in terms of composition. I think both teams are going to put their best foot forward, and we'll see here. And this is really, really, like you mentioned, a big deal for Void. This is a team, that a lot of people are expecting to make that top 3, and for them, this could be a really, really bad sign for them. This could be, I think actually they do get sent to the gauntlet if they lose here, because VOIDGG are ahead of Power Frogs by 20 points. Power Frogs, well, they're in the best seat in the house. They're guaranteed a top 3 finish, the Power Frogs. So,
they
Power
are at this point.
Frogs,
Interesting.
yeah.
So we've got our top 3 then?
They won our upper bracket. Well,
So that means
they won
Liquid
that. So if
Move
they
and Power Frogs.
it means that if they lose their next series, they will not be knocked down to lower bracket and be in the lower bracket final. So they are guaranteed a top 3.
Okay.
So for these guys, for VOIDGG, they're the team like behind them, right? Or they're the team 20 points ahead of them. So you don't want the team that's if Power Frogs finish this tournament 2 placings ahead of VOIDGG or more, they will take their spot. So for VOIDGG, there's really a lot on the line, and they have had a bad opener to the series, but it's not over yet. Right now, VOIDGG trying to tie us all up here, and we'll see if they can do it.
Nick shadow melds the Mortal Coil. There's a lot of mind games between the Warlocks in terms of trying to immune their Mortal Coils, whether they're using a shadow meld midair, or they're using a Nether Ward to try and anticipate it, because Destro Warlocks will apply a Curse of Havoc, and that's kind of the trigger that they're going to use their Mortal Coil. So if you've got good reaction times, you can negate it. But Roscoe is just dying outright in the opener right now. They get Trinket, they get Ending Resolve, and they get Iron Bark. That was quite an insane push from VOIDGG in this position. Now CML are looking to turn it around on Nick. A massive swell of damage as he Hellstones and almost gets overwhelmed through it. A full clone from Danny Carey. And Danny Carey, I gotta say, when it comes to Cyclones, this guy is the best on Druid. And if he can manage to keep getting these types of Cyclones, he's going to get his team a win. However, being down his Trinket and being that aggressive is going to be incredibly risky. You can see Calvish chasing him down right now, gouging him, but it actually breaks to a dot. It looks like he's going to go for a kidney shot swap. He's actually in the middle of the map. Roscoe intervenes with a double coil to peel the rogue away from Danny, but Danny steps right back on top of him. And then now moves over to Roscoe. Danny's looking for entangling roots. It's Danny's duty to just take control of the rogue as much as possible. They've got him rooted and feared in the middle of the map. They're containing the rogue, keeping him away from Roscoe, keeping him away from Gum, and giving more time for the Windwalker. Danny soaks a spell lock, but there's not really a chain of crowd control, so it's actually kind of good for his team. Now Roscoe doesn't need to deal with it. If he can somehow get on top of Kearney, who is just playing max distance. I think Kearney, his team's just trying to play the long game. Attack whoever comes nearby, keep getting drinks, play a really safe game is their aim, whereas Danny and CML, I think they are more willing to take risks, and it might be that X factor that actually can get them wins.
Yeah, I think the fact that maybe they don't stand as much to lose compared to Void maybe is making them a little bit more confident, a little bit more kind of willing to take those risks. And we can see it paid off in game number 1, but still the name of the game is going to be mana. And I think a big blunder in game number 1 was that they let Kearney drink. So if you are on CML, you really, really need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Nick, though, with the precog right now, getting big Chaos Bolts here onto Roscoe. Roscoe responding as well with his own. The portals are all flying all over the place. Here comes the Serenity from Gum. Can he connect onto Nick here? They really want that unending resolve, that big defensive cooldown. But there's the cheap shot coming in from Calvish, and that instantly just saves so much healing for the Danny Carey, and it also, for Kearney, and also saves a lot of cooldowns potentially for Nick. Blind is committed here onto Danny Carey, who is going to be the target. Nice grapple weapon coming out there from Gum onto Calvish, shutting down the blind and any potential follow-up there from Calvish. So really, really solid defense here. Paralyze coming out onto Kearney. Danny Carey gets spell-locked on the Cyclone, but Roscoe is also casting a Fear, so they connect the Fear. They force out Danny Carey's Trinket here, though, because Nick just snuck in a Fear right there. And all of a sudden, it's actually VOIDGG that comes out ahead on this trade.
Yeah, nobody has their medallion on CML, and that's the ability to remove crowd control. And fighting a rogue and a lock, there's a lot of crowd control that now you can no longer remove. There's 15 seconds away for Roscoe's unending resolve. He's dropping down an Infernal. He gets a double Shadow Fury into a clone. Really good clones from Danny. He's looking to rotate that out of the end cap onto Kearney, but he gets denied. And Nick has been landing so many spell locks. He's got his eyes set on Danny Carey, looking to punish any of those moves as Danny retreats back into the corner. He's baiting Calvish as far away from the fight as he can, so he has to walk back, and he gets feared on his way back. So that was really good out positioning by Danny to pull Calvish further away, to give time for Roscoe to intercept. Now he stacks him up for a double leg sweep. Roscoe with really good positioning here into a double coil on the step, but he does get spell locked on his Chaos Bolt. Danny's going to sit down for a drink while his team has pressure, but they still have no trinkets, so Gum is going to use Diffuse Magic at high health while his Druid is drinking to buy him time to get mana. That actually puts him ahead of Kearney in this position for the late game.
Beautiful stuff, and they actually did force out Kearney's Iron Bark right there. They managed to sneak in a Fear, so now Nick could be in trouble. There's no Iron Bark, there's no Incarnation, there's no big heals. Nick might just die right now. Tranquility coming out here, resetting some cooldowns for Kearney. Nick teleporting back here, and Gum with that Serenity was able to get a massive chunk of damage, and this is 20% dampening. The next Serenity dampening is only going to go up if we do make it to that point. Kearney sitting through some crowd control, VR Cyclone coming out of that Fear, and we're going to see Calvish here sitting through the Disarm into the double coil here. Roscoe loading up a big sweep. Chaos Bolt, triple leg sweep. I think that's it for Nick. No, finally Kearney is going to trinket, trade out the Bark Skin, trade out basically everything. They also overlap that with the unending resolve. That triple leg sweep has just set up CML here to take this serious potentially. Nick still not out of the woods just yet. He gateways away. Gum is off there. Big Chaos Bolt coming out. Gum, oh my goodness. If he had trinket there, it was just 2 seconds left. He could have trinket a touch of death there. Nick really saving the day here. Now turning the pressure around back onto Gum. Gum dropping very, very, very low. Huge damage coming in from the portals. Gum right now on the run. Kearney sitting through Fierce, but Gum actually feeling confident here to push in offensively. Pops a touch of Karma offensively, trying to get pressure onto Nick. Nick doing what he can to Kite here, trying to fake cast. He doesn't want to give him that precog. Gum actually tanking the Fear there instead of using his kick just because he's so afraid of that precog, but tanking the Fear is almost worse, and now Nick is going to stay alive coming out there with the Fell Domination spell up there as well, and really close call, but CML has forced everything, and they have leg sweep, Sid.
Roscoe just made a mistake. He used his coil into precognition. Now he doesn't have a way to lock down both of them right at the moment where they might be able to possibly win the game. Kearney's into a leg sweep. Are they swapping healer? I don't think so. It's just a punish. They're going on to Nick. In cap roar on Gum, but Serenity's up. They get double coiled. Gum trinkets instantly. He knows he can get the kill. Fist of Fury flying. Nick ports away and touch of death range. If Gum connects, Nick is going to get wrecked, but he gets blinded away from Calvish. Insane defensive blind into Kidney Shot, just removing the Windwalker threat for now. Now Nick is trying to ramp up. He's trying to get some portals out. He's got 3 rifts on the field right now, but Gum just diffused magics. He's just staying right on top of Nick. He's not giving him any time to breathe. Nice Nether Ward on Roscoe's Bolt, but it may not matter. Gum is really just carrying the damage right now. He's holding Nick at half health single-handedly while Calvish is trying to control the Warlock, but here comes a coil on the Calvish. Gum is rolling in, but Danny's mana is really pressured. So is Kearney's. Kearney's trying to drink. He gets Ring of Peace, possibly into a double leg sweep if he's not careful with the positioning here. Infernal from Roscoe into a Fear on the healer. Nice setup. That forces the trinket. Danny's drinking right in their face. They don't know where he is, but he's right in their face. Observer comes down on Nick. The pressure is really high. Danny got an insane amount of mana. In cap on a Kearney. I think it's lights out for Nick. He trinkets. He gets the coil. He's trying to slow down the pressure, but Kearney is so far behind on mana thanks to that bad manner drink from Danny right in the middle of their face. He's looking for clones. He gets Kearney into a clone to add insult to injury. If they can connect to Nick, I think it's lights out, but Roscoe is dying at the same time. He trades on any resolve, but now he's going to free cast. Nick knows that, so he nether wards to reflect the Chaos Bolt. Insane nether ward right there, and Roscoe tanks it. That might actually be a mistake that loses him the game. Danny has to trinket out. There's too much pressure on Roscoe. He drops the coil. It's instantly trinketed by Calvish. He's got evasion up. He's going all in. He does not want to get legs up, but here comes Serenity. Massive damage incoming onto Nick. Kearney has 0 mana at this point. He's into the full Fear from Roscoe, and if Gum gets there, Nick surely is going to go down, but at the same time, Calvish is almost killing Roscoe by himself. A bit of a race between Calvish killing Roscoe and Gum killing Nick. Somehow the Druids have actually recovered their teams, but Kearney is still the one so far behind.
Yeah, Kearney with no mana left. He has the Iron Bark right now. Offense is the only defense right now. If your name is VOIDGG, are they going to go after Gum? Look at that beautiful preemptive defensive cooldown coming out there. The diffuse magic for Gum. Leg sweep coming in onto Kearney. They're going after Nick. I think Gum might just die, though. He's chewed off a little bit more than he's biting off a little bit more than he can chew. The Observer is down. Can they kill it? Calvish does manage to kill it. He does manage to land a kick there onto Roscoe. Danny Carey with the full Cyclone, and that's going to be the Chaos Bolt. Nick will fall,
Oh my God.
and CML are going to lead in this series 2 2-0 right now. The Power Frogs are celebrating in front of their screens. If this is going all the way, they are cheering on CML right now. The biggest fans in the entire chat right now might just be the Power Frogs there, and the rest of the teams looking at this top three. CML and Danny Carey, man. What is the saying, Sid? Like, sometimes hiding in plain sight is the best. Like, how does it go? You know what I mean? He just hides. He just drinks in the middle of the map in a high intense moment, and no one sees it. And then he just comes back with 80% mana, Tree of Life, 40% dampening. Kearney's just sitting there, just dying of thirst, and Danny Carey's just, you can have a regrowth, you get an Iron Bark, you get an overgrowth, like, you're all fine, team. And they managed to take the win here. Absolutely incredible.
Dude, the start of this game was Danny Carey overlapping his trinket with his lock and using Hellstone, Wall, and Iron Bark at the same time. That's how this game started 8 minutes ago. And you're thinking, like, there's no chance, right? Like, there's no chance they can win. And then later on, they all overlap their trinket again, too. I think Gum and Danny overlap their trinkets, and I'm like, there's no way they're living past this point, but they do. And then he's totally and he's losing on mana. Nope, finds a way to drink. And then manages to find a way to close the game out even at the end. And now CML are like, rogue meta? What's a rogue? We don't need that. We're up 2 points right now against VOIDGG, one of the current top 3 teams. Like, this would be insane for CML if they can make some sort of deep run here running Windwalker based compositions. I mean, last week we saw Hula Bang win with the Windwalker. It definitely has some representation, but not with not without the Subtlety Rogue, and this time around running with the Windwalker lock. And now VOIDGG, are they gonna reassess their composition? They're going to a big map. Is it just a game of outplay? Like, we just didn't set up the drinks, we just lost track of where Danny was? And ultimately that's why we lost. We just need to play better, or are they going to be forced to change their comp?
Yeah, a lot of questions right now in VOIDGG's minds. What are they going to do? But you did bring up a really interesting point there about the Windwalker, Sid, because we saw it successful, at least in week 1 in Europe, winning the entire thing. And we're seeing it here now in North America. And I'm starting to really wonder about this matchup specifically, right? Because the Outlaw Rogue, he's really annoying. He's constantly, gouging and stunning, and, has always a defensive cooldown available when he needs it. So you can't really kill them that easily. And it just in general, it's really annoying to deal with an Outlaw Rogue, right? But when you're getting to deeper dampening, it seems like just the fact that the Windwalker just hits harder and is pretty tanky still and has a lot of different defensive tools to use, really seems to start to favor the Windwalker in this matchup. So I'm really wondering how the entire meta might evolve, because there's a lot of teams that can play these comps, right? Because, like, Power Frogs, for example, they have, what I think is the best Windwalker in the game. They have Chun-Li just chilling on the bench, and they're playing with a rogue every single game. So maybe they're like, wait a second, what if we just take Chun in here and we just have Cubsy log on his Warlock here for a second? Maybe we just have like free entry to the Mid-Season Clash. So I think a lot of teams are going to really look at this and start to think, well, how come the Windwalker is coming out ahead?
I think, one of the biggest ones is that as the Windwalker, you don't really need to CC the Druid. You just only use your mobility to chase the lock. Whereas the Rogue, you have to commit a lot to get to the Druid and then a lot to get back to the lock. So oftentimes you're spending a lot of time just moving. Whereas the Windwalker is just the Terminator, like, oh, am I about to die? I'm going to karma him and just run in. And then I'm going to diffuse and I'm going to run in. And I'm just going to run in. And I'm just going to keep attacking. If my team gets CC, that's great. I'm just going to hope I can kill them with damage anyways. And that kind of pressure and dampening, especially when you're just seems to overwhelm him. Whereas Danny, if he can outposition Calvish, he can sometimes bait him, root him out of range of his team, and then get him crowd controlled, and he's then out of the game entirely. So potentially Kearney needs to maybe step up in terms of trying to get control of Gum. Maybe look to clone him a little bit more and get Gum more CC'd, as opposed to letting him kind of just attack. They're trying to keep him back by attacking him, and maybe it would be better if they just CC'd him instead.
Yeah, it's definitely an option here, and I do think that the Windwalker right now, they need to do something about it, because when we saw CML play earlier, the games that they lost really was in those deep dampening moments where they shut down Gum. They don't let him get his Serenity. They don't let him get on top of the Warlock and deal all of this massive damage. Every single time he popped that Serenity, boom, cheap shot, Cyclones, Bash, Fears, coils, you know, like there's always something disrupting him. And I think that's one of the big differences between the Windwalker and a lot of these other DPS, because a lot of these other DPS are kind of like unpeelable when they're going for their kill, you know, like a rogue, he can evasion, Cloak of Shadows and things like that, while he's going for the kidney shot. But a Windwalker really can't do any of that. So the Windwalker, leg sweep as many people as you can, because that's the only way you're actually getting to attack here. But
nice.
It's going to be a cheap shot clone already on Gum. They're going after Danny Carey here on the side of VOIDGG, mixing up the targeting, going for Fear here onto Gum, but not able to find it. Beautiful portals coming in here, blasting Danny, but Danny is ready to deflect here with the Tree of Life. And so far in this opener, I like that VOIDGG are mixing it up, but they haven't really forced anything, Zed.
I honestly want to know why the rogues don't just play sub. I feel like sub rogue used to be like the main counter to the Windwalker. You were just paranoid the entire game that you were going to die in a stun. And it's Calvish. Like, he's, you know, arguably one of the best sub rogues in the game. If this outlaw rogue isn't working for 2 rounds, why not just try a game of sub? A gouge in the kidney on Danny. They're swapping back to Roscoe, but they walk into a double leg sweep. I love that Gum is saving that leg sweep defensively to get a counter engagement, but they do get punished. Kearney's getting way more clones on Gum. I really think Kearney is trying to step up this game, and he's going to have to for his team, because otherwise Danny's control is just going to outperform their team. Calvish is losing so much momentum every time he gets cloned. Decent damage onto Roscoe here, though, from Calvish and Nick. Adaptive Swarm bounces over, though. That's going to boost the healing on Roscoe by quite a lot. Danny into the gouge kidney. They're swapping behind the pillar. It forces Bark Skin. Can Calvish actually kill Danny? This is an insane amount of damage right now just from Calvish alone. He's dodging Gum, and he doesn't want to get incapped or disarmed here. And he's going to grapple back over to Roscoe. Roscoe ports away from that, and this is where you can punish. When Calvish uses mobility to get to Danny, and then you know that when he's coming back, he's got nothing, you can just port away from him. He's just going to waddle after you, especially if he tosses like a Curse of Exhaustion at that point. Another really good clone on Gum. I really think Kearney is improving this game, and it's really kind of up to Roscoe to be trying to spell lock these Cyclones more. He does punish. He gets a nice in-cap into Fear here, into a double leg sweep. This is a good setup. Into a double coil, into a re-Fear, but they need damage. They break through the Dark Pact, but Nick managed to port away. Gum's chasing after him with Flying Serpent Kick, trying to keep his pressure onto him. But it looks like now that Kearney's out of the CC, he should maybe, I don't know. If he doesn't get a Tree Life proc right now, it might actually be hard for him to heal. He's trying to cast. If he gets spell, oh, he fakes the interrupt. Nice fake out. But Nick is still taking a tremendous amount of damage. Ironbark has to come through. But now that Kearney fakes that spell lock, he is going clone crazy as Gum goes into a full clone. And Kearney's actually pushing in aggressively and then decides to actually retreat here and, you know, play a little bit more of a conservative game. Gum gets caught in a cheap shot. Big swap onto the Windwalker Monk. Do they get a Chaos Bolt off here? Nick not able to find it. Kearney tops him off, though, without even using the Nature Swiftness there. And now we see Nick portaling, another precognition proc. I'm really just staring at Roscoe's spell lock. Anytime that Kearney is able to fake that, or if it goes on cooldown, that's when Kearney's going to be able to punish the team.
Danny actually just sat down there for a bit of a drink, but he had a change of heart. But here comes the Serenity. Gum is already getting crowd controlled. Full kidney shot onto Gum. Huge damage with the killing spree. He's going to trinket and trade out the Touch of Karma here to stay offensive, trying to get some good pressure here onto Nick, but not able to connect to his targets, getting spam feared along the way. And you can see it there for Gum. And meanwhile, look at the pressure building up here onto Roscoe, coming in from Calvish with the Adrenaline Rush, just building up as much damage as possible there. He also committed the killing spree. The Observer is in the sky, and Roscoe is trying to blast it down. Here comes the Chaos Bolt, gets reflected by Nick. Beautifully done there. They follow up the blind. What?
Gum just got chewed.
What?
Got chewed up right there. That was an insane amount of damage onto him from Calvish and Nick. So they're not going out of this tournament just yet. We'll catch it in the replay here in a moment. And I really think VOIDGG improved this game. Kearney's control was a lot better. Calvish was able to hit multiple targets more often. I feel like Nick was getting the upper hand when it comes to Nether Wards. Roscoe is like falling behind on interrupts in my mind when I'm viewing this. Like Nick had precognition, Kearney had precognition a large part of this game. But this was a little bit earlier on, I think, where they forced Touch of Karma from Gum on a push. They were just poking cooldown after cooldown. They got his trinket, so now he can't escape a kidney shot in the future. He's playing really aggressive still with no trinket, getting feared, getting peeled away. I think the Nether Ward from Nick here happens in just a moment. He was getting really high value Nether Wards. I feel like his interrupts are more valuable as well. He drops down the Observer, and Roscoe is trying to kill that. It's pretty tough as a Destro, but he gets a Nether Ward. Is it on this bolt? I don't think it's on that. I think it's on that bolt. So he reflects that. Roscoe, you know, sometimes you like try and just immediately Nether Ward and compensate, but he just gets soloed by Calvish.
Yeah, he did one Incinerate there, like onto Gum. Nick got one Incinerate.
Straight up solos Gum.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's really crazy. I mean, it just looks like the Warlocks are just having like this little Warlock duel, you know? Nick is trying to not take a Chaos Bolt and trying to basically survive and be greedy. And I mean, it's because Roscoe I think Roscoe was just trying to get offensive here. I feel like instead of casting that Chaos Bolt, maybe he could just cast a Fear here, and yeah, CLEAVE has no kick for it. Could have probably just probably just feared him because it is the blind setup, so you have to respect it. I think Roscoe in general just played this way too offensive, and that Shadow. Oh no, the Shadow Fury missed. You see that at the end? Shadow Fury actually missed. Yeah, it might have saved them. It might have been enough.
They might have gotten maybe just a little bit like overconfident a bit, you know, being 2 points up in the series, and then Kearney started changing the way that he was playing, and now they've got to like readapt to that. Oddly enough, they're actually still picking big maps. You know, VOIDGG was picking big maps, thinking it's favored for them, and then CML just picks a big map. And I mean, it's probably equal in some sense for both teams. Like, Druids want big maps to drink, Locks want big maps to kite, so maybe it's not surprising to just see both teams going for it. I really think VOIDGG should just play a sub rogue. Like, Calvish did that as outlaw there. Imagine if he's just sub. I swear this monk is just dead the whole game if he's sub instead.
But if he locks in sub, it's a blind lock though.
Yeah, okay, then maybe they send Windwalker. Yeah, but you know it's a win. Like they could, you know it's a Windwalker no matter what. I feel like there's no way CML plays something without a Windwalker.
Yeah, I guess it's either Windwalker DK or Destro Windwalker.
I mean, outlaw maybe is safer, but like, you know, is playing it safe going to be enough?
Yeah, that's a question. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like every rogue is just playing. I think every rogue, except in EU and Hoolybang, everyone is just playing outlaw. I think they just
they need to consider it sometimes. I swear, especially into the Windwalker teams, that sub would actually be really good. That used to be what like prevented the Windwalkers from coming out. They were afraid of the sub rogue boogeyman. They were like, I don't know, is it safe to come out? Or the sub rogue's gone? And everybody's like, yeah, everyone's playing outlaw now. You can play. It's fine. Come out. And then everybody just forgot or something. Like I feel like people get way too locked in on something and just forget about other things that are good sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If there's somebody who's going to play the sub rogue, it would be Calvish, but I don't know. I haven't seen him bring it out. I saw Naj play outlaw today. You know, like all these. No way, he actually does it.
I swear he's just going to solo this team. I swear his subtlety, he can kill anyone on their team by himself.
I mean, I kind of like it, right? Because you have a good point with the Windwalker. You're always going to face a Windwalker. And the other thing that's really nice about the sub-rogue is that, well, you've already played 3 games with the Outlaw. You went 1-2, and the one win you got, like, let's be honest, it wasn't maybe the most... you know, the best kill we've seen. It wasn't like the best, most well set up checkmate situation kill. It was kind of like, yeah, okay, that happened, you know. You take it when it happens, but it's not like a reliable thing that you can, you know, replicate. So take a risk. VOIDGG here, they're taking a risk, and I'm kind of here for it. And they're going to get the exact same matchup. So they're not going to bring in Claudio here, who's waiting on the bench for these guys. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this matchup goes now, because now we're going to see the sub rogue versus the Windwalker. So you think Gum is going to push in, and Calvish is going to send him in a stun lock 100-0?
Probably. I mean, I think Calvish could honestly kill anyone in this matchup. I think swapping Druid could be really risky as well. Like, every time he's catching Druid in one of these swaps as Outlaw, he gets him to like 60% health. If he was sub, I'd swear he's 0% health. Like, I feel like it's going to be way better. I think the thing that was preventing sub from getting on top was Outlaw, but you're fighting a team that you know doesn't have Outlaw. So I think in that situation, that sub is actually better.
Yeah, I mean, they might agree with you, so you could be right about that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited for this next game here. VOIDGG, with their backs against the wall, they really, really need to deliver. And Calvish is going to be bringing in the sub. And the one thing that isn't ideal about sub rogue, though, as a lot of people know, is that their weakness is their overall damage. It's really not that good. Their overall damage is going to be significantly lower. Well, yeah, unless you're playing, you know, the Trill one-tap build, which only he played for some reason. But generally speaking, you're not really going to be winning on mana. You're not going to be winning in dampening. If you win, it's at the back of a one-shot. It's at the back of a good setup. If the game, you know, drags on to the point where the monk maybe lives a setup and then gets aggressive with the Serenity, if that happens in deep dampening, it's going to be tough, and it's going to be tough for Kearney as well to keep his mana up. So if Kearney can find more Cyclones and more drinks in general, That's definitely going to be huge for him. But we'll see if he can do that. I think the players are, well, I guess they're probably just setting up, preparing to play with and against the sub-rogue. I would be willing to wager that CML, all of them right now are logging their orcs. They're like, yep, sub-rogue, all right.
They're going to get all their characters ready here so they can have the stun DRs. I feel like with the way Gum and Roscoe play, that sub is also going to punish them a lot harder. If Gum is just like going in deep, trying to get pressure and going behind the pillar too much, like that's just an immediate catch for sub rogue. I also think that it plays into Calvish's strength. I mean, he's been notorious for years now competing as subtlety rogue, so this is like one of the best scenarios for him to do it. And if he's assuming that he's still been practicing it, I don't know how much time they put into it on ladder, for example, as opposed to outlaw, but there's obviously got to be a little bit of it still like left in your subconscious, you know, from playing it so much before here. And this is going to enable Calvish to be way more flashy as well, which I think he likes to do, as opposed to the outlaw rogue, which is more control and just kind of sustain and whittling down your opponents. But the gates have opened, and VOIDGG, their top 3 position is on the line here. They need to win 2 more matches to still have a chance to retain it.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it here. VOIDGG backs against the wall. They need this win right now, or their top 3 dreams might be slipping away, and they might be finding themselves as a gauntlet team. But look at Danny Carey already taking some damage here from Calvish on the sub-rogue. And Calvish already committing the Shadow Blades, which is pretty typical to see in the opener. Calvish has the blind, so I assume potentially we're going to see Calvish throw a blind onto Danny Carey and go after either Roscoe or Gum. He might even kidney blind Sap. He does have Shadowy Duel as well, so Calvish can set up a big CC chain here if he wants to, but he's going to go for more damage here. Danny Carey forced to trade out his Trinket and Heart of the Wild Iron Bark Skin, basically every cooldown except Trank. The only thing he can do right now is just try to pre-Trank a setup or pre-Bear Form if he gets his Bark Skin rotated back up. So far already things are looking fantastic here for VOIDGG.
Oh, Calvish is chasing Danny behind the pillar, but he's met by a bash. Nice punish from Danny. Can he get a root or something? I don't think he wants to risk it with no trinket and no skin. He's just trying to line of sight and bear until his bark skin comes up. But in the meantime, Roscoe is taking a beating from Nick. Gum is trying to punish them and go after Calvish here. Fist of Fury flying through onto Calvish. He's going to feint for a little bit of damage reduction. Steps behind the fist. Edges the bomb. Massive damage. Cheap shots Danny on his way in. Calvish is carrying right now. He is popping off. Insane damage. They clone him low. Insane moves here from VOIDGG. Can they get anything on Danny and close out the game? Calvish triggers another low clone onto Gum, and it eats the Adaptive Swarm. He's going to lose a lot of healing, but Gum's Fist of Fury are parrying the attacks, and he actually recovers from that situation. But nice double leg sweep around the corner. Gum with legs. Oh my god, how did the legs reach around the corner there to Kearney? Danny into the couch, into possibly a clone. It looks like they deny it now, into a full fear, and Gum is in trouble. Calvish is just carrying, and yeah, don't question sub rogue. These people saying sub is not viable. You guys are you don't know the moments where sub is good. Okay, this is a moment where sub is good. We see it here, and now I think people will know what to do in the Windwalker months in the future.
Pop off, Sid. Get it. Talk. Stand your ground. Talk your smack. Talk your smack.
100%.
Pop
oh
off,
my
kid.
god, this setup right here should go in like a if he should have died, then it would have gone in like a all-time like top 10 moment in AWC of all time if he died on the second clone here or something. Oh my god, I mean, that was crazy.
That was a really sick sequence. I hope we get to see it again, but this is... Look at that leg sweep, dude. How did he hit that?
How did his leg go around the corner?
Gum does not skip leg day, that's for sure. Like, this guy, I don't know what he's doing. He's playing basketball or something, but yeah, so they get a gouge onto Danny Carey. They get the kidney. They get the disorienting roar onto Roscoe to stop the fear there. But Roscoe does manage to get it in time anyway. And then they get the coil. Then they get a Shadow Fury here onto Nick, which he trinkets, but it's not enough. And they get a Refear onto Kearney, and that is it. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that sequence again, but that was amazing. Like how Calvish, how he got the kidney shot, and then he edged the smoke bomb. Because you know when you drop a smoke bomb, you're in the center of the smoke bomb. So if you kidney shot somebody and then you move to the side and then you drop the smoke bomb there, the edge of the smoke will still hit the target that's in a stun, but you know, your smoke bomb area basically will just be, you know, smaller. So it's like, it's more effective essentially. It's something that, you know, a lot of high rated rogues do. But yeah, he gets kidney, edges the smoke bomb. So the healer has to walk further to actually get into it and connect the heals. He gets the cheap shot. They got the clones. They got the low cyclone on the trinket. Like if they found a way to actually use that blind, because they had a blind there, but I think it was DR'd. I think it was either triple DR'd or at least double DR. But if they could have got that, that would have been for sure like Yeah, that would have just been the intro till tomorrow.
That would have just been the permanent
The hype video would have just been that.
Hype video, yeah. The hype video is just that clip playing over and over, repeating 3 times. I mean, the only thing I'm trying to think maybe on tournament realm that might be difficult for sub is if there's somehow you can like get all of your gear to be as maximum verse as possible, and if you can somehow make your character not die in the stun, then maybe sub wouldn't be strong. So I don't know if there's a way for Gum to get more versatility, for example, on his gear.
I'm pretty sure they all went orcs, right?
I'm pretty sure they were all orc as well.
I'm pretty sure they were all orc. So I don't know. You know what I think? This is my guess. I think we are going to see Mr. Claudio tagged in. That's. I think we're going to see a melee
lock?
cleave here. I think we're going to see DK Windwalker. And they're just going to go in and full send it. But actually, I don't know. What is this map? Nah, never mind. Scratch that. We're not going to see. That's what they should. In an alternative universe, Sid, they pick runes of Lordaeron. They lock in the Windwalker DK. You get to say the line, and then they go in and just lose in the opener. In an ideal universe, this happened. Okay, trust me, I was there.
I don't know if DK Lock can do enough damage, and I also think DK might just be as squishy as Windwalker.
True.
In this matchup, I think maybe they have Demo Lock. If they have a Demo Lock, it could be okay. Something that can peel the rogue when they're all CC'd.
Yeah, Demo Lock is good for that because of the axe toss. So if the whole team gets triple stunned and the sub rogue is setting up, you still have a pet that can stun the sub rogue and shut it all down. Maybe we'll see. I mean, CML, they got to do something here, and it's really tough as well because that game was such a fast game that what do you take away from it?
I think maybe Danny could have been greedier on the second go on him. He like immediately Trinket Iron Barked, but I feel like he might have been okay. I think he did that. It was a reaction because he wasn't in bear form. But I think he might be able to get away with not Trinket Iron Barking immediately in that situation, or they need to try and set it up so he doesn't have to. Because that's really the 2 goes from Calvish got Trinket from Danny, and then that put them in a really tough spot for later on. So if they can protect Danny a little better from Calvish at the beginning of the game, I think that's going to be their main goal.
I think this is what I think. I think that in that last game, they played too offensive. They played as if they were against an outlaw rogue. But the main thing about the sub rogue is when the sub rogue is getting offensive, he's committing his stunts, and he's trying to secret tech somebody. That's when you peel him during that kidney shot. After that, you're gonna have until the next kidney is back off DR. You're gonna have about almost 20 seconds where you can do whatever you want, go on whoever you want, be offensive, try to set up, try to get kills, try to get CC, etc. And I think kind of to build off a little bit of what you were saying is anytime we're seeing Calvish go after Danny with those stuns, I want to see maybe a defensive port, a defensive transcendence, go there, throw a incap, throw a coil, try to snipe a Shadow Fury around the pillar if Danny's there by himself with the rogue. Stuff like that. You really need to try to disrupt Calvish as much as possible and make him waste his time with those stuns. If they can't do that and they're just trying to go toe-to-toe aggression with VOIDGG, there's no way they're going to win that way. So we'll see. 2 apiece.
They got him.
Game number 5. They actually got Calvish out of stealth here, so decent opener right now for VOIDGG. What are they going to do with this?
Danny can see him, but he drops a kidney shot immediately onto Gum, and half his health is almost... He's not dead! He's actually just dead anyways! Danny was not even CC'd! What was that? Gum, Trinket, Karma's Ironbark overlapped, and I mean, they're going to be playing from behind if they don't just one-shot wonder somebody with this Serenity. Gum has to get something going with this. Fist of Fury flying onto Nick. He Dark Packs, he can just port behind the pillar. He's going to be perfectly fine. Gouge on Gum's Serenity, slowing down his assault as he is coming back onto Calvish. It looks like they're going to be targeting the Rogue more this time around, but they disarm him not during his dance. I really don't like this grapple weapon here onto Calvish because now you can have free reign. They catch him into a bash. They're trying to punish him, but Danny carries in a kidney. Cheap shot on Gum. Nick is there. Multiple rifts incoming on Gum. Massive damage. Danny shadow melds. Did he shadow meld the blind there? I don't think he did. He shadow melds and avoids some CC for a moment. Gum somehow stays alive, but all their trinkets are gone. All of their trinkets are gone, and they have blind. They're basically dead. How do they live this next setup as long as Calvish and Nick are clean?
Yeah, Kalish is going to have a Shadow Dance coming up. He's got Shadow Blades as well, rotating back up. If the blind go doesn't work, he has Vanish. They have basically everything. He doesn't have Secret Tech, so I don't know if they have the damage here, but definitely maybe from there's the full blind. There's the Kidney Shot. There's the Smoke Bomb. I don't know how Gum is going to survive this, but they don't have any follow-up there. Denny Carey just able to spam the track, but Gum is still very, very low. He's going to trade out the Diffuse Magic there, and Gum will actually be able to stay alive. I feel like they could have made that a little bit cleaner, but Kalish has the Shadow Blades, and they have more setups here before those trinkets are going to be rotated back up. They have at least one more kind of KO setup. They need to make it count on the side of VOIDGG. There's so much on the line. Nick gets bounced into the pillar. Huge damage coming out there from CML. They're not done just yet. Danny Carey sitting through a kidney shot. Nick looking for the fear. Can he find it? He finds it. That's it. Gum is dead. Spat out on the ground. And yeah, that's it. VOIDGG are going to stay alive in the tournament.
Just put Gum under their seat. He's out of the tournament. Oh my god, that swap. I'm telling you, Subrog has a place.
That was sick.
It's this type of situation. I honestly might even have a place even in the Outlaw meta a little bit. I think if people experiment more with it into the future, but this is definitely a scenario where for sure it is strong. I mean, they were just on match point, about to be eliminated and possibly losing their third place position. Bring in Calvish on the sub-rogue, and CML are just quivering. They are just cowering in the corner the entire game. They don't know where Calvish the Boogeyman is going to strike, but they know it's coming. And they are just shaking constantly in the game, just awaiting to know, like, where's Calvish? What is Calvish doing right now? Like, and he's just like, I'm on Gum. Gum's done. Calvish is all over him. There's a rift ticking away. There's a little green just boop, 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 boop. And he's just going to go down while Danny's feared on the other side. Roscoe can't come in, and Calvish got to carry really hard here.
That's the thing, right? Like
Calvish carry.
To build up what you guys are saying, it's like, yeah, sure, this is the position. This is when you lock in the sub-rogue, but how many Calvishes are there though? Like how many rogues are there who actually play sub like this? Are there? There's like maybe, you know, you can count them on one hand, the people who actually know how to do this. So Calvish definitely coming in clutch for his team. Definitely a big comp swap that they got right there. And for VOIDGG, they are now in the top 4, you know, battling their way here through that lower bracket. Whew, that was a tough match for them, but now they're here. They've made it to Championship Sunday, and for now, they're still holding on to their points. They are tied with the Power Frogs, so it really is the race between Power Frogs and Void. Actually, the move is not out of the woods either. If the move,
if they get knocked out here,
yeah, if they get knocked out in their next game, that's
and if your prediction plays out, I think they might not be top 3.
If my prediction plays out, then the move is going to be in the gauntlet. So. Yeah, this is going to be very spicy Championship Sunday, and also the next game, of course.
Dude, what is happening in AWC? We've got these long-standing teams being just flipped on their head here in terms of standings for EU and NA. But we can take a look here at the bracket. Liquid versus Power Frogs. That's going to be the semi-finals for tomorrow on Championship Sunday. So I am incredibly excited for that one. But CML, unfortunately, knocked out. VOIDGG will be moving on, and it's either going to be the move or Le Pump. So I think they're up to the challenge. That was a very long and hard-fought series from VOIDGG, but they've got just one more game to sort of watch before they can figure out who they're going to be fighting up against on Sunday. So stick around for just a little bit. We're going to head to that very last series of the day. It's another elimination round as well. It is the move versus Le Pump coming up next. Hey everyone, it is the very last series of the day here, and it's kind of a surprising turn of events as well. We've got the move down here facing elimination, potentially losing their spot as well to make it into the gauntlet, which is a huge statement considering they won last week's tournament, and they're going to be facing off against La Pump, a team that is kind of rising, carving their own path right now through the AWC Lithy.
It's an incredible matchup, yeah. The move has basically their qualification for the mid-season clash on the line. If they go out here, it's the gauntlet, and you do not want to be in the gauntlet if you're in a position like the move. And on the other side, well, they're up against the Pomp, and I think Super T's, this is kind of a comp they've not really have faced too much of. Every single match so far this season between the move and other teams has been this kind of outlaw row caster meta that they've played into.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they've faced a Fistweaver monk yet. If they decide to lead with that, a Fistweaver melee cleave could be really terrifying for a Shadow Priest and the compositions that the move have available to them. So there's a lot of options here from La Pump. They could bring in Dippy and run Destro Demon Hunter. I'm not really the biggest fan of that. I'd actually prefer, I think, to see the Fistweaver monk based on their performance in the last series. It seemed like they had really good synergy defensively, which is going to be important against the rogue composition that the move is likely going to be utilizing. I really want to see the Red Demon Hunter Fistweaver, and this is something that I think is going to actually really challenge the move and possibly threaten their top 3 finish.
Yeah, and I know that the move, I mean, hopefully not, of course, hopefully not that last loss is bothering them. You know, we know that they are veterans. They've been in the situation before, but I'm sure they didn't expect to be down here in the lower bracket just yet. So it's kind of just a matter of putting that game behind you, trying to get through this one. Because the winner of this has to go on and face another pretty difficult team in the face of VOIDGG, Lithy.
Yeah, we just saw what VOIDGG can do, even if they don't bring out the Outlaw Rogue. Well, Calvish is just gonna 1v3 an entire team by himself, basically. So yeah. It's a scary, scary opponent. They took the move to 5 games last week in the lower bracket finals, and of course you need to contend with the Power Frogs or Team Liquid after that upper bracket final on Championship Sunday. So the lower bracket from here on out is a meat grinder. It's, as Super T's, I think you like to say, you get tossed to the sharks in the most literal sense this time around.
A piranha pit. You're just gonna have to see if you can get out of it alive. And every team that's remaining, like the Jaws theme going on here. Don't have my,
yep.
Wait, do I have my?
Yes, do it.
Terribly on this, but.
I like how
well
it's been
said,
a while
I think
since...
we're gonna need a bigger boat.
All right, well, thank you for setting the stage for us, Super T's. We are definitely down here in Shark Water.
What is that?
It is the move versus La Pump.
That's a warrior!
Well, indeed.
I did not expect to see a warrior
strikes,
here, man. I did not expect to see a warrior. Peekaboo's already had to trinket, actually, in the opener here. I think they're still running a Fistweaver, though. This is the classic composition to be running on the ladder, and it's a classic Shadow Priest stomper. Look at WizKid just constantly getting beaten up right now. Nice static field from Absturge, but a Ring of Peace bounces WizKid closer to them as they kill off that static field. The Kidney Shot connects, but there's just no damage coming out from Peekaboo yet. Here onto Zhang, and a double shockwave hits with a paralyze, and WizKid is constantly on the back foot. This looks really difficult for the move so far.
Yeah, it's a tough opponent, especially if you're getting chopped up like WizKid. It's a spinning ball of death rolling at you at a breakneck speed, whatever. Hey, who cares about English language, right? Anyway, parry thrown out by Existent because the damage from the move is still pretty decent, and it looks like they're almost just going through that. Maybe it's the transmog issue, I'm not quite sure, but Existence is gonna continue existing here for another moment. Nice Unleashed Shield. WizKid is just gonna stand in that puddle of water, gonna reduce the incoming damage by a massive amount, but the double leg sweep really taking WizKid to the cleaners down to 20% before Absturge comes in with the big heals. But even now, still, the Shadow Priest not quite out of the thick yet, and Existence, well, he has Avatar popped. He is going to town on this enemy team, and the move really struggling in this opening minutes.
Yep. Still no trinket for Absturge for 30 seconds. If they can force Dispersion here on the next big push, but they get static fielded away. These static field earth grabs are great from Absturge, but now he's caught to paralyze. Massive swell of damage. Is WizKid ready to trade? He disperses. He almost dies through it. Hammer of Justice, still no trinket. They could swap the Peekaboo as well, but they're just still going on to WizKid. and cheap shots come in from Peekaboo. He peels the whole team for a moment. VOIDGG gets a little bit of reprieve to get a Vampiric Touch, but almost immediately dies after that. He goes for a triple fear, fearing all of the melee attackers away. Here comes the Void Torrent onto Existence, looking to try and close out the game, but not enough damage to finish him. They silence the Fist Weaver, but he doesn't care about silence. He's just going to keep punching away. You can't silence his fists, as he is going to be embracing the power of Chuck Norris to just take down VOIDGG as Absterge is caught in a paralyze, and this is a massive swell of damage once again coming up from LePomp. Hammer of Justice onto Absterge. How are they going to trade? Surely they need to trade something. They're trying to be greedy. They come in with triple cheap shots again from Peekaboo, and they manage to get away playing it greedy.
Tide and Descendants from Absterge thrown in, as well as a Trinket just now coming through. Peekaboo finally has to cloak, and LePomp gets what they were looking for. We're not even 3 minutes into the match, 10% dampening. You can't really mention that even, and Absterge is dying, even though he has Casey Fox caught in a lasso. LePomp shaping up to be the absolute menace we expected them to be at the start of this day, and VOIDGG, he's looking to do something with the Shadow Fiend. The parry is out from Existence. He's trying to stay alive, but the Void Torrent does massive damage. Here comes the Shadow Fear and the triple on top of that. The Cocoon traded out. The stops are used one by one. War Banner is available once again now, as well as a Sank from Casey Fox, but they need to stay alive. The Trinkets are available, and overall LePomp really putting the pedal to the metal here. Leg sweep onto VOIDGG. He is struggling. Another dispersion surely needs to be thrown in here, but once again the move playing incredibly greedy, locked out on Holy. VOIDGG finally needs to disperse.
Ooh, Blinding Light, still no Trinket. Does Peekaboo have cheap shot DRs here? They really need to peel. Static Field pulls them away for a moment as VOIDGG is running for his life, but they've killed it off. Kidney Shot comes through, no Sanctuary. Peekaboo can definitely peel here. He gets a fear, but it looks like it breaks immediately to the killing spree. Maybe a bit miscommunicated. Now Zhang is there on that Fist Weaver. Casey Fox gets hexed. These hexes are the only thing really stopping them from just destroying VOIDGG. VOIDGG gets a fake on a kick. He's got precognition. He's free casting. Big opportunity to kill Existence. He's so low right now. Are they going to manage to save him here? He goes for a defensive fear. Hits the Stormbolt onto Peekaboo. Hammer of Justice now on Absterge, but Existence is still dipping really low. Big heals come in. Zhang in a kidney shot. Existence is just line of sighting the priest for now. Looking to make his way back over. He gets cheap shot. He's still taking a lot of damage from Peekaboo. Peekaboo is doing some work right now on this warrior. Is he going to be able to finish him? He's holding him solo. Nice double fear into lasso as they're pushing for the kill. But a Trinket, or Will of the Forsaken from the Fistweaver will break that fear. And now he's right back onto VOIDGG. No dispersion for 30 seconds. Absterge needs to get ready and be in position for a Spirit Link Totem at any moment or a Void Shift. Those are their last options right now for about 20 more seconds. VOIDGG Trinkets. Absterge is in a paralyze. Are they going to trade in time? They drop down the Spirit Link, but the damage is so high it's overwhelming even the Spirit Link Totem. It basically does nothing at that point, and now everybody is dead. Void Shift is not super valuable at this point. He's going to have to trade it. He swaps to Peekaboo, but now Peekaboo has nothing. He grapples out of the fight immediately, but they're still just chopping up VOIDGG. They roll over. Zhang gets a drive-by kick. Insane plays, but disperse. It doesn't matter. He's going to die through it just as it comes up, and LePomp are pumping.
The pain train rolling in their station and taking that blind pick with them. LePomp absolutely slaughtering through that first match. Jesus. What can you do against a rolling ball of death like that? The move certainly does not have the right cards with that RPS comp.
I don't think they should bring a Shadow Priest. I feel like bringing a Shadow Priest here, especially with Zhang playing an Undead Monk, gives them so many ways to get out of fear, which is their main tool to punish. And even with the great static fields that we saw with Absterge throughout this game, they just immediately snipe them and get right back on the Shadow Priest. It's not even like more than a second that they're not able to hit the Shadow Priest. They oomed the Monk, but the thing is, as Fistweaver, you don't really need to have mana to continue healing. So even though his mana bar is really low, it's not guaranteed that they win. And Absterge is also just equally as low on mana at this point with everybody dead. So I really think they should consider changing their comp. I think ideally their comp would be like Mage Lock. That has typically been one of the hardest things. Now, whether or not they have it would be another question, because the Wizard Cleave that they've been practicing is Shadow Priest Lock, and there's no way you'd want to play that. I can't see a world where you want to play that. You could.
We're bringing Pika Bolt. Don't worry, bro. It's gonna be fine. I believe.
I think he got #1 on Rogue or Lock. I don't know if it was on Destro. I think it was on AF at one point last season. He was like #1 on Ellie and AF, I think, at one point. What you need is you need CC and you need Burst. So I actually don't like the Outlaw Rogue. I actually think Peekaboo should be sub.
Maybe
this is
a
another
sub rogue
situation where I think sub would actually be better.
I mean, I'd love to see it, but first, of course, we'll see if the Pomp sticks to their guns. Maldraxxus Colosseum picked by the move, and comp-wise, well, is it time to bring in the Bean, the big man himself. He's been sitting on the bench for the last 3 days of play of this tournament so far. So, I'd love to see some Jelly Beans gameplay, but of course, well, this Red Warrior comp, it was kind of the secret tech, the big dog, so to say, that could come into this weekend and really dominate. And so far, not a single team has brought it out. Finally, Le Pomp putting it on the table, and it is looking insane.
Yeah, they've really got the Fistweaver compositions nailed down here, and it got them into the gauntlet. Now they're looking to try and run through as many positions in that gauntlet as possible. I would think it's unlikely that they could get into the top 3. In terms of points, but they could definitely maybe get to the final stage of the gauntlet and avoid a lot of potential series in that situation. They could also just create so much havoc for the current top 3. I mean, if they beat the move, Power Frogs and VOIDGG have an opportunity to steal their spot, and they don't even have a guarantee. Like, the move have to win this series. I don't think they want to be in that position. Oh, they are bringing in a mage.
Whoa.
I don't know about keeping the Shadow Priest in, though. I mean, I can see their logic here. You still have AoE Fear, and I think the Mage alone is a good pickup. You can Polymorph the Fistweaver, get a triple Fear. So on paper, I think this can work, but I'm worried about the Shadow Priest.
You can play
mobility.
around Thorns, around Roots, right? Upsurge can bring a lot in on the Druid, but overall, I'm sticking with you on the opinion here. The Shadow Priest is in a rough spot over here. The move, is this where their weakness starts to show, that they've not really have the depth of comps they need to beat melee cleaves like this?
I want to wait till they play before I say that. I feel like it's unfair to give it, because I know Jelly Beans, when he's playing as Mage, is insane. Like, he's a top level player. So, and Mage is gonna have a lot of similarities to Hunters, right? The same crowd control DR. You're setting up for burst damage. He's likely not going to get attacked a lot, so he shouldn't have that type of pressure, which typically, as like, if you're playing something as an alt, it can be difficult when you're getting targeted a lot. So he's gonna have VOIDGG, who has got years of experience of Windwalker DK running at him. Like, this is just another day in the park for VOIDGG on Shadow Priest against a melee cleave. So Jelly Beans should be in a position where he can more easily kind of carry and have an easier ride on the Mage. But well, I want to wait and see this play out, because this is actually the first test. Like, when they do meet something that counters their main comp, do they have a swap answer?
Well. So far, Le Pomp looking most impressive on the first map of the day, winning that blind pick. But of course, hey, if we think towards the Power Frog series earlier, the move, they needed 2 maps to get warmed up, to wake up and enter the series at all. So, well, maybe they are able to accomplish this a little bit earlier here in the second match of the day, and they should. Because if they don't, well, it's match point already, and you're facing elimination from the safe spots for the mid-season clash, and you really don't want to go to the gauntlet. Le Pomp, in the meantime, well, they're just cruising in the lower bracket right now. That Red Warrior, certainly a feast for the eyes compared to the dampening games we've had so far this weekend.
Zug all the way through here, and cup number 2, the last chance to qualify, the last chance to rank up as high as possible to have the best shot at the mid-season clash. So the move going to be eliminated. They're bringing in Jelly Beans on Arcane Mage, Absterge in on Druid, to try and bring crowd control to this Fistweaver Menace, which is typically the main weakness of the Fistweaver. So this is going to be a real test for Zhang. This isn't where his comp is favored, and how they choose to navigate it is going to be very interesting. Also, the Warrior, not really a great matchup for the Arcane Mage, so possibly in the future we see him maybe swap to Demon Hunter if they decide to blind lock an Arcane Mage. But in this round, this is going to be the hardest game for Le Pomp.
Indeed, it will be. Well, Jelly Beans is back, and when that man enters the arena, usually that means the move is gonna take some names and some games. Zhang going in on the connection here, looking for some damage to heal his team up in existence. And Casey Fox slowly but surely waddling forward in the most literal sense of the word, as Casey Fox gets ducked up with the polymorph here. Absterge in kept, swap onto the Druid, and this is something the move needs to be very aware of, because this is gonna happen again and again, and the Ring of Peace is insane. The grip denied, the leg sweep is in, and Absterge just dying on the spot. Bark Skin Renewal and a bunch of mana traded out, but for the moment, the move fine and starting to pump.
All right, insane swap there on the Druid, but they don't get his Trinket. They were really hoping to get that with that Ring of Peace. Cyclones are coming through. Cyclone and Polymorph are going to be what carry this game. They need to remove the Monk from the game as much as possible. Now he's having free reign on the Shadow Priest. We need polymorphs. Ring of Fire, they don't care about AoE damage whatsoever. They actually might swap to the Druid again. They catch him into Paralyze. Absterge is way too close to the fight. They MD the stun, but he's still dying. He tries to wall charge away. They're in hot pursuit. Zhang is still just chasing him down. Polymorphs come in onto the Monk, and that should stall the fight. Now KZ Fox is isolated in the middle of the map, and Jellybeans is starting to blast. That's going to force Trinket and Life Cocoon. Really good response from Jellybeans. Every time they make these types of swaps, just need to spam Sheep, get control of the game, and it seems they're throwing caution to the wind. Now they're swapping back onto WizK, trying to keep Absterge on his toes here. Blade Storm following through. Existence is ramping up his damage. Looks like they're swapping to the Druid again. WizK's into Paralyze. He can't assist. Is he going to die through Barkskin? He manages to hold strong, gets life gripped away. Zhang chases him down. He wild charges back to the mage and escapes to safety and has survived yet another swap.
Beautifully done here by the move. The defensive play definitely on point. Jellybeans in the meantime looking for more damage. The polymorphs landing again and again, and that's the big problem. You mentioned the CC is the issue of this Le Pomp comp. But the biggest thing really is the lack of ranged interrupts onto the mage or the Shadow Priest. So free casting is the name of the game. Nice mind control coming in from WizK as well to give Absterge a little bit of breathing room, but still the Druid is taking so much damage. Down to half mana already. And in the meantime, Zhang, he is just laughing at the bank with 80% plus and just chilling. Gets polymorphed up now though. Nice Void Torrent coming through. WizK on the offensive, looking to do some damage to KZ Fox, but he has a bubble, he has a trinket, and Wings active. He's just looking to run down a Shadow Priest right now, and it's looking really good for Le Pomp as they are pushing the pedal further down.
Another swap on Absterge. He tried to ring a piece of life grip again. Zhang is really trying to stay in the heads of the move and predict their plays. He doesn't hit it this time around, but these swaps are costing Absterge so much mana. Another swap to the mage. He's down at half health. They blind up the Druid. It looks like they're kind of struggling on as to who they want to go after. They're going to swap the Absterge out of the blinding light. He wild charges the Jellybeans, but now they could get cleaved. They're stacked up. Hammer of Justice going to connect as WizK have a Master Spell. He grips Absterge away. They silence KZ Fox, trying to deny potentially his sanctuary there. Jellybeans is just dead out of nowhere. Half his health gone, and Le Pomp, they're just bouncing around like a pinball machine. Whatever they connect to just gets absolutely destroyed. They're moving over towards Absterge now. Existence is still going after WizK, splitting their pressure, costing even more mana. And I mean, right now the move they're surviving, but in terms of offense, there's no offense for them. And I don't think surviving, forever is going to work.
You need to play to win, you don't need to play to survive. That's how you win arena games, and for the moment, that's definitely not something the move is able to do. Nice double fear coming in from WizK. He's looking for damage with the Dark Ascension, but can't quite connect it for the moment. KZ Fox down to half. Can they force the bubble? That's the big question. Bob is not going to do much for you in this game. Triple Dragon's Breath once again from Jellybeans. Another full polymorph onto Zhang. That is dispelled, broken through AoE damage from the move here at the moment, and WizK takes another Stormbolt to the face because he doesn't want those mind spikes on his back here. Existence doing a great job so far of just running them down. Absterge the next target. Nice bash onto KZ Fox, and they're kiting away. WizK doing a great job there with the roots as well. The move really struggling to kite it out, and 4 minutes in, dampening starting to move up to 20%. Is it going to be enough? I am questioning that fact as Absterge is sitting on 20% mana. WizK on 20% HP. Might need to disperse or life swap here as well, as the melee Cleave Death Ball is just rolling him down.
Oh, another swap onto Absterge. He pre-bears, but he's still dying. He trinkets. They get a knockback, but he has to Tranquility. Thankfully, he's running that immunity to knockback, so he will have that reprieve there, but they just immediately hit him out of it. KZ Fox trinkets the stun to go for the kill. He gets silenced on his trinket. I like this positioning from Absterge against a melee cleave, baiting them into this open area in the starting room and then charging back into your team so they can get CC. Is generally a good idea, doing long crossing on the map, but they're not going to fall for that bait. They just immediately swap to WizK. They know that Absterge is on the ropes. He has no mana left at this point. They could just force dispersion at any moment. Jellybeans gets a knockback, but they don't care. They paralyze the mage. They stun the Druid. They're doing a two-pronged assault, attacking Absterge and WizK simultaneously. Existence is shredding into the Shadow Priest while the Ret and Fistweaver are going after the Druid. Now that Absterge has escaped, Zhang is swapping back. They get vortexed in for a moment into a Cyclone. Absterge is trying to do what he can with little mana that he has left, but as soon as KZ Fox connects here, it's likely going to be a big cooldown.
Yep, full Cyclone lands with the Polymorph on Zhang, but Existence only dropping to half before getting healed back up. Still has Rally and the Die by the Sword available to himself. Zhang gets silenced, Ring of Frost as well. On top of that, Absturge still caught in the open with a Barkskin and Bear form running for himself. That's going to be fine, but VOIDGG looking for the Void Torrent, looking for damage. Jellybeans gets the Arcane Missiles through, but overall, the damage from the move starting to stick a little bit more now that dampening is ramping up, but is it going to be enough? Absturge is completely double fear from VOIDGG. This could be insane for Absturge to get a drink in. Zhang needs to pop out to the side to get the Ring of Peace and disrupts the drink, but Absturge still is super important, like 5 to 10% of mana. This might turn the tables here for the move, but is it going to be enough? Wall and shield popped in by KZ Fox. The bubble still available, as well as Cocoon and Parry.
Absturge in bear form, bash on the warrior. He gets put in Hammer of Justice. He actually trinkets it even despite being in bear form. They could definitely punish that trinket in the near future. Markskin comes up in 5. They're all connecting onto Absturge. Dampening is quite high. He gets life gripped by the Shadow Priest. They just turn their attention to Jellybeans, take 20% of his health, then swap onto the Shadow Priest. He's down at half health, and Absturge is getting no opportunities to drink. VOIDGG trinkets, and he might regret that as well, because now he can't trinket Void Shift in the future if Absturge needs it. Hammer of Justice out of bear form. KZ Fox connects. And it looks like a massive spell splashed out there from VOIDGG. Broke that, and Absturge, he can retreat. He needs to drink right now. He has to get a drink right now. Cancel all of his trends, cancel everything that he can, and sit for a drink. He's trying to, but he's not in stealth. Zhang snipes him, and now he's paralyzed with no trinket. And VOIDGG is critically low. Oh no, he's using that Execute Staff on a Fistweaver Monk, forcing the dispersion. If that Execute Staff goes into a touch of death, you're surely going to die. Another Tranquility is forced. They're just waiting for it to end. They're just sharks in the water waiting. They just smell blood in the water. Ring of Frost hit by Jellybeans on the whole team. Jellybeans has to carry the team right now. If they're going to win, he needs the biggest pop-off imaginable right now. Jellybeans has to carry. Is he going to be able to do it? Can he take down Zhang? He's so close to a miracle kill on Zhang. Can Jellybeans carry the team? Zhang recovers. Lay on Hands comes through. And now there's no dispersion, and there's absolutely zero mana. Thankfully, Absturge's Tree of Life procs. He can get a couple of free heals. They're dropping down the Ring of Fire. It's still in Jellybeans' hands. Can he manage to carry the team here? They're in shambles. Void Shift is the last line of defense. Is VOIDGG going to get to trade it off here as he's down below half once again in Game 2? Potentially their top 3 position is going to be lost. That alter time on the Void Shift was insane by Jellybeans, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you alter time. VOIDGG is still going down.
I'm gonna be honest with you here, Super. The move is gonna need a bigger boat for that one, because the Pomp is looking absolutely indomitable. Insane performance from this melee cleave. Yes, the kiting was on point. The game length is the testament to that, but you still have not found a way to beat this death ball just rolling over and mowing your lawn in the process parallel.
God. This moment, was this the drink moment? Absturge just couldn't get in stealth, I guess? He's in cat form, but he's not in stealth, so Zhang just rolls over and paralyzes him. And then they immediately get dispersion with that. KZ Fox goes into position with freedom, and I think they get a stun in the next moment there after that. Absturge in Boomkin form trying to add... Absturge's damage is actually why he's... You see those little yellow balls coming in from the side from Absturge? He was actually part of the reason that he's like, Jellybeans, if you're not going to kill him, I'm going to do it, man. Like, this game's been 8 minutes, bro. We gotta get some pressure going. He's in Boomkin form there for a second. Almost takes down Zhang, but it's not enough damage. They deflect it, and they just ultimately get uptime. This was the alter time. So Jellybeans pre-alter times at full health, and so VOIDGG swaps his health with him, and then he alters to full, so Absturge doesn't have to heal him, but it didn't matter. This killed him through 2 health bars in that small amount of time. There's no mana left. They ran the clock, and that is going to be it for them in game number 2. And I don't think this comp specifically is going to work for them the way that they want it to. The main problem is that the mage has to polymorph, and the Shadow Priest needs to dot. And both of those things can't happen at the same time.
Yeah. It's a difficult position to be in, right? I do think the mage brought some much-needed improvements. Jellybean doing a fantastic job on the arcane. But overall, yes, the damage definitely lacking on the side of the move. There's not enough pressure to keep up with the mana game, basically, that the Pomp is forcing Absturge into. So if you can swap that Shadow Priest for something that is able to bring a little bit more pressure to the table and stay alive just the same, that might be something they can go for and make that work. And hey, you already have one of the best rogues in the world on your roster. Maybe a Rogue Mage Druid, Rogue Mage Shaman is something you could bring in here?
I definitely think that's an option if they have it practiced. Another thing is like WizKid's played Boomkin a lot. I think Aster's going on Shaman and playing Boomkin Frost Mage might actually not be a terrible answer for this.
What
at
about
least on the problem is though is that those caster comps won't work into the other comps that LePomp have. They'll just bring in a Demon Hunter Warlock. So like the move needs something that can beat the Ret Hunter on a big map and also beat the Destro Demon Hunter when it's not their pick. Like even if they win this game, it's not. They haven't won the series. It's not even close.
Yeah, what about something the move has been kind of falling back to every now and then against like these melee cleave comps where they were struggling really hard? For example, Cupid with WizKid on the red pally.
It could work. I feel like Jellybeans is probably a bit reluctant to lock in Hunter. You're going to take a lot of damage against this. I don't know about the Hunter pick. If maybe Red Hunter might be better than Red Warrior head to head. But I don't think so. I think Mage Lock is probably the best bet if they have like WizKid, Destro. I think that would be a decent pick, but they're just going back to their main comp. Okay, they're just not. All right, they're like, okay, we haven't prepared that enough, and we need something that can beat the other comps in the blind pick. So it's either we win now as this, or it doesn't matter anyways, basically, for the move.
Man, the sharks are circling. There is blood in the water, and the move says, well, we're just gonna beat you. Straight up, no gloves, and with our main comp. If we can't do it, well, whatever. We're going to the gauntlet one way or another. This is an insane series. I did not think this would happen. The move definitely seems to not be having the best day ever. Starting with that upper bracket match against the Power Frogs, down to the lower bracket, now struggling against the POMP. So overall, really an interesting weekend shaping up here in NA. I mean, it's chaos all over. VOIDGG almost eliminated by CML. Power Frogs versus Liquid. Zico might just be right with his predictions if this keeps going.
I mean, it's still possible. I mean, we would all be wrong, and Zico's the only one that could possibly be right? If the Power Frogs manage to retain their upper bracket and avoid VOIDGG to the finals, Zico might be the what did we call him before? It was like the prophet. No, there's something you can like foresee the future, and I'm spacing out what the word is. English is my first language, and I don't remember what the word is that we were calling it before. It was
he's a divination wizard in that case.
Something like that. It was either prophet or like pariah. Is that? I don't know if that's the right word. It's something like the prophet, the predictor of the future. He can see all things. He could see something no one else could see. Who would have thought that LePomp would be up 2 points right now? Who would have thought the move would be in the lower bracket in the first place? I think a lot of people were expecting them to continue their pop-off train from Cup number 1, and now it's backs against the walls, backs against the wall. And they are wolves in the corner, and this is the position that the move put themselves in frequently, and their fans would know that. On a match point, they have to reverse sweep against Titans. They're throwing a Shadow Priest, which is basically like throwing a chicken into a den of wolves, and he has to come out alive.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what it is. It is Comfort Zone. And if we have any Move fans in the chat, get in with those emotes. Let's get some energy in here because LePomp, they want to take this game, and the Move, well, they want 3 more and continue on Sunday. Let's see who can take it. And for the moment, well, Avatar popped in with the wings, and LePomp looking to pop off right away. Great disarm on the red here for the opener, and WizKid is already struggling, spamming those flash heals to de-pressure Absturge here for a moment. And you can see the heals are good, the static field totems are even better, and the Kidney is in onto Zhang, and that's massive damage onto the Mistweaver. Cocoon forced with the trinket, barely staying alive here, Super.
Okay, they're mixing it up here. They're taking big risks going on the healer here this time around. Existence is now rotted down to the dots as well. Void Torrent fake cast by WizKid, but Hammer Justice is still on Absturge. WizKid's trying to reposition and pull the Warrior into a bad spot, but they stack up for a double leg sweep. They blind the Warrior defensive. They swap to the Monk to deny the intervene. Insane setup from Peekaboo. Can they close out the game off of that? Zhang is reconnecting. He's getting a ton of heals out with that fist weaving pressure, but Existence is actually still surprisingly low health. Peekaboo, no, WizKid out of nowhere almost dies. He has to disperse. Peekaboo evasions, immediately predicting that they would swap to him. Really good reads from Peekaboo. He knows the win conditions and what can stop his damage. They kidney shot the Warrior before going for cheap shot. They deny the intervene. They hex the red to deny the off heals. Insane setup on Zhang, but the intervene comes through at the last seconds, and I don't think that WizKid can solo him at this point. Zhang is going to stabilize, but if Peekaboo can somehow keep getting these setups, eventually this is going to work, and they will take out Zhang.
This is an incredible start for the move. They know what the formula is right here, right now, and they're starting to execute it. But can they last long enough against this meat grinder that LePomp is bringing to the arena? Zhang certainly is feeling the pain right now. He has the cocoon ready. Trinket back up in 10 seconds. Avatar popped in. Leg sweep onto Whiskey and Pika. The pressure is palpable, and Absturge is just throwing in all the heals he can. Nice in cap to get the heals away from the move, and the follow-up Hodge is going to force the Void Shift very early in this matchup, and Absturge still under fire. The third CC on top of him, he's just sitting there in this intimidating shout, is going to be fine for the moment as Whiskey pops in another Void Torrent, and Zhang is down to half. The silence is on. Pika looking for the opener, is trying to get the CC, and Casey Fox is stunned up, and Zhang still dropping lower, holding onto that cocoon, and for the moment it really looks like the Pomp is the big dog in this arena here, Super.
All right, left cocoon and Sanctuary from KZ Fox. Whiskey had trouble. Dispersion up in 1 second. He died through it in the first game, though, and he's going to disperse at a higher margin of health. As Absturge is now in a blinding light. It's a double blinding light. Zhang ports behind the pillar. He's topping himself off. Whiskey is just getting trained down. He fears the Ret far away, but Zhang ports away from Peekaboo. Peekaboo's trying to catch up to the Monk. He's having a hard time. Whiskey's going to grip him to get him in range. Nice life grip. They get the kidney shot, but they need CC on existence at the same time, or just a singular intervene can totally shut them down. I love these hexes from Absturge. If you can keep getting these hexes at critical moments, but now he's into a paralyzed. Whiskey is basically nothing left here. Absturge needs to get ready for a big trade, likely in the near future. He goes for Ascendance, but it may not be enough. The Thunderstorm, it doesn't matter. He trinkets into a leg sweep. Oh no, this is dire straits for the move right now on match point, potentially losing their top 3 position if they can't manage to stay alive in this series. They have to reverse sweep. They're trying to pull off a miracle. Mind Games onto the Mistweaver. It does nothing. Restore removes all of those dots, and it heals them all right back up to full, and now Whiskey has so much work ahead of him to try and get pressure. They're in range. They drop the link 1 millisecond before the Stormbolt, but that Spirit Link Totem has been sniped, and now there's basically nothing for Whiskey. A desperate prayer, his last will to survive here. Will they manage to do it? KZ Fox is tearing him apart. They silence the Ret. They're so desperate just to stay in this game at this point. Mana is equal, but if it's equal, that means you're behind against a Fistweaver Monk here, and Whiskey has dispersed in 12 seconds. It's 10 seconds away. There's a full fear. No trinket. 9 seconds away for Whiskey. He is bolstered up by the Earthen Wall Totem. It needs to be enough. He greater fades. He's 4 seconds away. Absturge does it. He gets a healing surge clutched out, and Whiskey survives to his disperse, which unfortunately he may need to trade literally seconds after it comes off cooldown.
It's looking dire here for the move. Whiskey really is trying to stay in there. The Earthen Wall Totems are doing so much. Static Field, much needed relief here for the move. Can they stay alive? The Zhang is the swap target. The cheap shots are in. They get Trinket Cocoon. That's a massive boon, but there are so many more stomps in the repertoire of LePomp. They really want to stay in here. There's the swap onto existence. The full cheap shot. The move! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a serious.
I can't believe that they just did that. I can't believe they just did that. This is just the classic the move series here. Like, you got nothing. You're just like praying you can stay alive at every single moment of the game, and out of nowhere, one setup on the warrior, take him down, and now, yeah, like you said, we got a series on our hands. Can they do it 2 more times on small maps, man? Like, WizK is getting beaten up right now. Like, I don't know what the meme was on Twitter between like 2 MMA fighters. It was like someone's face was just like basically caved in. They're just like, yeah, I'm having a great time. That's what they said in the post-game interview.
I mean,
Absturge's team is just absolutely beaten silly at this point.
I mean, at this point, he's basically Captain America, right? I can do this all day. But let's see if he really can do this all day, and if he can do it continuously on the Sunday as well, because this is only 1 out of 3 points the move needs to grab back to back to back here to make it through this series. And yes, that's a miracle swap on the warrior, and we can see it here. Zhang has the Trinket Cocoon. Existence has the parry up, but he doesn't see the push coming. Stormbolt's Whiskey then gets cheap shot, just doesn't respect the swap possibility, and Casey Fox gets Shadow Step re-cheaped by Pika. He tries to bubble and do something for his warrior, but it's just not happening, and Existence dies right then and there. Just an incredible setup by the move, and quite honestly, that is not something you can rely on to pull off every single game, and you should be worried going into every single follow-up match after this one.
This is going to be the most difficult reverse sweep I think maybe they've ever had to do, at least so far this year. I mean, we're going hook point 100%. There's no doubt about it. And you are not going to be able to escape in all those moments, and that's locked in right away. So the move, it's like, look at that flame shock. 1 damage flame shock. That's got to be a screenshot meme. Absurge is killing below does 1 damage.
What?
It's just the extra one. The most important
He gets the
damage he's ever
first
done.
burrow kill of this season. He gets a 1 damage flame shock execute. What can this man not do?
I mean, can he beat Fistweaver Ret Warrior on the hook point with a Shadow Priest? I mean, this is...
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
That's a difficult one for sure, man. Yeah, you can say whatever you want, right? The move always is entertaining as all hell. No matter how good they play, how bad they play, how lost a series looks after the first 2 maps, they always find something to come back, to make it entertaining. Hey, and even if we go out with with Le Pomp just winning this game now on hook point, which quite honestly is very likely because it's just that good of a map for them, we still had a
1
good time.
damage. It just looks so funny
amazing.
when you're looking at someone's health bar that has 1 million health. Like you got 1.2 million HP monk or something, and you somehow actually calculated out 1 singular point of damage.
Yeah.
What are the?
Yeah, just imagine, even if he had pop parry for that 30% damage reduction, that 1 damage would still have killed him.
The 1 damage king. 1 damage flame shock to rule them all right here. They're doing it. They're not changing comp. It's like, we got to make this work, guys. We don't have anything else ready that's going to be able to beat this team. They seem very serious here, so they're coming in on hook point. WizK has got 2 black eyes at this point from the Fistweaver monk. Like, he's got his shins just gashed out right now. Like, he's just trying his best to get dots up on the team, keep his pressure as high as he can. And, he's refusing to tap out, man. Like, at this point, I'm like, maybe he should tap out. Like, this is looking kind of brutal. Like, he might end up with some sort of concussion at the end of this series on Shadow Priest if he has to actually play this out for 2 more games. This is going to be really tough for their team to do this. They need a miracle. They need your energy, chat. If you're a fan of the move right now, like, you had better be sending all of your energy because they need all of it. Every single point of damage is going to be important here, as you can see with Absturge.
But don't be outdone if you're cheering for Le Pomp. We want both teams to put in the best they can, and this has been an incredible series so far, and I cannot wait to get this next map on the road, because whatever way it goes, it's gonna be amazing to be sure. Hook point, definitely one of my more favorite maps, I'll be honest. Might be because I like to play a lot of melee, but generally just good fun. And hey, the pre-round role-playing from that dude is always funny. Well, are you a true Coltiran, Supertees, or not?
Absurge is one of the few players that actually does play Coltiran in tournament settings, so maybe he's got like some sort of hidden power up on this map that totally exists, obviously, that they could use here to somehow get some type of edge.
He's playing Arc now, though.
He is playing Arc. He's betrayed the Coltirans. They may actually punish him for that, actually. Maybe it's a debuff now instead of a buff. The gates are about to open in 1 more second. Can the move manage to pull off a reverse sweep on all of the map picks from Le Pomp? They get a sap right away on the grappling hook. Peekaboo's going to open up on the Warrior, it looks like, but he doesn't cheap shot. He actually gets Stormbolt. He's going to slow down Peekaboo's pressure initially, but he gets another sap into a kidney. They're setting up on the Mistweaver, but an intervene comes through and a Sanctuary connects. The crowd control is honestly a little bit sloppy here from the move. They're leaving a lot of gaps, and Le Pomp immediately are slipping through those gaps. They're actually swapping to Absturge. Gizzy Fox is trying to solo the Shaman. They paralyze him, but it's going to break to some of those Divine Hammers, actually, from the Ret Pal. Now they swap back onto WizK, and this is where the game begins. How is WizK going to survive this? Just basically 3 melee DPS on top of him, start to finish.
It's looking dire. It looks like the move really wants the piece of that Warrior. Nice intimidating shout coming in. Double fear for the Pomp. They want to pump up the pressure. WizK, the next target. Nice shockwave here hitting 3 as the Priest goes down to 30%, half HP once again. There's the Desperate Prayer for those 30% extra health and a Psychic Scream to get a little bit of relief. And Triple Fear is massive. Death stands here for existence for just a moment as he needs to pop the parry. Still sitting on half HP and dropping further. The Restorer already used full Cocoon onto Zhang as he gets Sanctuary. He has the Trinket and Cocoon available, but it looks like the move certainly has some momentum in this match so far. Now WizK on the defensive zone. Massive Ring of Peace, 30%, and he needs to disperse to get out of there.
but they're still all over him right now. Static Field comes down, but doesn't hit the Warrior. Existence is still right on top of him. Dark Ascension attempt from WhizzK. He's trying to ramp up his damage to connect the kidney shot. There's no Sanctuary. They need some miracle burst damage on Zhang right now if they're going to pull this off, and they don't have the damage to do so. They go for a Fear after it, holding him at low health for a moment. Absterge is trying to play efficient with Healing Wave in the back line. They silence the Fist Weaver. They're swapping into the Warrior. They actually get the Warrior's Trinket. Warrior with no trinket is definitely a viable target in the future, but there's still so much damage just knocking on WhizzK's door right now as he gets kicked multiple times. He just can't cast a spell. He goes for Flash Heal once again, trying to bait more kicks and just pop himself off. Absterge just fishing for a Hex. He gets a Hex on the rep, but it's on DR. Kidney shot on the Warrior is getting no pressure. Zhang just poured it away from it. He's into the full blind. Bladestorm is coming through. WhizzK is in so much trouble right now. Potentially their top 3 position on the line. They may be sent into the gauntlet where they're going to have to fight for a top 4 in the finals. Are they going to manage to dodge it here? This is one of the strongest opponents they have ever seen. This composition just seems to have their number. Static Field pulls them away from the Shockwave from Absterge. He's doing whatever he can, channeling the power of Thrall, Thunder, and Lightning to try and keep his team in this fight.
It is a very, very frightening situation here for the move, but they are staying alive. Absterge on half mana, keeping up with Zhang here, and WhizzK doing a fantastic job at kiting. Peekaboo with a defensive kidney shot onto Existence. The parry is out. This Warrior is a perfect target. If they can get the cocoon off of Zhang with maybe a good go on the Monk, this might be another scenario where they could finish off Existence. And WhizzK, he is the big target for the moment on half HP, has the Dispersion, and the Void Shift will need to pop something here. There it is. Pops the Dispersion in, and with a damage reduction wall, he should be fine for the moment. Ancestral Guidance coming through from Absterge for some big heals, but he gets hotched up once again. Existence around the corner. Sheepshot it up. Triple Fear from WhizzK. Can they do it once again? There's the Trinket Cocoon from Zhang. That's what they were looking for. So from here on out, the move have a real chance, but they're down low on all defensive super. This might come down to the wire, and we're not even 4 minutes in.
Another swap on Zhang. Do they have more stuns? He intervenes on the re-cheap shot. Zhang ports away, but WhizzK's on top of his port. And Absterge playing that Unleashed Shield, putting that healing reduction on him at the end of the burst. They Windsure his Shayloons. Absterge stuns up the Ret. He's doing whatever he can to contribute offensively, even despite having to do so much health per second in this game to keep WhizzK top. Bring a piece behind the wall. Absterge he has to be careful right here. WhizzK gets back in his line of sight, 40 seconds away from his Dispersion. Can they manage to survive to that point? Earthenwall Totem is down, but KZ Fox goes for the Hammer of Justice anyways, and Absterge immediately trinkets it. He's going for a Hex, but a double Shockwave hits at the same time. And there's so much damage. Now Absterge doesn't have Trinket for Spirit Link in the future. They blind the Mistweaver. They're trying to go on the Warrior. They sap the blind. If there was an opportunity, I think this would be it. But they just don't have the damage. They're getting the CC, but they need damage. Double Fear comes through, pausing the fight for a moment. And now Zhang is free. And as soon as he connects here, his team's likely going to go to full health. Die by the Sword going to trade. They're still on WhizzK's heels. It's match point for the move. Is he going to survive? Absterge Static Fields them away once again. And WhizzK is waddling his way away from that Rep Paladin, getting some distance and gapping away from the interrupts to try and get dots up to assist Peekaboo for the kill, but now Trinket's available for Existence. Trinket and Life Cocoon's almost available for Zhang, and honestly, I don't know how you win as the move at this point. They get a triple Fear. It breaks early, though, to the pressure, and WhizzK has to disperse, and I mean, basically, the move have nothing. Like, Absterge is going to be out of mana at any moment. They just used Disperse, and they might be going out of the top 3 and into the gauntlet.
No Trinket Void Shift for WhizzK. He might need to get that in just like that. Peekaboo Cloaked tries to stay offensive, but it's coming down to the wire. The move, they have seen the blood around them. It's coming from their own wounds, and the Sharks are coming in for a little bit more than just a snack. WhizzK down to 30. There's a blind from KZ Fox. He's looking for plays. Peekaboo keeping his team alive with a triple cheap shot on the entire enemy team, but they still need that one go. Trinket Cocoon available for Zhang, so the move really desperate to make something happen. The full silence on the Monk could be massive. There's a Shockwave, the Dragon's Roar coming through. Massive damage from the Warrior, and overall the pressure is just mounting. Ancestral Guidance running out as the Ascendance low runs out, and WhizzK down to half. Absterge desperate to throw any buckets of water at his teammate that he can spare. Massive triple fear from WhizzK, maybe with this, but the fear from Existence is absolutely insane. Executes, rolling in the leg sweep, brings WhizzK down for another second as the Link is tossed into the fray, and for the moment WhizzK stays alive. Absterge somehow, somewhere finds mana. 10 seconds left on the Dispersion, but is that thing even gonna help you? You're just gonna die through it again. The move saying goodbye to the bracket, to the 3rd place on the standings, and the direct entry into the mid-season clash. But for the moment they want to stay alive, taste that feeling a little bit longer. longer super, as he is staying alive. What the hell is going on? He ascends to another realm, and sadly it's not the one he was looking for. POMP moving on in the lower bracket.
Oh my god, Absterge was channeling some ungodly moves right there at the last second of the fight, but it was not enough. POMP just have too much pomp here in the lower bracket. They're going to face VOIDGG tomorrow, and I don't even know if I'm comfortable as VOIDGG. Like, this team is scary, man. This looks really rough. Zhang is looking crazy on the Fistweaver. You know, just maintaining his uptime, good portals, not getting caught, rotating defensives effectively, and staying with his team, denying drinks. It seems to be really well-rounded. There's not really any holes. This Ring of Peace interrupting Absterge multiple times into a triple Fear from Existence with a clean setup towards the end. And I mean, you wanted to believe there was a light just because this game was so entertaining, but they killed that Link before Peekaboo could get in, and all of your HP at that point is so important. So the fact that he couldn't get there and give some of his health to his teammates put them in a position where they're just even further behind. He was greater fading, seconds away from almost dying before he gets dispersed. And then you're thinking maybe there's a chance. He actually has PI coming off cooldown, and he's got a Healing Tide totem. So if he can somehow protect the Healing Tide totem and connect PI, there's no purge, then maybe they can somehow recover. So Ascendance procs with Healing Tide. He puts it in the middle of the map. And does KZ Fox snipe the Healing Tide? Doesn't even look like it. They just, oh, KZ Fox moves over and snipes the Healing Tide. And then Abster's like, all right, guys, I got nothing. I got no mana. Can't do nothing. And he goes down in that swap. He tried to unleash shield as well for some damage reduction. Just not enough in the tank to be able to take him out here. And now, I mean, is it guaranteed their top 3 spot is gone now? Or does VOIDGG and Frog still have to win? Is there a way to pull up the standings to get that exact number? Because I think it's possible it's still in contention for that spot. So they have 160, and the Power Frogs and VOIDGG at the end of today have 140. So they have to win their next series, or win a series to beat them?
I think so. So if VOIDGG loses the next series against POMP, then the move might still be in contention. Power Frogs, I'm pretty sure, are going to move past the 140 one way or another, right? Because they're facing Team Liquid, and if they win Grand Finals, if they don't, lower finals, which is going to net them more points one way or another. So it's really all about POMP. So the move just got beaten by them. Now they are their biggest fans because they really need them to beat VOIDGG tomorrow.
Yep. They certainly do. You know, if we took a look at the schedule earlier on in the day, I don't know if I would have chosen POMP to be making it this far, and they took that personally. They are paving their way through this bracket here. I mean, this has been an incredible run, even, you know, regardless of what happens tomorrow on Sunday. I know that a lot of people have been incredibly impressed here with POMP, including myself. It's been so fun to watch them sort of grow and develop as a team. I feel like even from like the beginning of the day, Sid, to now, this team has kind of just skyrocketed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good. I think this was like one of the composition archetypes that I would consider pretty powerful. I didn't know how it would contend directly with like Outlaw Rogue setups, but the fact that they were able to dismantle this team, I think is really a testament to their ability. And then tomorrow on Championship Sunday, if they can beat the Lock versions of this comp and the Boomkin versions of this comp, I think Power Frogs is probably going to be their most difficult opponent just because of Cubsy's experience on the Arcane Mage. And there's no way they can avoid them. Even if they beat VOIDGG tomorrow, they'll have to fight Power Frogs at some point.
Yeah, kind of a scary schedule for quite a lot of teams. You know, that's not the only sort of scary match. You know, for NA, we've got, like Sid mentioned here, we've got Team Liquid versus Power Frogs, and then that VOIDGG versus POMP. So 4 incredible teams. It's very odd that the move is not there, but it's kind of the same story over in EU as well, Lithy. You know, we saw those games yesterday. We will be starting off a Championship Sunday over in that region. And it's kind of the same story, you know. Echo, they've been struggling a little bit as far as like Echo struggling, you know, not like a normal level of struggling, but just so many teams rising up from you know, just out of nowhere, basically in Europe as well.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, there's so many sharks in the water. I actually found one in my room.
Oh my god!
So what can you do about it?
Cameras right when you showed your. I saw it for like half a second.
Wait,
it was
wait,
really
wait.
cute.
We can do that again. But yeah, over in
Yeah.
EU, Pirate Pete's showing up. That's going to be an interesting matchup against Lava Lava, because Lava Lava is still considered as one of the big dogs over in the EU region, top of the ladder. Shibaku Tensei finally showing up. That kind of, for me personally at least, that super team that I was sure could be challenging Echo. And of course, we still have unanswered questions about Echo. First week, Lontar looked insane on the Resto Shaman. The Druid was shaky. Can they kind of get the practice in? Can they find back to old form? The first time since, I think, BFA or something, that Echo got eliminated and did not win a cup. So there is a lot on the line tomorrow for you, and I am pumped to watch those games.
Yeah. I'm pumped as well. I think I'm most excited for this lower bracket match, Pirate Pete's. You know, we didn't get to see what they were capable of for week number 1, and now they're facing off in the lower bracket, facing elimination against the team that beat Echo last weekend. So just crazy performance all around in Europe, and it's obviously the same over in North America. Supatis, would you change your predictions going into tomorrow if you were allowed to? I don't know if they'll let us do it, but just like theoretically.
Technically, my EU one can still happen, but my NA one, I mean, obviously I would have to change at this point, but I don't even know if I would get it right. Even if I was allowed to change it right now, I don't think I would get it right. But my EU one, I think I'm still pretty confident with my EU one.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
same,
right.
honestly.
Okay. Yeah, you know, switching it up. I like it. All right. I'll stick with mine, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like I think it's good. I got Echo in there. I got Lava Lava. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm not gonna switch. It's been there for too long. But this is our Cup number 2 predictions for EU, and I don't know if we can flip real quick to NA as well, because we are all of us are wrong, I think, except for Zico, because the move is unfortunately out of it, and no one clearly expected that except for Zico. VOIDGG Power Frogs was his predictions, and we will see. Time will tell if he is correct. But let us know in chat who you in particular are rooting for Championship Sunday for Europe as well as North America, and we are gonna head off ourselves. So excited for tomorrow. Hope you guys are too. Definitely make sure you are tuning in. Also, I do want to give a quick shout out to Raider.io. If you'd like to get just a recap, really in-depth detail of every single game that has been played in AWC this season so far, definitely go head over to their website. If you go to the Blizzard tournament section, you can get a huge in-depth look at every match that has been played. You can look at their talents, their gear, who won, how deep a dampening was, all that good stuff. So with that, thank you so much, Raider.io. Thank you, Warcraft Vlogs, as well, for powering our little fun map guessing segments. Hope you guys have been enjoying that. And we will see everyone tomorrow on Championship Sunday, twitch.tv/Warcraft. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.